What's up, everybody? It's your girl, Constance Carter, and this is Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to master your mindset and maximize your what? Come on, ladies.
Money. It's monies.
Let's go. So today, y'all, we're about to talk to you about something that could change your life for us, you, in a big way. So far, your boy, your mans, some people call him the orange guy, the orange puppet. Some people call him 45. Some people call him Elon Musk's sidekick. But I guess he might be the president. He has signed 53 executive orders. But after taking a closer look, we find that there might be 8 out of those 53 that could be especially harmful to who? You. And that's all we really care about, right? We only care about what affects you, Black people. So they're not just words on the paper. They could actually reshape where we work, where we live, and what kind of future we have and we can build for our kids. Now, every major shift in history starts with a government order, civil rights laws, affirmative action, mass incarceration, and other opportunities. And now this. Some of these policies strip away protections. It strips away funding and everything that we've really fought for as a people, that our people have fought for since post-Civil War. If we're not paying attention, y'all, we could actually wake up in a country where Black businesses, schools, and workers are left behind. We got to change the game. So we're going to break it down. We're going to break it all the way down to the very last compound round. I got bars for days, but we're also going to make it interactive. And that's the thing that I want you guys to have fun with. We're going to make this interactive. So after, this is how you guys are going to be able to participate. Okay. And we want you to just put this in the chat. So after each executive order, we're going to rate how dangerous this is to our community from a scale of 1 to 5. Now, 1, it's a small change and it could dismantle everything that we work for. And then 5 is like, okay. No, 1 is not that bad. 5 is horrible. Okay. So we want to play the game. We want you to play with us. You know, this is not just a dialogue. This is not just a monologue. This is a dialogue. So we love for you to talk back to us and talk Black to us as always. Okay. So we love for you to engage with us. Now, first thing we're going to do, let's take a look at this video by Al Jazeera that just and here's the thing, you guys, y'all got to just stop looking at MSNBC. Yeah, we know that's a right-wing news station. You got to stop just looking at Fox News. Hopefully y'all ain't looking at that bullshit, but you kind of do need to look at that just to kind of see what these motherfuckers is really talking about, because they are really people who have tinfoil on their heads. But we really need to look at other news stations just around the world to see what's really going on from an unbiased perspective, or just what's happening globally, right? So let's take a look at this this video so that we can get a little bit of a breakdown.
On his first day in office, Donald Trump signed 26 executive orders. That's not unusual. US presidents issue an average of 67 executive orders every year. AJ Labs looks at what they are and how they are used. An executive order is a directive from the US president to the federal government telling agencies how to operate. This power comes from the Constitution and is one tool presidents use to shape policy without congressional approval. Executive orders have driven significant change throughout history. They've abolished slavery, ended discriminatory policies, and supported peace efforts. But not all uses of this power have been noble. In some cases, the language has been chilling, targeting entire groups. Franklin Roosevelt issued more executive orders than any other president, thousands. More recently, however, US presidents have issued far fewer executive orders. That's because Congress and the courts have strengthened their checks on presidential power. When Trump took office on January 20th, his first day signing of executive orders set the tone for his administration. Some fulfilled his campaign promises, such as further securing US borders and rewriting immigration rules. Others reshaped federal policies, made new energy plays, redefined social norms, halted a TikTok ban, and reversed Biden-era decisions. He also issued a pardon order for hundreds of people involved in the US Capitol attack in 2021. Executive orders are powerful, but not invincible. Courts can overturn them through legal challenges and may be declared unconstitutional. They can also be revoked by the next administration, as several
Y'all is real serious. And just to give you guys context, let me just tell you, because he said, who did he say signed the most in history? Was that Franklin D. Roosevelt? Is that Roosevelt?
I think it was Roosevelt.
Okay, so I just went,
it was like over 3,000.
I just went to my homie chat, but but the reason why they stopped that was because now we have Congress and the courts with their checks and balances. But I did a little just for context. Okay, so Barack Obama, I'm just going through the last 3 presidents, signed 5 in his first month. George W. Bush, he didn't sign any. And then Joe Biden, he signed 25, which was the most in this modern era that had been since Roosevelt. So now, first month coming in the door, first week, 53. He ain't done yet. So before we get to the game and before we kind of break down, and I just, very quickly and concisely, y'all, what did you guys think when, what was your thoughts on like him signing those executive orders? Did he look like a madman to you, or do you think, he's doing his job as president? Dr. Alicia, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Starting with me. Okay. Yeah. So there's a term in a German term called Blitzkrieg, if I can say it in my German accent. And this is a military tactic. It's akin to what's called lightning war. And the strategy is that you have this really swift, overwhelming attack. And it's like all of these executive orders all in one day at one time. And it is a warlike strategy at causing disorientation and just causing a bunch of mayhem. And it's done on purpose in a very aggressive way, in a very short time frame. Mm-hmm. And, when we apply this to the context of democracy, this Blitzkrieg signifies this aggressive, rapid dismantling of democratic institutions, norms, state safeguards. All of that is what we're seeing. And so this approach, it's almost like you're attacking what he is seeing as the enemy within, and that it exploits vulnerabilities in the governance system. And what the brilliant part about this is that it's done so quickly, lightning warfare, that the opposing people don't have enough time to respond, and they don't have enough time to kind of pull everything together to have these checks and balances. So it undermines the checks and balance process, and there's no resistance that can be formed yet because it's done so quickly.
Yeah, this was all by design. If you think about it, he's just, I'm just gonna hit you with everything. It's a distraction, but like a lot of this shit ain't even legal. So they haven't even gone through the legal process to say, hey, wait a minute, we can't even do it. Like, what are you doing? But it's strategy. Dr. Lene, what was your thoughts when you seen this maniac? I'm not gonna say a maniac. I don't want to sound biased because I am moderating this panel today. So I'm not gonna promote. No, I am. But y'all too in the audience, what you guys think? Did this man look like a maniac, or did he look like, you know what? He's taking care of us as the president of the United States, Dr. Lene. What you think?
Definitely a maniac, but also a strategic maniac. I think I saw someplace that when he got into office, the first time he didn't know what he was doing. Everything he tried to do, everybody around him was like, no, no, no. Aha. He took 4 years off and he came back. Aha. He was like, we're not doing that again. I'm stripping everything. If you don't agree with me, you out of here. I know what I'm doing when I'm going into office this time. I know what I couldn't get away with last time. I'm about to go in here and kill him. Not literally, but figuratively, like, I got this under control now. So I think he came in ready to play. I think Project 2025 was legit. It was real. People put their head in the sands and acted like it wasn't. And now we're seeing the repercussions of that. He said, I said what I said. This is what we're going to do. And now we're doing it.
And then we FA and FO, didn't we? No. And then you know what? Did you notice, though, that like every time he would say some shit during his campaign, they would go, what he really meant was, what he really meant was what he said the first time, because he's actually doing it now. They was just cleaning up because they didn't want everybody to know. But what do you think about that? All the executive orders that he signed, Marlo, like, did you think that this is a man that's just, he's doing his strategy, like, or do you think this is a maniac on the loose?
Two things can be true at the same time. He is definitely going his own way and doing his own thing. And, it's like Dr. Alicia said, this is all intentional This is not by accident, it's by design. This is the plan, this is the strategy. The congressman that is also the Speaker of the House is my congressman, Mike Johnson, and he has been with a cat, or what is it, not a cat shit, a shit-eating grin on his face, going across the country talking about how aggressively they were going to pursue this plan. Right now he's in Congress, and Congress hasn't done one thing. They haven't done anything. Donald Trump is doing everything through executive action. So what he meant is Donald Trump is going to move forward with his agenda, and we're going to sit back with our hands off. And it's happening.
And they're even blocking the idea of, okay, let's bring Elon Musk in for, did y'all see that? How they were going to bring Elon Musk in for questioning, and that the one Democrat that they needed to vote, he didn't show up. He's actually one of Elon Musk's Silicon Valley friends. So he didn't show up for the voting. And so then they couldn't even get, and then of course, all the Republicans voted against it. And then he says, well, I didn't show up because I didn't get the memo that we were supposed to be meeting. If I had showed up, I would have voted to bring him in. You know what Elon Musk's response to that was? Don't be a dick. He told his friend. Yeah. So anyway, just a little side note. He is off the chain. Like, that's why we need Jasmine to be talking, because the decorum is out the window. We need somebody to talk these motherfuckers' language. Moya, what do you think?
Well, to his credit, he has been going around the talk show circuit saying that he would have voted and how bad he thinks of it. But yes, obviously it was all by design, right? Mm-hmm. He's the Silicon Valley crony. He's one of the tech bros. So yes. The thing is, this just sounds, I don't know. It's frustrating, because I remember being here on the podcast being like, everybody, no. And everybody in the comments like, 2025 doesn't exist. He doesn't know anything about it. What are you talking about? You guys are feeding us a crock of baloney. So it's just frustrating to know, like, no, you guys, these people had training videos. They had training videos already ready. They had the 4,000 people where he can immediately turn over. They had them already hired. Everything was already ready. So he's just going through with his plan. So I think he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. And he never said he was about to lower groceries and eggs and gas.
Bamboozled. And that's why Yehuda Zion said FBA Trump supporters should be ashamed. But we're going to talk about this game, y'all. We're going to go through the executive order, the top 8 executive orders that we think may affect Black people as soon as we come back from this commercial. Let's check it out.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com. It's a good.
I love, girl, y'all, we got new commercials. We got with graphics and did sound effects and that. Listen, it's an upgrade with the Fly Nubian Money, y'all. Come on, let's go. That's what I'm talking. And she look cute too. All right, let's jump right into it. Dennis Spraggin said this is going to be a magnificent show. I couldn't agree more, because now we're about to hop into it. All right, let's go to the 8 executive orders that affect Black people the most. All right, y'all ready? Okay, so wait. Let's go back. Put me on, coach. Put me in. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. we're gonna rank these executive orders from 1 to 5. Ladies, hold up your number ones. If you think that it doesn't really affect you, hold up your number one. All right, hold up your number one. Oh, come on, look, y'all fancy. Okay, me and Lene, we ain't fancy. Okay, all right, good. All right, okay. Now, if you think it's like about to, the sky is falling, put up your number 5. All right. All right, this is how we play this game. So if it's not really going to affect us. That's 1. If maybe a little bit, so the higher you get to 5, put your number up, and then you in the audience. So just put in the comments 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. The sky is falling, and we need to go move to Ghana collectively. All right, let's go. So let's go with the first executive order. Ooh, okay. This one is ending DEI programs. This is a direct attack on workplace diversity. So this is how it hurts Black people. Okay. Fewer job opportunities. Without DEI programs, companies and government agencies may revert to hiring practices that historically excluded us. Okay. Loss of business contracts. We know that only 6% of us actually get the federal contracts anyway. So now without DEI, we may lose these opportunities. And then workplace discrimination. So without these efforts, Black workers may face more challenges in career advancement. Okay. Now, so here's a real world example. A Black-owned construction company that previously won federal contracts under supplier diversity rules may now struggle to compete against larger firms with more resources. Okay. So on a scale of 1 to 5, y'all, how much does this affect you guys? And for you guys too, put it in the comments, All right. Y'all ready? Hold up your numbers. Oh my God, me and Dr. Lene are twins. So the sky is falling for Dr. Alicia, Marlo, and Moya. So I want to know why Dr. Lene said 3, like I said 3, because we twins.
Because first of all, when you see that number 15%, that ain't nothing. 15%. It was like it was a 30% increase, a 50% increase. It was 15%. A. B. I believe, and I've been doing some reading. So I've been looking at when did DEI start? How far back are we talking? This whole championship for DEI started during the George Floyd situation. So we're only 5, 6, 7, 8 years into this thing. That's 2. 3. I think the next president's going to bring it back. But let's just talk about right here, right now. You don't have to say DEI to actually be a good business and practice DEI. So although I think that they're going to roll back the verbiage and the federally maybe, right? Federally,
federal. He said you can't even disguise nothing as DEI. Don't even try to say EIE and
exactly federally. But I think in your major corporations, while they're rolling it back, I don't think they're going to roll back. I think that companies understand the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. You don't have to call it DEI to practice making sure that your staff looks diverse, right? So that's why I think it's a 3. Is it going to be an impact? I think so. I don't think the sky is going to be falling. I think these companies recognize and know this. They have people, diverse people in these organizations. I don't think all of a sudden they're just going to stop doing that. Some may, but not astronomically.
I love that. Okay. For y'all in the audience, because I know Sophia said 5, C. White said 5. I think Armando Wall said 1. Why? We want to know why. Okay, say 1 and then do an explanation of why you think it's only a 1, Armando, or 5, and why you think it's a 5, C. White. So we want to know why you think what you think. All right, Dr. Alicia, let's go. You said the sky is falling. Why is the sky falling, Dr. Alicia?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a goal. That's the thing with a goal. Do you ever reach a goal? You never accomplish a goal. Mm-hmm. And a goal is always something that you can never get, but you have objectives to help you reach that goal. So I think that in terms of objectives and trying to get the diversity, which is just having a variety of different people from different backgrounds, because evidence shows that the more diversity you have in your institution and organization, the better that institution flows. That's right. Data. Equity means making sure everyone's paid the same, everybody has the same amount of...
Which still ain't even happening, right?
Still not happening, but it is a goal. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's the objective. Inclusion is to make sure not only are people, is there diversity? Not only do we know that everyone has quote unquote a seat at the table, but inclusion means your voice matters.
Mhm.
It is a goal. Those are objectives. So yeah, 5.
Okay, that's good. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, Marlo, what about you, girl? What you think? Oh no, you said the sky was falling. Why is the sky falling?
Only because of the contract issue, right? What we know is that Elon Musk and his musketeers are working on some type of algorithm that will determine who is merited to receive these contracts, right?
Mm-hmm.
So depending on how the merit-based criteria is written is how the meritorious contracts will be awarded. So I think while DEI doesn't affect us to a great extent the way that it does other communities, people with disabilities and white women especially, and other minorities, it is going to impact us in terms of government contracts, right? Because a lot of minority-owned business are proudly minority-owned businesses.
Yeah.
So if you have a minority-owned banner, if you are proudly Black-owned, you will probably be deprioritized in the musketeer algorithm. So that's why I said, although I don't believe DEI affects us greatly, I think that when it comes down to the get down and who is and is not getting these federal contracts specifically, we're not going to talk about private industry, but the federal contracts, I think we're going to see Black-owned companies losing out on the little bit that they are getting.
Yeah. And the bad thing about that, Marlo, is that there's not going to be any data to be able to, check to see, to measure if Black people are getting their fair share of contracts. And that's the horrible thing. Cause they're probably going to lose them. And then nobody's going to know. Moya, this is why I love you. I'm so glad you guys are on the panel because you guys is so smart. You is so kind, and y'all is so important. Y'all is just brilliant Black women. All right, Moya, what do you think? Why? What? So you said the sky was falling. Why?
So I definitely believe, because one thing, no federal and private do not compare in terms of how much they pay out. When you get a federal contract, you are good. And once they remove that, because the thing that they're looking at is, it's just basically saying, hey, look over here. I remember working at the FDA, and I got to sit in on some meetings where it's called government Section 8A. Like, you can come in and pitch your coming in and pitching. And so I got to see them put together presentations, and we judged off of what we thought who had the best information. So it's just saying, hey, take a look at us. So now they don't even have to take a look at anybody else. So it's basically just saying, I can have my uncle, my cousin, and I can just have them, because we're all sitting around a board, literally, and we're just deciding we're going to go with them. So now you can just include who you want to, and it's so much easier. You don't have to deal with the numbers, like you said, because you don't have to report it.
There's no reporting. That's the thing I think that's for me is going to hurt, is the fact that there's no reporting requirements for that. I just think it's a 3 because it doesn't affect us as a whole because we didn't benefit, but it is going to affect those 6% of people who did actually get the government contracts.
So I know we're looking at the number, but we also have to think of who they also employ. And we also think of their families. And you think of, like, if you bought a house, especially you, Constance, because you live in that community. Yeah. So now we're talking about, more homes going to be going for sale? Yeah. Is that going to reduce the pricing even of your home? So I think it's going to affect more than this percentage. It's a wider swath.
Yeah. Because even when you look at the federal employees that are getting laid off, that's also affecting what's happening locally, like the businesses, and so that what it's like who thought of this? Did he think of this by himself? Because I can't see any economists or any advisor saying that this is really a good idea.
The conglomerate thought of this together. This is y'all. This is the great again. The return to when it was great, when we were invisible.
Yeah, but it's hurting them too.
They don't. You don't have that mindset, girl. What's the next question?
They're going to cut off their noses, break their face. They don't care.
Okay, let's go to the next one. I'm going to get beat up. Okay. Yeah. Okay, number 2. Merit-based hiring. So that's EO 14173, a smokescreen for cutting affirmative action. How it hurts Black people. This may remove policies that help Black professionals and students overcome systemic barriers in hiring and education. They get limited access to education. Black students may find it harder to gain admission to competitive universities. A Black student from here's a real world example. A Black student from low-income neighborhood who qualified for an affirmative action scholarship may now lose the opportunity, further widening the racial economic education gap. All right, y'all. Okay, so in the comments, all right, in the comments, all right, y'all ready? So what y'all think? The affirmative action. Y'all ready? Okay, so we got 1, 3. So we got 2 4s, 1 3 1 5. I'm gonna just tell you why mine. Go to HBCU, F them PWIs. So that's all I got to say. F them. Let's take our boys out of these sports programs and put them in all HBCUs, and let's see what they little funky ass institutions do then. All right, Moya, why you say 4?
So the funny thing is, I would have said a 5 if I didn't believe exactly what you said in terms of promoting HBCUs. Like, that's where it's at. The only thing that I battle with is that we have to have a seat at the table. Like Justice Ketanji Brown, but she wouldn't be Supreme Court justice if she didn't go to Harvard, because we have to be overqualified and we need her on the bench. So what do we do?
80% of Black judges came from HBCUs. 80% of Black judges. 55% of Black lawyers.
Marshall. So I'm with it, but I'm just saying we need a seat.
Clarence Thomas got his seat, and he was a EEOC manager. Okay.
All right, let's go to commercial. We're gonna finish this conversation because this is some shit. Commercial. Everybody say cheese. We having some technical difficulties. Go to commercial. I gotta go pee real quick. Go.
It's Gremlin Day in here.
I really do. Please go to commercial.
The Gremlins have taken over the show.
All right. So listen. Okay. So since we're not going to commercial, because I don't.
Hey, it's Dr. Javette, Brand Your Brilliance coach and monetization strategist. I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to help you turn your natural gifts into big business. I help my clients build 6- and 7-figure businesses by branding their brilliance. You know, that thing that comes easy to you, the thing that you can do with your eyes closed, that thing, that's your brilliance. And now it's your turn. Join me on February 22nd at 10 o'clock a.m. and I'll walk you through strategies that can change your life and business forever. Don't miss this opportunity to brand your brilliance. I'll see you in class.
Let me tell you one thing. Dr. Lene Javette is going to give shoulder, baby, and she's going to give you the game. You hear me? She's going to give you shoulder and the game. You hear me? You know, see, let me tell you something. I can't stand this heifer because she always be coming up in here looking good and stuff. And you know, that's what she make me want to step up my game, but I still not going to. But you make me, you inspire me to step up my game, even though I ain't gonna do it. So listen, this is the Brand Your Brilliance coach, and I just really quick, I just want to tell you about her. She is so dope and amazing. She does her what is it called? Power. What is your power thing called? I'm sorry.
Black Power.
Black Power. She does her Black Power conferences. I've been fortunate enough to speak at her conferences, and they're amazing. This lady is absolutely amazing, and she's brilliant, and that's why she's going to teach you how to become brilliant. So make sure you go to flynubianmoneyclub.com so that you can sign up because this one, she might give you a little shoulder on that day too, y'all. Come on. So, and I know the men's want to see the shoulder. So go on and get on there. Dr. Lene got lotions and creams y'all ain't never heard of, and she smell good. She look like she smell good too. Don't she look like she smell good? She look like she
I do smell good today too.
You used to look like you smell like all kind of white diamonds and shit. But anyway, y'all, who's next? Okay, we did Moya. Okay, let's talk to you, Marlo. What do you think? The affirmative action, you said 3, I remember if I recall.
Mm-hmm.
You said 3? Okay. Why?
I'm with you on the HBCU, so I don't feel like it's a critical mass error in terms of affirmative action and universities. I do, but it's 3 because of the hiring practices at other universities, because I do believe that, you know, for all intents and purposes, we're not going to be able to keep all the Black kids going to the HBCU. Somebody going to want to go to the PWI. And for the babies that just got to go to Florida State, they just got to go to Harvard, they got to go to Nebraska, they got to go wherever they got to go. I feel like there should be someone on that campus that it look like them and offer them support. And I think that, you know, they're not going to get it. They're not
I feel you. Yeah, I get it. Okay. All right. That's why you did a 3. Okay. And then I know that Dr. Lene, you did a 4.
I think I did do a 4. And it's just because like when I'm reading it, merit-based hiring, right? So I feel like, so when I'm listening to you guys talk about it though, and you're talking more about education. So the merit could potentially be the school that they went to. But I feel like merit-based hiring, who holds the merit wand? Who gets to decide what the merit is? And that's why I think it becomes more of a sky is falling, because if we're going to make it about education, if I went to Harvard and they went to HBCU, the merit is placed at Harvard, not the HBCU.
Mm-hmm.
If I have a background in technology and I want somebody who comes in to have background in technology and this person doesn't have technology, then they're not going to be hired. Mm-hmm. So we're turning merit over to whoever is hiring. And that's where I think it's going to be a bigger issue, because if one of us aren't sitting at the table, we have a major problem.
Mm-hmm. But that's where that's where the rollback of DEI comes too, because if they're rolling back DEI, then that's already that's where the idea of meritocracy comes in, right? So F them and they employers and F them and they PWIs. That's what I say. But I want to hear what Dr. Alicia got to say, because she said the sky was falling. She said this is everything, even though she went to Tuskegee. Didn't you go to Tuskegee or no? Oh, you went to a PWI? Ooh.
I did. I went to PWI. But you have to understand, I was born and raised in the blackest cities in America. Born in Tuskegee, raised in Gary, Indiana. They don't get blacker than that. So right. I needed to have that exposure to other cultures. Mm-hmm. I needed the exposure to other types of Black people. Okay. In a way, I did need exposure to whiteness. For the first time, I was able to see it. I learned that not all white people were the same, because I sure did think white people was all the same. Only time I saw white people was when I went to the movies, and I was in control of it. And so I had thoughts about, I was segregated. I was divided. Diversity is not just for Black people. Diversity is also for everybody. Mm-hmm. Being around a bunch of diverse individuals lets us celebrate and appreciate diversity. Now, I am speaking from the perspective of a social worker and a mental health therapist. All right. So I'm speaking from that perspective. And so we understand and we study and explore and we challenge to make sure that we are jumping up and down when diverse. So I'm just leave it at 5, because it's probably going to be my answer for everything, because this is a big deal. We weren't doing enough. We were making some progress and it wasn't enough. And we were continuing, charging ahead with speaking truth to power and making sure that every place is inclusive of everybody. And we built this country, so we have a right to be in there too.
Yeah.
It's everything. So there we go.
Thank you. And I still say, F them. Go to a HBCU. That's where I'm going to stay. Somebody says something in the comments that I can't remember. But first of all, I want to give a shout out to Dr. Lene, who just got into a PWI in a program. What program did you get into, Dr. Lene?
It's a program at Cornell. So I have a girlfriend who did a entrepreneurship program at Harvard, and I was so not jealous, envious.
Okay.
And so when I saw this program at Cornell come up, I was like, well, let me just apply and let me just see, right? And I got in. So it was a 12-week accelerator on entrepreneurship for women. And I started in March, so I'm pretty geeked.
Let's go. Give it up for Black excellence. That's right. Yay. Congratulations, lady. Somebody said that, people will go wherever the scholarships go. And that's my son said, well, what if I get a scholarship at UCLA? Then you'll get a scholarship at Howard too. You're going to Howard. Your Black ass going to Howard. So anyway, let's go to number 3. EO 14174, revocation of COVID-19 workers' protections, making Black people workers more vulnerable. So y'all, we're going to have to go a little bit faster, because we got 5 more to get through, and we've got 20 minutes left. Okay. So how this hurts Black Americans. Black communities were disproportionately affected by COVID-19. Removing protections puts frontline Black workers at greater risk. Job losses. Without workplace safety rules, Black workers in government jobs could face terminations or unsafe work conditions. A real world example is a Black healthcare worker who relied on a paid COVID sick leave could now be forced to work while sick or risk losing their job. All right. How it affects Black folks. All right, y'all. In the comments, 1 is meh. 5 is the sky is falling. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna agree with you, Dr. Lene, and you, Moya. For me, I'm just thinking like ain't nobody really doing the COVID shit anyway. So
yeah, and it affects everybody.
Yeah. Okay. So say why, Dr. Lene?
I said it affects everybody. Like it's not targeted at Black people. I don't think that this is a Black target. This is just saying you got to come back to work, and if you get sick, then you deal with it. Like it's like the flu at this point. COVID is the flu, so it's not that big a deal.
Okay, Marlo, you said 3.
3 only because it really is going to affect people that deal with that long COVID stuff more than anything, right? It's going to affect the people who have long-term ramifications. We have somebody that works here with me who is constantly in and out of the hospital because they have long COVID. So for somebody like that, like Dr. Lene said, this is a everybody kind of thing. But what's the saying when, America gets a cold, Black people get the flu?
That's why it's a 3 for you.
So that's why it's a bigger deal, because it will disproportionately affect, like with all the other protections gone, right? And you have this health issue that is of no control that you have, you're going to be SOL.
Shit out of luck, y'all. I love the way you just did that abbreviation. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Shit out of luck, y'all. No, I'm kidding. All right. We got to get through this. 45, 60 seconds, Moya. What do you think?
I agree with everybody else. I think it's like it affects. Yeah, it in terms of what Dr. Lene was saying, in the sense of it just affects everybody, and Marlo also hinted to this. It just affects everybody. So
it doesn't specifically affect Black people. Where the
and it's just saying go back to work. You have to go back to the office.
Take your ass back to work.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Alicia, the way you over there with the faces, girl, she said, I'm just going to leave it to 5 because all of this is a 5 for me. Why is this a 5 for you, darling?
Disproportionately affecting Black people. And I think that it's a cumulative. I mean, think about it. It's like, okay, you're struggling to try to get a job and you have to break through a lot of barriers. We know that the month that Kamala Harris lost her election, there were like the lowest rates of Black female employment hires that month. I saw that somewhere and I checked it and it was true. So I think there's a spillover cumulative effects that all of this is going to have, not only on our physical health, but on our mental health, on economics. All of that is going to be balled together. I'm not certain I know the answer to this, but I think other people have kind of talked about how it can disproportionately affect as Black people. The rest of the world gets a cold, we get pneumonia. That is why it's going to be a 5. I'm just going to, spoiler alert, it's 5 for me all the way through. I'm not even erasing it.
Okay. Good stuff. So, all right, let's go to the next one. I ain't gonna expound on it. Let's get it. So number 4, 14156, national energy emergency. But going back to the COVID, let me ask you guys this, because maybe I'm not educated on it. Were they getting federal funds? Were they getting like what do you call it, family leave, like FMLA for COVID, or is this only for government employees, or is this for all the COVID protections? Was that
the COVID protections? When I read it, Biden signed it for everybody. It was a Biden executive order that he is overturning. And it really is a veiled go back to work order, right? That's really what it is.
Government employees or private?
For remote, well, it kills the protections for everybody because it wasn't a federal, or it was a everybody blanket mandate. It wasn't specifically federal. So it's just one of those things where, it's a go back to work order, but people will be disproportionately affected.
Got it. Okay. So national emergency, more pollution in the air, how it's going to affect Black people. Many Black neighborhoods are near industrial zones. Did you guys know that? A lot of, after the Civil War, we had lots of communities across the country, and they did things like urban renewal, where they displaced us and they put us in areas that were closer to toxic sites where the cancer rates are higher. They took us out of these neighborhoods and they put us in these projects, and the projects are in these areas where where we are more affected with a lot of the environmental issues. So if deregulation happens, it'll lead to price increases. Black households, not just environmental, right? So now we have health risks, but we also have increased prices. Y'all, okay, so I'm from California. Y'all, our PG&E bill used to be like $50. Now it's like $900 to have, for your energy bill to be more than your car payment is crazy. But they're gonna struggle. So they're already struggling to afford. I'm already giving y'all my opinion, but they're already struggling to afford, electric and gas. And now there's no regulation on that is just crazy. So a real world example is a Black family in Louisiana already living near a refinery could face worsening air quality, leading to asthma and other health issues. And then, like I said, when you got a goddamn electric bill that's more than your car note, or it's crazy. So I'm not for deregulation, and that's for everybody. I think it's just bad for everybody. So I'm gonna give it a 5. What about y'all? What y'all think in the comments? I'm gonna give it a 5. All right, let's go. I definitely want to hear from Moya. Why is it a 4 for you?
Because I feel like while it's an extremely important issue in terms of Black people are going to be living uncomfortably on two sides, your health and your wealth will be affected. Mm-hmm. I do believe there's issues that are way more important. Like if we had to prioritize our issues in terms of what do we need to do right now we need access to jobs. So that's my biggest thing. So if I had to prioritize it, that's why this is a 4.
Okay. So you're just saying that it's important. It's just not the most important on the list for you out of 8.
Yes.
Okay, that's not how we was doing this, but yeah, that's fine. Just kidding. I'm just messing. All right, we're gonna go with Marlo. My mama is blowing my ass up right now, y'all. That's why I keep looking down at my phone. But anyway, Marlo, go ahead. What you said?
Yeah.
5.
Y'all know I'm from Louisiana. Somebody just mentioned in the comments. Cancer Alley is a South Louisiana corridor that goes from New Orleans to Baton Rouge. There are so many. It is a Black majority congressional district, and those people are suffering. So while I agree with what Moya said about it isn't the most important, if I can't get up to go support my family, if I can't breathe, if my kids are living in a toxic environment, it's hard for them to learn. That is a big issue. For people, and it happens all over the country. But look up Cancer Alley. It's been going on for a really, really long time, and those people have been fighting for environmental justice. And now we in this deregulation, and they are not going to get much relief at all.
That just pisses me off to the highest festivity because of how they placed us in these places and spaces, which really pisses me off. So for you guys who are just tuning in, Melissa said, "What y'all playing?" So we're going through all the executive orders. And what we did is we said, we want to just make this, we want to break it down. What are the top, out of the 53 executive orders, what are the top 8 that really affect us as Black people, kind of disproportionately affect us as Black people, and how important from a scale of 1 to 5. And that's why you see the numbers in the comment, in the chat. And that's why you see us holding up our numbers. Like 1 is, kind of, but 5, this is like the sky is falling type situation. And so we're going over the top 8. And these are all that what we're saying are the top 8 things that affect us directly as Black folks. So that's what we doing. And, we got brilliant minds here that actually come from different perspectives and different parts of the world. So it's good to get all of these different perspectives. It's really great. So Dr. Alicia, she said, I'm keeping mine on 5. So why?
Look up the DuPont dumping sites in Chicago, where those paint companies were dumping all of those toxic chemicals into the soil. I went to a presentation with a nurse that talked about that. Remember transparencies? She used the transparency to, talk about it. So she had a map of Chicago, and then she had on the map of Chicago, she overlaid the DuPont dumping sites where they were in Chicago. Then she overlaid race and ethnicity, and boom, would you believe African-American and Latino populations
surprise.
Where they lived. And then over that, she had cancer rates. Boom. She had birth defects. Boom. She had all of these things on top, and it was a perfect sync. It is a 5.
It is completely despicable.
But so this is my thing though. If we had access to more money and more income, wouldn't we be able to just move? Like, isn't that the biggest thing here? Is that we need access to more
we're not saying
money and upward
ranks,
mobility.
We're not saying what ranks highest on the list. We're just saying, on a scale of 1 to 5, is this a 5 or is this a 1? We're not saying this is number 1 and this is number 2. We're just saying on a scale of 1 to 5, how important is this to you personally?
So in terms of deregulation, just think about fracking, right? There are people who have private land, and fracking is causing issues there where the government is going in eminent domain, digging in people's lands. And there are places in West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, where people can set their water on fire. So when you talk about deregulation, right, we are talking about things that will immediately impact our health, immediately impact our well-being, immediately affect our ability to go out and earn a living and earn money. So I think that this deregulation, everybody, no matter what pocket of the country you live in, you should be a little bit concerned. Whatever they produce in your area of the country could end up in your soil and end up in your water.
Ooh, come on.
I'm from Gary, Indiana. We had the steel mills and it was toxic to our air. Listen, maybe we need a part 2 because there's so much to talk about. There's so much information and knowledge out there that needs to be had. I don't want to rush through these. I would rather have us dig in deeper into these topics, but I don't know. I'm passionate about it. And so maybe I need to just button it up.
This is good. This is great dialogue. So we go. If our producer has to drop off because I know she got to go, she may have to leave. So we may have to, and then there might be a hard stop for some people. So we may not be able to go past 1, but we got to run through these. All right. So Dr. Lene, you said 5, baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it really simple. Flint, Michigan. Any Flint, Michigan, DuPont, whatever you want. Who name anything, and that's what we have with regulation. So. This is what we got with regulation. Imagine what it will be without it.
Oh my God. Oh, you could just drop the mic right there. You said, look, it's fucked up with regulation.
I don't like what Anonymous is talking about. I don't care about Latinas.
I saw that. Listen, let me tell you something. You know what?
This is a stupid mentality of people. I'm sorry. I'm out of turn for
you got to stop.
I'm gonna get in trouble.
Right. No, but that's their thinking. We don't think like that. Like what you think of the least of these is also what you do unto yourself. So you got to stop. Don't do that, Anonymous. But you the dust of the day. So anyway, we're going to go to commercial. We're going to come right back. Por favor.
I know. You're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
Yo, she got the sound effects. I love that. Gotta steal that. Okay, so let's go to the next executive order. We're gonna just try to get through as many of these that we can. But here's what I know: we have a lot of passionate women on here, and we got a lot of great information. And when you have these brilliant, smart women, and you talking about such critical things to our communities, it is hard to contain in a 1-hour show. I get it. All right, so this is one that I think is important. EO 14157, expanding law enforcement against cartels. more over policing. So how does this affect Black people? Well, there's going to be more racial profiling, right? So they're bringing back stop and frisk. They're going to be disproportionately targeting Black neighborhoods, leading to more police interactions and arrests. Now, we know for a fact that Black people don't commit most of the crimes, but Black people are arrested most of the time. Ooh, bars. And then mass incarceration. So tougher sentencing laws could worsen. And this is all by design, y'all. They are trying to get more free slavery from you Black people. They're trying to, so real world example, a Black man in a high crime neighborhood may face more random searches or wrongfully accused of trafficking under expanded enforcement. And then they're getting immunity for these atrocities. Y'all, listen, back after the emancipation and after the Civil War, when slavery went away, they said, okay, well, you know what? The only way we're going to still be able to get this free labor is through indentured servitude or prisons, right? So then they start coming up with these Black codes. Y'all know what Black codes are, right? That's when they started criminalizing Black people for doing things like loitering. I'm sitting out in front of a store and I don't want you out there, or making up things. Oh, there's this pandemic or this epidemic of Black men raping white women and all of those things. So then now we're in prison, they're in prison for the rest of their lives. So we've been criminalized since after their free labor left, so that they can continue to get this free labor or to build wealth off of the backs of Black people. And so I think for me, what y'all think in the comments? Is it a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? What y'all say? Okay, we're unanimous. What y'all say in the comments? I'm interested in seeing. I don't see no. Okay, 5, 5, 5, 5. Anybody think it's less than a 5? All right, Dr. Lene, why is it a 5, hon?
I think it goes without saying. Like it's in the text. Over policing, like enough said. Again, this is what we have with it. Now you're gonna remove it. It's gonna be escalated. That's it.
Okay. Anybody else? I know we got to. She said just one person answer, but anybody got anything pressing that they want to say about this? All right. Okay, we're gonna go to the next one. All right. So, let's go to the next one, which is border security crackdown, impact on Black immigrants. How it hurts Black people. Stricter immigration enforcement could affect Black immigrants from African Caribbean. Harder path to citizenship. A real world example, a Haitian who are the ones that are eating the cats and the dogs. They may be an asylum seeker working in the U.S. for years. They may now face deportation, separating them from their family and their job. So is this affecting Black people? What y'all say in the comments? What are y'all saying in the comments? Is this affecting Black people? 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? What y'all say, ladies? What you guys say in the comments? Oh, okay. I got to go through all y'all. I got to see why this is the number 1 for me, because I don't really think it's affecting Black people, but because we ain't illegal immigrants. I know it's affecting Africans and people in the diaspora, but does it affect us? No. Dr. Lene, you said it was a 5.
I gave it a 3.
Oh, you gave it a 3. Okay. Why you gave it a 3?
Because I don't think it's going to be any more or less. So I'm kind of impartial, right? I don't think it's going to be more or less. I'm focused on immigrant, right? If you're an immigrant and you do the stuff like you're supposed to do properly and right, it should be like right. If you do it illegally, then it's illegal. It's either going to be legal or illegal.
Then why is it a 3? It should be a 1. You should be with me.
I went in the middle of the road. You are still Black. So I'm going to give you a little bit of credence because you are still Black. So that adds a little bit of something to
okay. A 2 then. Change it to 2. Change it to 2. And then for y'all in the comments, I see you guys got numbers, but you're not saying why. So remember, put your number in the comments and say why. Let's go with Dr. Alicia, because okay, she stayed 5. Okay, you 5. What? Why 5, Dr. Alicia? You're muted, babe.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, it's still a profile. It's still another way of profiling Black people. It's an anti-Blackness legislation in my mind. So, and it's harmful for Black immigrants in particular, of course. And so I think, here's the thing, when we set up these ICE centers, we really thinking, oh, we don't need to worry about that because that's all for Latinos and we don't need to worry about that. But you have to understand that they set those centers up, and as soon as the so-called Latinos, because there's a lot of illegal immigrants from European countries, by the way. I do live in Chicago. I do know a lot of Eastern Europeans who did a lot of stuff, housework and stuff like that around the house that did not have their papers, by the way. So rhetoric, don't get me started. But you think they're gonna set those things up and just have Latino? As soon as the Latinos are gone, you don't think your Black butt is next?
That's right. So when Anonymous says something like stuff like that, it's like, yo, the same grave you digging for somebody else, or somebody is digging that grave for your ass.
Digging that grave for you. So I think that injustice in one place is going to be injustice everywhere. And I think that if we turn our backs against all of these things that are happening, we're going to end up being put into there. And then we're going to not have anybody that's going to even speak up for us. So I think we need to speak up for each other. I don't care who you are. If you could be white. I'm not advocating for us to go and discriminate against anybody, because we know what it's like when it's done to us and we don't like it. Right. So why would we turn around and do it to other people?
That's right. All right, real quick. Does anybody got a heart out?
Oh, no.
You do, Moya? You got a heart out? Okay. I want you to answer that question.
So the thing is, I feel like it affects us just because I live in California.
What's your number?
5.
Oh, you did a 5. Okay.
Yeah. So it affects us because we live in California. So we're having talks with our kids about if ICE stops you, how do you even answer the questions that they're presenting to you? We're asking questions like today they did a walkout at the high school and then at the middle school. So we have to have questions about what does it mean to be in solidarity, but still be in class? Like, this is really going to be affecting us in more ways than we even think about.
Not cool. Yeah. Did you want to go ahead and bounce out and say bye to everybody? Because I know you got to go.
Yes. So, I feel like all of these are very, very important. I'm so glad Tiara did this very fun game. And if you guys ever had any questions in terms of taxes, scholarships, you can always reach me at moya.business on Instagram or the website moya.tax.
Yay. Bye, Moya. See you later, alligator. Okay, y'all. Okay, so Marlo, what'd you give it, a 3?
I gave it a 3 because Marco Rubio went to Ecuador. I think El Salvador, I'm sorry. The El Salvadorian president was saying how great his jails are. Donald Trump loves the jails. You can send your immigrants. Then he says, you can send your citizens who've committed crimes. And Marco Rubio never pushed back against that. So I think while it may seem far-fetched to many minds, we do have to remember that it wasn't a long time ago that our grandparents, great-grandparents had to have some kind of proof of who they were and why they were meandering about the town. So I think that just in terms of who this country is, who this country has been to us, it is just a little bit alarming that the sitting Secretary of State didn't push back and say, hey, we got our own jails for our citizens, right? We don't have to send our citizens to El Salvador. We could just send the illegals. And so because he went along with that play, I'm just like, they're not playing by any set of rules. So that's why it's not super alarming, but yeah, I'm watching them.
That's why Dr. Alicia said 5 on everything, because they're not playing by any sets of rules. 5 on everything, because we don't know what they about to do. Yeah, that's interesting. And you know what's crazy is that in Puerto Rico, because they're a American, I don't want to say colony, but they're part of America. But do you know that they are deporting the Dominicans from Puerto Rico? The ICE is out in Puerto Rico deporting the Dominicans, and they all really look the same, right? And you feel kind of sorry for them because they're like, Poppy, he didn't do nothing wrong. But then you think about what happened on the island of Dominica with the Haitians and the Dominicans and how they discriminated against the darker skin, so it's like, you feel kind of bad, but are the chickens coming home to roost? You had something to say? Oh, Dr. Alicia, did you have anything to say on that or no? Okay, we're going to go to the next one. I just thought you were saying, didn't want to say something. Okay. All right. Okay. So the next one is cutting foreign aid. Struggling Black nations get left behind. How it hurts. Many Black immigrants send money home to relatives in countries that rely on U.S. aid. Cutting that aid would worsen the poverty abroad. So countries like Haiti and Nigeria depend on U.S. assistance after hurricanes, earthquakes, or droughts. So a real world example, a Black American who regularly sends money to their family in Jamaica could now struggle to support them as financial aid to the country decreases. I don't know how that would, why would she struggle to send them money? Why, does it mess up their infrastructure or something? I don't know why that would affect the lady over here that's sending money over there. I understand why it affects them, but for y'all, okay. So for everybody in the chat, what do you guys think? Cutting foreign aid, struggling Black nations get left behind. What do you think about that? 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Okay, hold on. Struggling foreign aid. Okay, I know. This is my first 2. Okay, wait. What you got? What you got, Dr.? You got 1, 2. Y'all don't think this is okay? Oh, I gotta know why. You're 2, 2, 1, and 5. Okay, I already know. The sky's falling with you, Dr. Alicia. I'm gonna go last with you, but I want to see Marlo. No. Dr. Lene, why a 2?
Because we got real problems here in America. Can we worry about the Black people that live here? Right here in our own country. We always worried about what's happening somewhere else. We got to save everybody else, but we ain't even trying to save the people that live here. So if we're not talking about what's happening here in America with the Black folks here,
you ain't trying to hear. And she gave a 2 on that. She ain't even get 1. She gave 2. Okay, let's Marlo. You said 1. You said, you know what? Get somebody else to do it.
Get somebody else to do it, because foreign aid is a colonizer fix, right? They have gone through and they have disrupted these countries. They have destabilized these countries' economies. They have plundered and stolen their resources. This is them trying to do a solid to people that they already effed over. So while I understand the importance of it, I am definitely with Dr. Lene. Help the Black people here. The Black children here need reading programs. The Black children here need food programs. Help them. I'm not saying everybody don't need the aid. I'm just saying if we got funds to send over there, we got funds to keep over here, and then we can let nonprofit organizations do what it is that they're
supposed to be doing. I love that. You know, I say take your white hands off these other countries that are ruining and disrupting these countries, and then they can prosper. If y'all take y'all white asses out, y'all colonizing asses out of these countries, they wouldn't be destabilized. And so they can take care of themselves. You allow Africa to have their own natural resources. The reason why Haiti is in shambles is because of Europe, the Western world.
The trade embargo is the trade embargo.
Yes. Take that off. We don't need your aid. Take the trade embargo off and then allow these people to prosper. That's what I say. But for Dr. Alicia, she said, no, the sky is falling. Why?
I'm not playing this game correctly. I got 5 on it. I got 5
on it. 5 on everything, man.
I ain't playing correctly because, listen, I have been following what's been going on in Sudan. There have been recently, this is just recently, there have been millions of people who have been murdered.
Yeah.
In Sudan, by the way. But recently there was 800,000 Sudanese murdered, million displaced. I just
what, and the federal government is helping in what way though? They still
dying. To provide and try to provide some aid to those people. There's some really good-hearted people that provide aid. To me, my allegiance is not necessarily, I mean, I could be a nationalist, but my allegiance is to all Black people. And if any Black person in this world that has to suffer because I have ties to them, I feel like I am, it has an impact on me. Anything that happens I live in a community that I don't live in, and it's something bad that's happening to another Black person or a group of Black people or all of that, it has an effect on me.
Yeah.
And so because I'm closely tied to it by blood, and DNA. And so I don't want to see that. And so It is. I'm
appreciate
not answering. I'm not playing along correctly, and I do understand that. But these are things that
You lead with your compassion.
become a social worker. That's why I wanted to become a social worker. I'm more fired up than ever. Thank you, Trump, for at least doing that, because I just have like this ability. You know, I'm a Fulbright scholar. I've gone to other countries. I understand the importance of just sharing and just attached at the hip with all other dark-skinned individuals. And I don't care where you happen, where the slave ship happened to drop you off,
Right.
the Caribbean, South America, all of
Our
that.
cousins.
I'm attached at the hip with them. And so I just feel like it is injustice, not just for this country. So it's an injustice against all African
our
people of
cousins.
African descent. And that's where I am. So,
Well, if they take their white colonizing hands off of them, maybe they could prosper. What was you gonna say, Marlo?
That's all. That's it. They just meddling. Get out of there.
Yeah, get out of there. And then maybe they could do something. But you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's like, what's that lady who was poisoning her baby? She was poisoning her daughter, and then she was like, you know, you go poison her, but then she's sick, because you're poisoning her, lady. Like, stop poisoning these people and then try to put a Band-Aid on to fix them.
And
Just
choose
get out.
deranged.
And don't forget,
People
we
are
always choose
deranged.
their leadership, and we always choose wrong.
And the coup, you know, the CIA and their coups and all the stuff that they do to set up these people in these places so that they can make sure that their hands are, just leave them alone. Focus on the United States, and you can still focus on your own national security and focus on the people here. That would be awesome. All right, let's go to the next one. This is the last and final one, y'all. This might be the grand finale. Y'all ready? Let me see what it is. Oh, it might not be. All right, let's go. The U.S. withdrawal from the United Nations. Oh, God. That's kind of big. Less global protection for Black people. I think it's less. Okay. The U.S. is stepping back from international human rights groups means fewer efforts to combat anti-Black discrimination worldwide. I don't think there was no anti-Black discrimination protection from the United States, but that's just my opinion. Okay. Less global pressure on racial justice issues. When incidents of police brutality happen in the U.S., international organizations like the UN have pressured the government for accountability. Without that, the domestic racial justice efforts lose leverage. So, in real world example, when George Floyd was killed, the UN Human Rights Council condemned the U.S. for racial violence. Without U.S. involvement, similar cases may not receive international attention. Meh. I don't know that really affects that. Like for me, but anyway, I'm sorry. Let me not get ahead of myself. For y'all in the comments. So, what do you guys think? 1 or 5? The UN. The U.S. backing out of the UN. What are you guys thinking in the comments? I gotta think about this. Like, okay, so how does the UN? So I do believe. So okay, I'll start with me. I do believe. Okay, I'll say 4 for me. I do believe that it'll affect, but for everybody, but I don't think there's any anti-Black protection that we have, that the U.S. has for. So I don't think that reason is the reason for us to be concerned. I think as we travel globally, there are no protections for us, period, right? Because they're going to say, oh, you're American, and there may be retaliation against us just because we're American. It don't matter that, you know, so I don't think there's anti-Black protections out there globally. But what are you guys' thoughts? I said 4 for me. What y'all? Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Dr. Alicia? 5, 2, 4, and Alicia, go on and put the board up.
Somehow I just feel like it's gonna affect us. We're just not gonna have. We just don't know the unknown. I don't know. It's probably not a 5, but that's what I'm gonna put it.
Okay.
And I've made mine a 2 because I have a friend who spoke in 2 years at the UN before their Human Rights Council about the jailing processes in the United States. And there's been no change other than my man has gotten 2 trips to Switzerland and made some international connections. The state of Louisiana has actually gone backward in our prison reform. So that's why I gave it a 2, because in theory, the UN is a great thing, but they gonna sanction the U.S. and do what? They just gonna say y'all was bad, slap on the wrist. There is no nothing that the UN can do to the US because
Right.
the US created the UN. So it's just
We come to everybody else's aid. They come to us. Like with social media, we can broadcast what's happening
right.
here.
Right. We don't need the
So-
UN to say, hey.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Mhm.
But I didn't think about it from the perspective that you said, right? If you think about when we travel abroad, if they already know that there's no protection here, how they treat us in their country, if we get locked up, if something happens, right? They know that there's no real protection. They don't even like you in your own country. They're not going to try to get you back or try to help you or save you. So
Right.
there might be some of that. But overall, again, we're talking about impact 1 to 5. That's why I gave it a 2.
Yeah. So, and that will be for the people who kind of travel globally. I would say the only impact, but as far as like, oh, are we gonna, is this gonna help us in some way because the UN spoke up against the United States? Like, no, that ain't doing nothing. And then just like you said, social media, like everybody gonna find out via social media. The UN saying something and having a hard, worded letter about whatever happens over here, it ain't gonna do shit. So, but this was good, y'all. This was really fun. Tiara, shout out to Tiara, our producer, our dope ass producer. This
She's so creative.
Yeah,
I
this
just
was a
love
great
it.
game, and this was fun, and it was very informative because it's like, okay, this is how we can get through this, and then just kind of really understand and learn what really affects us, because that's the most important thing. Today on my podcast, I was talking about how the rollback of the CFPB hurts Black people, because for me, this was my wheelhouse, because predatory lending and all the things that have happened, over the course of years, we've been disproportionately affected by that. I would have said 555 across the board if we would have brought that one up, because I think that one for me is most important, because that's hurting our wealth aspirations. So that rollback, that executive order to remove the CFPB, you guys need to look into it. And if you don't know anything about it, I talked about it a little bit earlier. Just watch, what I was talking about earlier. But it's definitely going to hurt us financially. And at the end of the day, it is about black and white, because the powers that be, but it's also about the green. So we know money talks and bullshit walks in this country. I want to give you guys an opportunity. And I'll start with you, Dr. Alicia, to give your final thoughts on this entire conundrum of stuff. What do you think?
Okay, look. Y'all look up a lady. She's a psychologist. Her name is Lori Weiner. And she wrote an entire piece that I read. I thought it was so fascinating on the parallels between Hitler and Donald Trump. And she studied Hitler. It took Hitler 57 days to collapse the institution of democracy in Germany. And when she wrote that piece years ago, everyone talked about, well, this is America, this ain't Germany. We have checks and balances. There's going to be resistance. There's going to be people who's going to slow him down. But it looks like nobody is slowing him down. He's moving faster than most people think he has. And there's been discussions on how bad it's going to get and how quickly these things have been happening. And I just want to say something about foreign aid. Less than 1% of our federal budget is allocated to foreign aid programs, humanitarian assistance, economic development, security, support abroad, all of this stuff. So there's so much misconceptions, and we need to get away from rhetoric, and we really need to just, critical thinking skills is so important for you to learn and try to take information and try to deconstruct what's really happening, what's the source of the information. Maybe we need to do a show on just how to critically look at information and then draw your conclusions from that, because I feel like I'm speaking to people and then these are facts. I can't make these facts up. And then people walk away from the conversation still thinking, oh, well, immigrants are going to kill us. No, that is not, where are you getting this from? It's to me, it's just we need to have a campaign against ignorance. That's it. That's it.
Well, where can they find you, Dr. Alicia? How do they get in contact with you, Dr. Alicia? Why are you thinking about this, Dr. Alicia?
I'm thinking about how to get in contact with me, but what I really want to talk about is come to the Black Love Weekend. It's this weekend. Y'all should come to it. Take a break from politics.
Is my man gonna be there?
Huh?
any single man gonna be in the house.
But you know what? If you come, Constance, you're gonna be ready. When you see him, you're gonna be like, oh, I know what that is. I know what that looks like. You're gonna know what a healthy relationship looks like, and you're gonna know what the red flags are and why.
Okay.
And it ain't going to be from an armchair therapist. It's going to be a whole host of people. Joe Corley's going to be there.
Okay.
And Felice, y'all know Felice. Felice is going to be there and all that great stuff. So join me this weekend, and goodbye, everybody. I feel like we have to see the seriousness of this. We have to know that what was already in place wasn't enough, and now it really ain't going to be enough. So always pushing forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Alicia. Dr. Lene, what is your thoughts?
My thoughts are buy Black, stay Black, focus on Black. I think we call it B1. I think if ever there is a season or a time for B1, it is now. Everything we do, every thought we have, every place we buy, every group, every community that we're in, every friendship that we have, every place that we travel, all things, every conscious thought needs to be made with, how does this affect the community? How does this affect my kids? How does this affect my business? How does this affect my career path? We need to be thinking about wealth. We need to be thinking about legacy, generation, because we say it all the time, no one's coming to save us, right? We have to make it through these next 4 years. I don't know what's going to happen after these next 4 years, but I definitely know we have to make it through these next 4 years. I think that everybody needs to have some type of a way. Dr. Boyce used to call it FU money. You need some of that right now. With everything that's being stripped back and rolled back, we need to be more diligent in making sure that we have the tools, the resources, and the financials to be able to take care of ourselves. And so whatever that looks like for you and your family, whether that's savings, whether that's entrepreneurship, whether that's a business, whether that's building a bunker under a house, stocking up on food, I don't know what it is, but just be ready, be prepared. We don't know what's going to happen, but the writing is on the wall. So that's not to be doom and gloom. That's just to say, be diligent in preparing yourself and your family for anything that can happen. Mm-hmm. If you do need to know about being a business owner, starting a business, or how to brand your brilliance, you can find me at. And on February 22nd, I'll be at the Fly Money Club talking about how to brand your brilliance.
I can't wait, Dr. Lene. It's gonna be so good, y'all. This is a really great conversation. Marlo, give us your final thoughts. I love all of you guys' perspective. And so just from a woman, of your knowledge and your brilliance and coming from where you're coming from, I love your worldly perspective on how this all will affect us as Black people. What are your final thoughts?
So I want to piggyback on what both Dr. Alicia and Dr. Lene said, which one, research, right? When you see one of these, Donald Trump did XYZ and it triggers you, let it trigger you to Google. Let it trigger you to research. Let it trigger you to go and read and digest what this is without a media narrative, without your friend who's screaming the sky is falling, without, some meme joke that kind of waters down what's really going on. Get into how this policy is going to affect you. Don't be looking up saying, oh my God, where'd this come from? Because it's here now. The other part is preparation. Be prepared for what the known knowns and the known unknowns, right? Like the Boondocks character said. Be ready so that my dad used to say you stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Be prepared for what you know. Be prepared for what you don't know, and teach yourself something. Every day be trying to learn something. Every day try to figure it out. This Republic of the United States is our thing. If you want to go somewhere else, go live there. I'm not leaving. So we need to learn how it works. And we need to learn how to navigate it, because it's not really set up for us to win, and we know that. But it doesn't mean you have to lose, right? You just have to prepare to play the game. If you're looking for me, I am Marlo Layson. I create content under my name. You can search for things I've written. I write about policy and legal, environmental, entertainment news. And you can find me on Instagram over Marlo. That's my name right there on the screen. And as usual, this is my favorite midday thing to do.
Yo, guilty pleasure. I love it. So I'll say this, Black people, we have been in a slumber. We've been asleep for the last 50 years. We really have been asleep. And do you know, as I do these Black History Month videos that I do every day, and I'm doing my research just on us and our resilience, we prospered the most under the most atrocious circumstances. That's when we prospered the most. Right after the Civil War, we had 19 million acres of land. Now I think we have maybe 2 million as a collective of Black people, right? We have more houses than we have land. Or maybe it was 90 million. It was something crazy. While white people have hundreds of millions of acres of land, and so we don't have the same collective wealth, even though we have some really wealthy people. But what we do have is we have more educated people. We have people who are more educated than they've ever been in the history of the world, I think, or the history of this country, at least. So I think we have the great equalizer. We have the knowledge and information. We have people, we have thought leaders. We have broadcasts like this that are here to give you information. Okay. We have money. We have to, I'll say it all day, start doing business with people who look like you. So when we look at other communities, we learn from other communities. Other communities says, look, I'm only going to do business with people from my community. I'm Jewish. I will not do business with anybody outside of my Jewish community, if only if I can no longer find anybody in my community to do business with. That's one thing. We got to start doing business with each other. Number two is we got to become insulated by educating ourselves on financial literacy. Get your financial IQ together. Start, getting into collectives and investing and taking training and just immerse yourself in Google and get as much knowledge and information as you can. Because with everything that's coming down the pipe, it's designed specifically, Black people, to affect you. And I think they've underestimated us this time. That we have more brilliance, we have more guns. Y'all get your guns too. We have more protections than I think than we've had, and we have more opportunities to be protected or to be insulated from things like Black Wall Street or the riots or the massacres that have happened in our communities throughout the years. So I think we should take this 4 years as a time to really get on our shit, because we've been asleep for the last 50 years thinking that these motherfuckers cared about us, and they absolutely do not. So now it's time to get to work, Black people. This right here, y'all see what's going on. Y'all got the information. Y'all got the knowledge. Don't just be hearers of the word. Be doers of the word. All right. So where can you find me? Everywhere. I am Constance Carter. Make sure you follow me. You follow all of these ladies from in Fly Nubian. Oh, Miss Marlo had to go. It's just me and you. So thank you guys. As always, you can always watch us every day, Monday through Friday, same time on Fly Nubian Queen and on all platforms that you see us on. And then remember, make sure you text word Queens to 87948. All right. Finally, we're on Spotify. So go to Spotify and find us. Look for Fly Nubian Money. And if you can't watch us live, you can go back and listen to us. Okay. So we're going to see you tomorrow. You ain't going to see me. You ain't going to see Dr. Alicia, but you're going to see everybody else tomorrow, same time, same bat channel. We love you. Peace out.
You know that 1 in 4 cowboys was Black? In fact, the Wild West was much more diverse than Hollywood would have you believe, so let's talk about it. First things first, the original cowboys were called vaqueros in then Spanish Mexico. You see, the cowboy lifestyle came to be in Texas, which at the time was Mexican territory, and although the Mexican government opposed slavery, Americans still brought enslaved people with them to the West and from there set up cattle ranches. These enslaved folks ended up accounting for over 30% of the Texas settler population and were depended on for maintaining land and cattle herds. So, after the Civil War, freed Black cowhands were widely sought after because of their skills and actually vastly contributed to the development of the cattle industry. Ironically, even the term cowboy has a connection to formerly enslaved Black cowhands who were derogatorily named by their enslavers. So it makes it even more bizarre that we all know the stories of Billy the Kid or Jesse James, but not Nat Love or Bill Pickett. Vaqueros, Native Americans, and African Americans all contributed to the development of the American West, and the fact that that has been stripped from history is quite jarring, so perhaps it's time we put it back in the limelight.
my gosh. What's up there? Look at this beautiful panel here. Hey, everybody. What's up? This is hey. Joe, you better say hey. You bet. I can't stand here. What's up? Listen, y'all, this is the Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to master your mindset and maximize your money today. We talking about power, controversy, and the cost of staying on top. Now, first up, we're going to talk about Drake. Drake versus Kendrick Lamar and the NFL. The internet is on fire with rumors that Drake is preparing to sue the NFL for defamation after Kendrick Lamar called him a pedo on national TV in front of hundreds of millions of people. If y'all didn't know that they had beef before, if the world didn't know that they had beef before, they certainly knew after the Super Bowl. Did you guys know, by the way, that the halftime show was the highest rated halftime show in the history of the NFL? People came on just to watch the halftime show and then logged back off. Did you guys know that? Were you guys aware? Well, so is this bad for, he did this from hundreds of millions of people. If this lawsuit is real, it could change the future of rap battles forever. Is Drake standing up for his name, or is it just a bad move that could backfire? And what does this mean for Kendrick Lamar, the rap industry, and even the NFL's role in entertainment? Then we have this motherfucker, Kanye West, who is proving once again that controversy sells. He's now selling swastika t-shirts for $20. But an influencer, one of our own, one of baby sis, says that there's more to the story. Is Kanye's truly untouchable? Is he? Or is he playing a dangerous game? These aren't just rap beefs or publicity stunts. These are billion-dollar business moves. So the question is, how does Kanye and Drake turn controversy into Black power? Or maybe just power? And when does the backlash finally cost them? We're going to get into it, y'all. We're going to get into it. But before we start the conversation, I have the most wonderfulest, most amazingest, most dopest panel on the planet. Whoa, this chick right here, who's this? She is the dopest producer, actress, singer, dancer, triple threat, Miss Tierra, Miss Black Hollywood. Hey, girl, hey. And then over here, we got Miss Vanessa Gopal. You know what, y'all? I think she has a master's in public policy. She ain't got no AA. She ain't got no bachelor. This chick got a master's in public policy. And so she gonna break all the way, like all the legalities and stuff down. See, we had to have this. We had to have a very diverse panel so we can really get into it. And then over here, we got the B.Big coach. What? The B.Big coach. Hey, the B.Big coach. She gonna therapize all of us because she always got to bring us back down to reality. Because these ones over here, they just be talking shit. But she always has to bring us back to reality. And then we have the man on the panel, Dr. Joe Corley. He's actually gonna get us in check too, because he's gonna bring a male perspective, which is probably gonna be, maybe a little bit different than the rest of us. We'll see. Let's see what Joe has to say. I don't know. But let's get into it. Who actually, and for the people in the audience, who actually watched the Super Bowl, like the entire thing without just the halftime show? And then who only watched the halftime show? Because like I said, the halftime show was the highest rate, bigger than Michael Jackson, bigger than Usher, bigger than Dr. Dre. The Kendrick Lamar was the biggest halftime show of all times, highest rated. And it's so funny when you see white people, oh, this sucks. Oh, they're looking like this. And then black people, where I was at, it was like, so it was totally different experiences. But who watched the halftime show and who actually watched the whole entire Super Bowl? Dr. Joe, let's start with you.
I went back later because everybody was talking about the halftime show and I watched it, but I didn't watch the halftime show. I didn't watch the Super Bowl at all. It's very well known. I took a knee with Cap.
Facts. We the only two sitting on the knee, Joe. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ain't got back up yet, so
we ain't got back up.
Okay? Your knee still on business, huh, Tierra? Did you watch it live or what you do?
I did not. I'm still, like Joe said, I'm still. I know black people forgot because we just got. We forget. But I ain't forgot. I ain't forgot to take this knee. So I'm. Like Joe said, I'm still kneeling. And when I heard that the NFL was taking in racism off their end zone, it just made me even further be like,
Yeah.
I'm not watching that. And Donald Trump was going to be there. I didn't like it.
But
So I
you
was
missed
like, I'm
all
not
the
watching
things. You missed Donald Trump getting booed. So
Ooh,
like,
did
yeah,
but y'all gonna tell me today. Y'all gonna tell me what
Yes.
happened. So it's cool. I didn't
Yes.
have to watch it, but I did check out I did go back and watch the Super Bowl halftime show on YouTube.
Okay, so you didn't watch it live. Okay, what about you, Vanessa? Did you watch it? Did you watch the entire Super Bowl, or was you standing on knee business?
I was honestly just waiting for the halftime show, and I wanted Philly to win because I like their black quarterback with his
Me
beautiful
too. The all black, all black, all black.
you know,
Yeah.
right. So I like Philly in there, but yeah, I mean, Philly was stomping out KC, and it got kind of boring. So after the halftime show, I tuned out, but I was definitely there for the halftime show, and thoroughly enjoyed it. Kendrick did his thing, West Coast, West Coast. All right.
All right, B dot big dot coach. Did you watch it live or did you watch the replay?
I watched it live. I watched the whole thing because I wanted, being from New York, I wanted Philadelphia to win. I'm a huge supporter of Jalen Hurts. It was time for the Kansas City Chiefs to kind of sit it down. So I was so happy, just to be able to support and see it all the way through, because Kansas City has a way of always coming back. So you really couldn't get bored with it, because they have a history of being able to come at the end and change things up, but they didn't, and that was good. And so I watched all of it, and that
you a football fan?
I'm I'm not gonna say anything, but yeah, I like football, and that was the highest rated NFL show too. Like that was the highest rated Super Bowl period. Like 126 million people tuned in. So it was just highly rated overall, and it probably had a lot to do with Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah. Well, I watched it live. I went to a little shindig, but I just went for the men. So I'm gonna just keep it real. And I watched it because I was watching. I needed Kansas City to lose because they keep beating out my Niners. Like no, so I was ready, and I have a friend who I couldn't take another KC win. So I was definitely going for it. Now let me ask you a second question. This is part 2 of the question. When you watched it, before you seen all the explanation of what was really going on, did you understand? I know you couldn't understand all the symbolism because they really had to break it down, but did you understand, some of the symbolism that was happening? Did you understand that Samuel Jackson was Uncle Sam? At the time when you were watching it live, before you got the commentary, because I know for me, I was just, hey, but after I went back and there's a game. So I didn't, notice live because I was too just into the song. Vanessa, did you notice the symbolism initially?
Not initially all of it, but for sure, the way that Samuel L. came out and he played Uncle Sam, I thought that was genius, especially when they said, "You too loud, you too ghetto," and then he immediately went into squabble up. I missed the coordination of how they did the flag with the colors and the dancing initially, right?
Yeah.
And I went back and got to see that. But I definitely knew once we saw Samuel L. and he was saying that, I was like, oh, he about to send a message. And he opened it up with saying, "You picked the right time, but the wrong guy," letting you know off top, I'm not going at gunpoint. So, I mean, I love Kendrick. Tierra knows Kendrick can do no wrong in my eyes. So, yeah, I loved all of it and the breakdown. But no, initially, not everything. I didn't pick up everything because I was like you, Constance. I was bopping and getting it in. And
I was
having fun.
walking over there. I had to
Yeah.
represent the West, so I was doing I was showing out. I was doing all the things. What about you, Felice? Did you notice the symbolism?
I noticed the red, white, and blue, and all the black people in the red. So I noticed the flag. I did notice Uncle Sam. I noticed Serena Williams. So I noticed those obvious ones. But when I went on the internet and I saw people breaking it down, like the games that they had, I didn't get that piece. So
because they didn't show the camera at that angle. Like I didn't see I didn't see the camera at that angle really, but maybe I was just
they did like you saw like the games and different things and the different pockets that they were in, and he's absolutely right. And then my daughter, she was breaking it down even further for me. Like she went back into the history, and like when she shared that, really he should have left Kendrick Lamar alone. She was like, he was asleep, spending time with his God. And he should have left him alone. That's what he should have done. So when she gave me the history, like it just really was like, you know, when you know the history of everything, and when you saw how people were breaking it down, when you realize his genius, that he probably is savant or something, like, like it's just brilliance to see that brilliance, and that's what people missed. Like they got all caught up, but they missed the brilliance of this man.
Yeah, that's the thing I love. And then I'm gonna ask you two who went back and seeing, did you guys get the cheat code and you guys kind of, got the answers to the question, or did you know what it was? But we're gonna talk about it when we come back from commercial.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
Who said my sis didn't have bars? Who said my sis didn't have bars? You got to know to grow. Flynubianmoney.com. All right, so the two of you, did y'all get the cheat code, or did you like just go in like real, like virgin, like the rest of us? I'll start with you, Tiara.
Oh, me. No, I was virgin. I didn't, Lauren was like, oh, we gotta watch it, Mom. We gotta watch it. I said, okay, because she is the biggest Kendrick fan. So we watched it together, and well, actually, she had already seen it, so she was like, you need to see it. So I just was watching, and I was like, I mean, and then I kind of was like everybody else, like if you're expecting, I didn't see all the angles, I couldn't see the controllers. All I saw was him with the mic, and I was like, I got Samuel, and I got there was just dancers. I was just like, okay,
Yeah.
right. I get it. But when you said it was what he was saying, like the revolution is about to be televised, basically, and all of the things, right? So I caught some of those things, but I also know that Kendrick also takes the moment to make it a moment. Like that's just who he is in his artistry. Then we went back and watched him at the Grammy. He's always going to make a statement. So I knew that there was a statement being made, even though I was watching it like from one angle. Again, it was just I didn't see the controller,
right? Yeah,
and then Sony owns the controllers. All the things. It was like, okay, I see what's going on. All right.
Yeah. So it was like, okay, I don't know anybody who sat there and was in the moment watching the Super Bowl who actually like, oh yeah, I know he talking about, I think everybody had to really analyze. But Joe, did you get the cheat code when you ended up going back and watching?
I didn't know all that stuff was going on. So I went back and watched it, I think like right after the Super Bowl. So all those cheat codes and all that stuff hadn't really got onto the internet yet. So, and I really wasn't going to watch it at all until I heard Serena was out there. So I was like, okay, Serena's out there, I'm going to go watch it. That's really all I saw. I didn't get nothing else. I mean, to be honest, I'm not the hugest Kendrick fan anyway. So I don't never really be understanding. I guess, I look around, I'd be like, well, I guess I'm just not smart enough to get it. Cause I don't always get it, but I'm gonna go back and look at one of those broken down posts on Instagram and see if I can get all the symbolism involved. I mean, if it's important, but I'm not looking for it. I'll be honest with you.
Let me ask you this. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say you have to have a certain appetite for Kendrick Lamar all the time. You got to be in the mood for Kendrick. I don't know, Vanessa don't, but when I'm listening, so I understand. Sometimes I got to be in the mood to be like, okay, I'm gonna do Kendrick Lamar. My daughter does not. She be like, anytime.
Mine
But
too.
but I understand. I initially, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I said, now if this would have been Drake got more like singy hits, because in my mind I'm thinking that's what the Super Bowl is about.
The
Like
entertainment.
commercial, the yes, and the commercial hits and how many songs people can sing along with you. And I was like, does Kendrick have that? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, outside of like They Not Like Us, but
Yeah.
he showed me that it doesn't matter, because as long as A minor is a thing, people going to
A
jam.
minor. Now let me ask you this. There's so many things I want to ask you, but let me ask you this, because people was up in arms about Cash Money and Lil Wayne, and for me, and I was like, who wants to see Lil Wayne on the Super Bowl? And he was crying that he wasn't on. The Super Bowl has never been about, like, just because it's in New Orleans, like we got to have New Orleans. They had Harry Connick Jr. That's all y'all New Orleans. That's all y'all needed. Let us see she really from New. That's all y'all did. But like they act like it's not a rap concert. Just because it's in New Orleans, it doesn't mean you have to have like. Did you guys feel some kind of way by them not having Lil Wayne on there, Vanessa? Did you think that they should have?
Absolutely not. I didn't feel a kind of way. I mean, if you look at the Lil Wayne that we grew up with, and the Lil Wayne that's now, I mean, when Lil Wayne talks, I don't even understand what he's saying half the time. He seems incoherent or drugged up, if we're being honest.
Right.
But with Kendrick, what I thought was absolutely dope is I thought that Kendrick brings a realness to hip hop that is unlike anything in current culture. He actually talks about things that matter. His messages are actually deep. Like he's actually trying to uplift people, trying to educate people, and do it in a way that's witty, still cool, but still uplifting. He really doesn't care about fame. Dr. Felice mentioned, he was chilling with his family, and then Drake decided to wake a sleeping giant. And so, if you know hip hop, right, then you can respect the artistry, the deep thoughts, all the double entendres. Like this man is genius. So I think that when I'm looking at the Super Bowl and I see, and he's so black, right? So
Unapologetically, baby,
unapologetically black,
yeah.
like he's not looking to be stamped by white people or none of that. He's like, this is who I am. This is what you get. You know who I'm for. I'm unapologetic about it. And I really love that about the whole TDE camp, if I'm being honest. But I just feel like the Super Bowl, it was such a great moment when you go back and you dissect it from Serena C walking, because it's like y'all always trying to tell us how to behave, how loud we are, what to look like, what we can and can't do. And you see the game of America. That's what the game of America is. So like I think he brought that, and anybody that looks at that and dissects that, can take that away. That like, listen, we gonna do us. At the end of the day, there's one specific place in there when I went back and watched where I saw a group of black men. It was like the Bay Area kind of like vibe, and Kendrick was in front of them. And then if you hear him, he's like, Uncle Sam's getting mad at him, and he's like, deduct one life. And that's literally how they do it. It's like, oh, it's a group of black men just hanging out. How can we break this up? How can we
gotta go back
kill
and
one
look
of
at
them?
that. Girl, listen.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay. Let me go
Yeah.
back. Go ahead. Yeah, I love that.
So I could go. He knows. Listen, I'm with intelligent hip hop. I'm with Kendrick.
that.
I don't like
And can
this
we also
watered
mention?
down.
And can I also mention that Vanessa spent some time working in the music industry and toured with Kendrick and them, so she has an extra layer of love for
Yeah,
Kendrick
so nobody
Lamar.
knew, and that's
So
that's actually good context.
She didn't say that. She spent months and months
What?
and months on tour with SZA.
That's
and
good
Kendrick.
context to have.
Yeah. What makes it is because all he did was read. So you got these hip hop artists that coming out. You don't understand what they saying. They off lean. This man don't smoke, don't drink. All he does is read. Like he is so respectful of hip hop and rap culture that anyone, in my opinion, that don't like him, you just don't like hip hop. Because hip hop ain't never been dumb or drugged out or lyricists back in the days were smart. Hip hop was smart. You had to be smart to be a lyricist.
Yep.
So, that's where I'm coming from.
I love that. And thank you for that insight. That actually even puts a more layer of respect that I have for Kendrick, is to know how smart he is. Because, you don't see that. You definitely don't see it. Everything is dumbed down. And the thing that they're promoting is the dumbed down hip hop. So it's refreshing that somebody was able to see through the cracks of all that dumbness and like just be the biggest thing in the world. So hopefully the powers that be will follow suit and start promoting what we know to be true of what people really, really want. Tired of that stupid ass shit. Black
Can I ask
Hollywood.
a question, Constance?
Mhm.
Did you guys see that that the performance is banned from the NFL supposedly because the guy or the dancer had a Palestinian a Palestinian flag,
Oh, I
and
didn't see that.
Kendrick and them didn't know, and I guess he pulled it up from under his shirt and started running back and forth,
Yeah.
and they didn't know that he was gonna do that, and so. He was just running up and down the field with a flag, and then they had to
They're
like,
the dancers?
yes,
Yeah.
and they
It's
had to like,
Sudan and Palestine. Yep.
yeah,
Oh,
Sudan and Palestine. So they
he wasn't supposed to do that, so he was out of formation.
he was out of formation, but I'm actually glad it even furthered the agenda to me because I thought it was on purpose.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if they went back and they said they banned the performance is what I read, but I wonder if they definitely banned him from NFL. And I'm pretty sure he like, I don't care. My point is, the point is made. Like, I'm gonna take one for the team and get out there and do
Wow.
it in front of all these people. So I don't know if you guys saw that, but that was a
Wow.
thing as well.
So speaking of intelligent hip hop, J. Cole, he bowed out, of the beef because when Kendrick came out, he was like shots fired at Drake, shots fired at J. Cole, and J. Cole said, "Listen, first he came and he was like, you know what, this shit is whack. Do you think?" And for you guys in the chat, do you think that he was scared? Do you think he dodged a bullet, or do you think he was just like way above that? What do you think, Dr. Felice?
I think he used wisdom, and I think Drake needs to follow suit, right? Like, squash the beef, right? There's a thing called humility, and there's nothing wrong with it. Use this as an opportunity to grow. Use this as an opportunity to have dialogue, real dialogue. Use this as an opportunity to speak truth, around some of these things, but squelch it. Like, try and rise up and be the bigger man and say, look, my bad. I'm sorry I woke you up. And let's squelch this. Let's be friends again. Let's not.
Oh, they'll never be friends.
Or not even friends, but let's be cordial. Let's treat each other like two respectable men. And let's move this thing along. Like, the suing and the stuff, it's just going to prolong it. I don't think it's going to help Drake in the long run. I really don't. I don't think it's going to feed or subside the truth. The truth is that Kendrick Lamar is a brilliant man, period. And thank you, Vanessa. I stand behind you 100% what you said. I grew up with hip hop. I grew up with the KRS-Ones and the Public Enemies, Sister Soldier, who was dropping knowledge, right?
Yeah.
No more
missed that. We missed that.
And we had a platform where people who didn't like it because they weren't entertained, those people don't read. And so if you start going back to the basics, just learning how to read, expand your mind, grow. People were uncomfortable. And I said, I did a post this morning saying, let's lean into the discomfort and see what that means, right? Mm-hmm. You felt uncomfortable for a reason, and why? Why were you uncomfortable? And it has something to say about you, not Kendrick. And so if people can just kind of step aside and just really dissect the bigger meaning, like, he wasn't even trying to cast shade. He was just trying to educate. And he used this platform that we don't normally get to educate people about the plight, that what's going on in America, because if it affects us, it affects everybody. And so you just can't come from us, because when you come for us, you wind up paying, right? When you come for us and you put drugs in our community, who winds up becoming the addicts? So when you come for us, you come for the whole thing. And so he wasn't just educating. He was literally making a statement saying, if you want to save America, get educated. So,
I love that.
Oh my gosh. So
girl, listen, you always can bring us back. And I think it's interesting. We're about to go to break, but I do think it's interesting that Kendrick has always been brilliant, just like you said, right, Vanessa? And what got him this much notoriety was a rap beef. But he took this opportunity with this rap beef that just went crazy to really get in there, because they ain't promoting positive rap. They're not promoting intelligence, but to really get in there. Oh, fooled ya. And now we got a message. I love that shit. Let's go to commercial.
I know you're busy. You got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money, and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
I love it. She coming to say y'all. Coming to say y'all. Y'all better get on flynubianmoneyclub.com, baby, because she coming to say y'all. Now, Joe, you know, there's a lot of white people up in arms. And they were saying, you know, it's not fair. They didn't DEI white people. There was not one white person on the stage. What you got to say to them white folks that was mad that they had no white people on stage?
Yeah, like I said, man, I'm not the biggest Kendrick fan, and I really wasn't trying to tune in to watch that. But when I started seeing the white people online reacting to it, you know, I started to fall in line. Like, man, why is this making white people so uncomfortable? Like
they were incensed.
Yeah, they were in there. Yeah, that part right there was kind of what made me tune in and pay attention more. And you know, it's the same old. You know, they cry one way and behave another way, and you just get sick of that shit, man. I'm sick of it. Like I told y'all at the top of the year, I'm not going back and forth with these people at all.
I'm going back and forth.
At all.
We're hiring based on merit, and you know, black people just dance better.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
Sorry. Wow.
Yeah.
We've taken DEI off the table, and we're hiring black dancers that can dance.
Straight up.
I loved every
merit
bit of that.
based.
I loved it. Hey, really quick. I want you to do something. Say Drake. I heard you like him. Let me just see that real quick. Real quick.
Say Drake.
Say Drake. Say Drake. I hear you like I'm young. I never go to sell Black One to any.
You know what? Wait, what's the meme that could come out of that? You know how they be saying memes every time I'm gonna play this. What's the meme that could go with that, man? Oh my God. Okay. So you know what? My baby sis, I love her to. Oh no, this is not that one. Okay, let's do the breakdown. No, we got a breakdown of the Not Like Us, right? We got a breakdown of the NFL video that we can watch real quick. No, we don't got no video for this segment. Okay, all right, we ain't got no video for this segment. Okay, my bad. All right, so really quick.
Didn't we already watch it?
No, we didn't watch no video.
We got an NFL video, don't we? I'm the producer here. I believe so. I thought we just
Months of back and forths between Drake and Kendrick Lamar, things just got even more intense. Kendrick shocked the world by performing Not Like Us, his viral Drake diss track, live at the Super Bowl halftime show in front of millions. And now, Drake is reportedly gearing up for legal action. During the show, Kendrick performed some of his most brutal bars aimed at Drake. But there was one moment that had everyone talking. He left out a certain word from the controversial line, certified bleep, and let the entire stadium chant it instead. That move alone sent social media into a frenzy, and according to reports, Drake is now suing Universal Music Group for defamation, claiming the song makes false factual allegations that damage his reputation. So, could Kendrick actually be in trouble? Legal experts say defamation cases in the US are hard to win, especially with free speech protections. But one thing is clear, every time Kendrick performs Not Like Us, he risks another lawsuit. And let's be real.
Let me ask you a question, Joe. What is a false factual, a factual false? What is that? That sounds like a positive negative.
My degrees are in I got 3 or 4 degrees and none of them in English literature. Okay, I don't know what the hell that means.
But I do. Okay, but here's the question for Joe, right? So like, because I do think, I mean, I think there is something to say about, I'm not mad at Drake for suing anybody, because I feel like being on a platform where somebody is telling hundreds of millions of people that you are a pedophile and not having any evidence for real. Like, that wasn't the text message or DM that was sent does not signify that this man was. And I see why he's upset. That's not something that I would have wanted to happen. If it was me, I would sue everybody. Everybody, it wouldn't even matter. So my question for you is like, in this situation, is it okay for, I mean, is this just a beef, or is it okay that they can say things like this and, and be falsely accused in public like this? Is this
Good
defamation?
question.
So let me ask y'all this to counter that question. Is Drake a pedophile? Is he a certified pedophile?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Have you ever been accused of being a pedophile?
No.
Okay. So I have. So I can tell you I don't like that. I don't respect that. If you don't have the evidence to prove or back that up, I don't respect that. That's just me. I mean, maybe that's coming from a personal place, but going on like all these platforms and the biggest platform in the world and calling this man a pedophile and not knowing, and we don't know for sure if he is one. If he is one, by all means, call him a pedophile over and over and over again.
I don't believe he is.
But saying that over and over again, I would be incensed. Nobody likes to hear that. If you are not actually a pedophile, it is not fun. It is not pleasant. It is not to be. And I don't play with white people like that. I don't play with white people like that, because somebody could take that up and really start digging to this man or find something. It's just too much. And you don't need evidence. I can tell you firsthand, you don't need evidence to get somebody caught up in some court situations over some shit. Like, you don't need evidence.
Yeah, you just need accusations. That's it.
So I personally, I don't respect that. I understand it. There's everybody's a fan of Kendrick and all of that, but I don't respect that.
So let me ask you this, Vanessa, as a Kendrick aficionado, is that going too far? Or is everything on the table when it comes to rap beat?
I feel like, rap is notorious for, when you look at, battling, rap can get gritty, right? It's notorious for rap battling. So I feel like when you look at Drake saying, oh, the father of your children is your manager, or he's talking about this man's wife and his family. And, I feel like it was going blow for blow. So, if it was a situation where we didn't have several songs going back and forth, but Drake talk hella shit about Kendrick. So I just feel like you kind of open yourself up when you just look at rap battles, right? Even when Drake was battling with Meek Mills, he said stuff that wasn't true. So I just feel like, right, where do we draw the line? You can't in one scenario say,
this
well, this,
commercial.
yeah, but you can't
Yeah,
say
but
this
he
is
can't help
okay.
that. He can't help that.
Yeah, but I feel like
no
you can't.
No diss record has gone this.
Is that his fault?
None.
Well, I feel like,
but I'm
what,
just saying
bottom
it hasn't.
line,
I'm sorry, Vanessa.
don't fuck with Kendrick.
Drake went with it either, you know what I mean? Like, talking about that, man. But I understand. We living in a different time, you know what I mean? What rap used to be and the climate that we used to be in, like, some of these things weren't really out of bounds, but we just living in a different space right now in a different climate. That's just how I personally feel. So I don't respect either. Honestly, if you ask me my opinion, I'm taking J. Cole over both of them. But I just don't respect neither one, the way neither one of these guys is moving. I definitely don't respect how Drake is responding to it. I don't appreciate that at all.
The whole thing.
Yeah, because he also said Kendrick was a domestic, like he was committing domestic violence. He said some things that could have, if his wife was like, okay, we're done. You know, he talked about him cheating. He talked about domestic violence, about his kids ain't his. So I just feel like it got very personal.
He just had the bigger hit. Like,
yeah.
What do you do? Is it his fault because he got a bigger hit?
Yeah, when it went viral, it went crazy. When it went viral, it went crazy, and I think that changes the game a little bit. Because it's like a rap beef is one thing. The rap battles, underground rap. I'm a fan of all of that, like battle rap and all the things, right? But it's like once it goes commercial and literally the babies. I'm talking about my 3-year-old niece or my 3-year-old little cousin was like, A minor. Like, I think it just changes something. Like, we gotta, maybe there's some, I don't know about regulations, but it's just, it changes things. It changes it for your reputation and you being able to live the life you were living. Because let's not act like Drake didn't give us 15 years of excellence. And one hit can just knock him off and change his whole life. You would be pissed if that were you.
It's sad. And I'm going to ask you, Dr. Felice, because, you know, you're going to get us all together. It is sad. Did Drake put himself in this position to be the target? Because Drake did give us 15 years of excellence, right? Drake had, you know, he had the hits. Drake couldn't miss. But one of the things you said, Tiara, was that Drake had an album that came out in the summer that nobody noticed. I didn't know. I don't know. But then, you know, it was like blow for blow. So is it really Kendrick Lamar's fault that his just went viral? Because if you could talk about somebody's kids and somebody's wife and all that, then it's like free game. And I know
pedophile though, Constance.
So this is what I say: do whatever you're willing to pay the price for, right? If you pay the price on the end of it, by all means, have your way. We live in a country with free speech. We live in this country, and that's what it means, right? Does it make it right? I don't know who's going to be the judge and jury, but don't do anything you're not willing to pay the price for. And so, and I also believe, and you know, I always go back. We all, whether you're famous or you're not, we all have a responsibility of how we handle people. How we lead people is huge in how we handle them. And so, yeah, we can justify it, you know, in the name of Blackness and all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, we all going to meet our creator and we're going to have to answer for everything and how we treated humanity. And so you just want to be careful. And if you're willing to pay the price, by all means, do you. That is your right. Yeah. But I believe that we all matter and that we all have a responsibility of how we lead people and how we help them, the way we carry ourselves. Everything matters. And it's all a ripple effect, because people are like, well, I don't matter. Yes, you do. You do matter, and how you treat people, how you treat your neighbor, how you treat the stranger. And so that's just my take.
You know what I can't get with is that there's all this going back and forth, and everybody loved Drake. I don't know anybody who didn't love Drake at one point, and now everybody has turned against him. All the features that he had and all the people that loved Drake and all the people who was down for him, now he has nobody. Now, on one hand, I can't respect the fact that you're going to start a beef, but now you're going to sue. That's kind of like, you know, that's kind of bitch assness. But like everybody who turned against him based upon this rap beef, that shit wasn't cool. That's what I can't respect out of this whole thing. But we're gonna talk more. We're gonna shift gears after this break, and we're gonna talk about this other maniac. This it's ridiculous. But we're gonna get into it right after this break.
Hey, it's Dr. Javette, brand your brilliance coach and monetization strategist. I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to help you turn your natural gifts into big business. I help my clients build 6- and 7-figure businesses by branding their brilliance. You know, that thing that comes easy to you, the thing that you can do with your eyes closed, that thing, that's your brilliance. And now it's your turn. Join me on February 22nd at 10 o'clock a.m. and I'll walk you through strategies that can change your life and business forever. Don't miss this opportunity to brand your brilliance. I'll see you in class.
That's my dog. I am so proud and I'm so happy to know such amazingly wonderful people. This one over here just knocked it out the park with sales. Then you had Athena, and then you had me, and then you had like it's just going down. Who? I wonder who's next. This is some good shit. You guys better get on Fly Nubian Money Club, because she said she's trying to help y'all. She's trying to help y'all. She said I'm trying to save y'all. So make sure you go to flynubianmoneyclub.com so you can get all this game, so you can get saved. Like E40 said, I want to be saved. All right, let's shift gears, y'all. There's this goddamn fool out here he's a billionaire, billionaire, but he out here acting a goddamn fool on these internets. And I know for me personally, like I like the first day he started coming out with all this really weird shit, I was reading that first and I was like, this is just too overwhelming. Let me stop. I cannot spend another moment. But what's happening is Kanye West is now selling swastika shirts. So let me ask you, Felice, when you saw that when you saw this guy was selling swastika shirts, What was your first?
Another case for shock value. Like, so everything he does is about the shock, you know. And I think that's Kanye's way of staying somewhat relevant and in the game. And so what better way than to have your wife come out naked or to, you know, have a swastika shirt, right? So I think it's all about the shock value. And I think that if we ignore him, a lot of this stuff will stop. Like, but we give him, you know, we give into and we lean into the shock, like, but just ignore it. But, you know, hopefully there is a greater meaning behind this. I don't know what it could possibly be. But I do know that I think that Kanye is probably too isolated. I think he needs to come out and fellowship more with people. No, because I think that he's so far removed from people that he's able to stay in his own little shell and make up and conjure up these things that might not be healthy for him. And so I think that he needs to be talking to someone. I think he needs to be opening up to a professional and, you know, help him to change his course, because I think that some of this stuff he doesn't realize how it lands on people and how hurtful it could be and probably triggering to people. So that bothers me if he doesn't care about that piece.
Okay. So I think you said for shock value, I think he's in outer space. What do you say, Vanessa?
I mean, with Kanye, you know, I mean, I feel like he has all these things in his head. It's like Jekyll and Hyde and whoever else is up in there, and you never know who you're going to get. And so he has a substantial amount of money. He has all these different things going on in his head. Huh?
Voices.
Yeah, voices. Yeah, you right. Whoever they are, right? They might whoever the voice is. But I think that he doesn't really like he's going for too much attention, and he really doesn't care, you know, who he hurts. But, you know, the same way we're coming at Kanye, I feel like we need to keep that same energy for Elon, because this selective outrage when it comes to Black people doing something outlandish. And I don't agree with what Kanye is doing, by the way. I'm just saying that it's interesting that when we have Elon doing a whole Heil Hitler sign, you know, twice, nobody says anything about that. Nobody says anything about how he's trying to, you know, say that South Africa is hurting the white minorities and all this other stuff, right? He's very much so driven by a racist agenda. But we have selective outrage for Kanye, who clearly has some mental health issues, by the way. Like, it's very well known that Kanye is a little, you know, he needs some help. But we have this, everybody makes excuses when Elon does something so outrageous and symbolizing the Nazis. So that's my thing. It's like, I'm not going to sit here and bash. If we're going to bash Kanye, we need to bash Elon the same way, period.
And can I just say something real quick? That a lot of people are not going to educate themselves about the true reason why he's using the swastika. They're not. They're not going to educate themselves and find out that it's a peace symbol. They're not going to take that extra work. And so that's what I'm just saying.
Is that why he's using it?
I hope so. I hope that that's the reason behind it.
Yeah, right. So let me ask you this, Miss Black Hollywood. To Vanessa's point, the Jews ain't tripping off of Elon. They don't mind taking Gaza and giving it to your man's. Elon did a whole Hitler salute and nothing. The Jews said, no, I haven't heard anything from the Jews at all. I've not heard nothing from the Jews. But the moment that Kanye did this, now he's getting dropped. What say you, Miss Black Hollywood?
Yeah, I think it's I don't know if it's selective outrage. I think we just, you know, at this point, there's so much power that Elon has, right? We can't pick on Elon. Where are we going to take him when yesterday he was literally in a press conference speaking for the president, literally speaking for the president. So at this point, I don't know what we can do to cancel Elon Musk, because he has a whole, what did they call him yesterday? A musketeer, him and his musketeers. What can we do at this point? Like, we're outraged. We've been outraged since it happened, but
we've been talking, right? We've been
talking about it literally all the time. And so I'm not really sure what we can do about that. But with Kanye, I'm not saying let's punched down on Kanye, but I'm just thinking about where Kanye has come from, feeling like I can't be canceled. He doesn't believe that. Just his perspective, his spirit, how he's just, you know, just been in the media talking. It's just the spirit that goes along with Kanye. These interviews that he does, it's just like it can. I don't know. I just think that he's fallen really far from where he used to be. Where where it used to be like he used to advocate for the Black community, and I just don't feel like old Kanye would have done this. You
Right.
know, the old Kanye that I first came out, that college graduate Kanye would have had just the mindfulness not to do something like this, understanding what it could be. Now once we roll the video, we can understand. We don't know what the meaning is. We don't know what his intentions are outside of just being like your president, being
Yeah.
salacious and getting ratings and people talking about him, because that's what feeds their ego.
Yeah. Well, I say two things when I think about that. Number one, Kanye has a big ego, and you remember when Barack Obama called him a jackass. Y'all remember that? He said he's just a jackass.
Yeah.
Remember he went up there and he stole the limelight from Taylor Swift, and Barack Obama called him a jackass. I think that sent him like over, like, so that's why this alignment with Donald Trump is just like, a fuck you back to Barack Obama for calling him a jackass, because that probably like killed his whole life, I think, just in how sensitive he is. But the other thing is, when I think about like one of our friends who was just being harassed by Kanye, and he's like, this guy is like psychotic, like he calls me all the time, and he's like, like, I don't think this is anything that's normal or well thought out, or he's doing it as a symbol of peace. I'm going to ask you, Joe, when we come back from this video about that, and this is Baby Sis talking about the breakdown and the real meaning. Let's see what she had to say.
Okay, so Kanye West is currently selling swastika t-shirts, and I want to read you the definition. All right, so a swastika. It's an ancient symbol in the form of an equal arm cross with each arm continued at a right angle, used especially in South Asia as a symbol of good luck or spirituality. All right. The swastika in India is an ancient Hindu symbol. That's a way of putting it in a sentence. The second definition, a symbol in the form of a black cross with each arm bent clockwise at a right angle, used as the emblem of the German Nazi Party. A Nazi with swastikas on his sleeves, used in a sentence. So when you see this, what is Kanye West thinking? What is he trying to accomplish? I think that Kanye West, I know that he lost his mother, but I wonder, when did he lose his mind? And I say that with a lot of compassion and sincerity, because I don't think that navigating the world is easy for everyone. But I will say this, he has experienced a lot of loss. He experienced the loss of his mother. He also experienced the loss of his brother, Jay-Z. He experienced the loss of Kim Kardashian. Kanye West was I think that Kanye West has lost a lot. He's grieving continuously, but I don't believe that's going to be enough to excuse his poor behavior. I think that he believes that he is clever. I think he believes that he is so clever that, no one would know what part of the swastika, he means when he puts it out for a $20 t-shirt. But how the mind works is, here in America, this symbol is not a healthy one, and it would never be a healthy one or a sign of good luck. It's actually a sign of deep hate. So I hope that he gets the help that he needs. But mental health is real for everybody. All right.
You said that here, what it means here is, it might have meant that back then, but here, what it means here is. So Joe, like seeing this behavior and seeing him on the Grammys red carpet, and his woman, he's sitting there like, take your jacket off and show them, like all of this. What is he thinking? I know you study human behavior.
I do. And I agree with everything Madam President said about, she kind of extended some grace to him compassionately. And, but I remember the first time I heard College Dropout, and like I almost teared up. I was thinking to myself, like, wow, like hip hop will never be the same. Like, it's really, there's a savior coming. And he was spitting all that realness over those soul beats. And then all these years later, I'm looking at this man, and I can't help but to feel anything but disappointment. So I'm not in on anything Kanye's doing. I don't pay it any attention. He doesn't, he serves himself. He doesn't serve me. He doesn't serve any purpose to my community. other than to, uplift himself and antagonize people, from what I can tell. So to get behind his mind, I don't know, but I'm gonna follow in line with Madam President and just extend him compassion and grace, and also let him know I'm tapping out. You can have it, bro.
Tapping out.
Yeah.
I need to hear what Dr. Felice. I need you. I need you to therapize this for me, sis. What? I can't hear you, sis.
There's some possible narcissistic traits laced in this. And I think a lot of ego. I think a lot of possible pain and trauma. I think it's all different layers with Kanye. I think he's a complicated individual. And I think that, he should be talking to someone. That's what I think. I think that he should allow somebody to come into his life and help him to work through those things, right? And so that, he can show up better for himself, mainly for himself. Because I think he's got a lot of layers going on, and I think he shows it and displays it to the world in ways that aren't received well. And I do believe that he's highly intelligent. And it's just so weird when you look at the comments, how we pick and choose people's brilliance. Some people can see Kendrick Lamar's brilliance, but they can't see Kanye's. Some people can see and recognize Kanye's brilliance, but they can't see Kendrick's. So it's just, it's just interesting how.
I guess it depends on where you're sitting, right?
But both these men are Black men and they're brilliant. They really are. If you take away all the stuff, they are brilliant Black men, which speaks to who we are as a people. And that we're complicated individuals who have the ability to reach these great heights, and the power that we hold and the messaging and what we share. And so that, if we can get back to that, if we can get back to our original state and the power that we have and the creativity and the innovation and the things that we bring to society as a whole, I think that's where we need to concentrate on.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Thank you for that. Let me ask you this, Ms. Black Hollywood. Joe said, when I heard it, I thought, man, we got a savior in hip hop. And to see this man be a totally different person than who he was back then. And I know you've had personal interaction with him and his mom and all this. Is this a different human being than what you witnessed when his mother was alive?
Well, I didn't meet Kanye when his mother was alive. I just kind of was in sharing the same space, but I did get to meet Dr. West. And I met her at a woman's event when I first moved to Hollywood. And she was like a warm cup of your favorite whatever, like a warm cup of soup, coffee, whatever your favorite thing is. She was that. I loved her voice. I wanted her to be my mama in that moment. I was like, damn, I get it, right?
Yeah.
And immediately after she passed away, I was concerned because I just remember my interaction and me falling in love with her in that moment. Here's Kanye, who's had her all his life. Yeah. And then, just to watch Genius. He did have a 4-part documentary on Netflix that was called Genius. And when I tell you to watch the days of Kanye and his mother moving to New York and her being in the car with him trying to sell beats out of the car, him just trying to make it is really inspirational. That's where that genius that Dr. Felice is talking about that comes in. You get to see the whole play. And then at some point you see the shift. You see him becoming much more narcissistic, him becoming much more full of himself, him rambling. There was parts of it where literally the producer was like, I just had to cut because he started to ramble later on. And you just saw you saw a change, a shift in who he was. And so, I know that something mentally happened. It was a mental break because after his mom passed away, there was no grieving. He just went right back on tour. He just continued to go. And when you don't take care of yourself in those moments, I think you pay. You pay tremendously. You don't stop and say, okay, I gotta figure it out. For me, I think it catches up with you. And I don't know if he's ever stopped, y'all. And this is something, and maybe the therapist on the panel can say, when you never stop, when you don't even know how to stop, literally somebody got to take you to the 3rd floor for you to stop. What happens when you don't stop? You just become a version of what Kanye West is, being around people who will just be like, that's just Kanye.
Yeah.
Like, what happens? You know?
You know what, man? Before I get to that, and we got to get out of here. But I heard somebody say like Kanye West he was like that balloon that had helium in it, and he would just kind of go. And his mom would have that string, and she would be that person to just kind of pull him back. Yeah, but now the person pulling the string back down is gone. So now he's just. But Vanessa, I do want to ask you. So you love brilliance, and Dr. Felice said these are both genius Black men. These are both brilliant Black men. And you was able to, dissect and break down Kendrick. What is the meaning of this for Kanye? Because you have that, that forethought about, what does all this really mean? What is Kanye doing?
I mean, with Kanye, I do agree that he is brilliant. I think that the way that his mind thinks and the way that he moves musically and as a business entrepreneur, I think that he's brilliant, right? He's so creative. But I wonder if like a mixture of, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but in my experiences with mental illness is that as you age, it can progress and come out in different ways. So if there was some mental illness there in the beginning and his mom was kind of like that string to pull him down, and then now the mom is gone and now you're aging and, to my understanding, and correct me, Dr. Felice, if I'm wrong, mental illness can show itself as you get, 30s, as you age. So I'm kind of wondering, is that kind of what happened to Kanye? I think that he's still brilliant, but when you have, and I mean, I don't know what it's like to have a mental illness. I've been around people with mental illnesses, and which is interesting is because I had a really good friend with mental illness, and she was brilliant. I mean, UPenn a brilliant, valedictorian at USC, brilliant, but she ended up having a lot of mental illnesses that kind of took her off of a lot of the things that she had worked so hard for. So when I look at Kanye, I kind of match it to that. Like, is that what happened to him? Because he seems so, like Joe was saying, he seems so far from the Kanye that we were all introduced to on College Dropout. Like, he seems like a completely different, like his value systems, his beliefs. He seems like a different person. Still brilliant in a lot of ways, but just you can't look at that Kanye and tell me that this is the same person. So
you mean to tell me, Vanessa, you can't decode this man been doing? You can't decipher.
He need a doctor for that. I'm with Joe. My degrees ain't in that category.
Then we'll go to the doctor
for that.
Because that's what I wanted. Like the way you was able to break down Kendrick, I wanted to see you break down. No.
I ain't got the capacity.
Okay.
There we go, Dr. Felice. There she goes.
We're gonna let the doc talk, and then Doc, go ahead and say your point, and then let's do your final thought with it. Okay.
So I don't necessarily think it's an age thing that he's aging. I just think that when you don't take care of yourself, this is what can happen. It just doesn't stay in the mental health realm. It's the physical realm too. If you've got a ache in your body and you don't take care of it, it's going to take care of it for you, right? And so I just think that him not taking care of himself and knowing that there's something there and he's not doing something proactive about it, I think that's why it's showing up the way that it is. And it's getting worse over time because he's possibly, not doing his coping skills. He's possibly not on his medication or whatever his original prescription was for what he's going through and what he needs to show up better. I just think that when you ignore something, it shows up for you instead. And so I just hope that we are able to extend grace to all of our geniuses and what they're going through. And we really don't know what a person is going through because we're not walking in their shoes. And I don't know what it's like to walk in their shoes. And so I'm going to extend grace, and I hope that he gets the help that he needs. I hope that Drake doesn't sue. I hope that he squelches it. I hope that Kendrick Lamar is able to rest at night knowing that he did a really good job. And I am Felice Hightower Britt, your Be Big Coach. That's b.big.coach on Instagram, Be Big Coach on Facebook. And, hit me up if you need any help and would like to talk.
Girl, you already know what I'm about to do. The B.big.coach. Hey, the B.big.coach. What you say? B.big.coach. Hey. I love it. So let me ask you this, Vanessa, for your final. No, you could have your final thought, whatever you want, but I want you to answer this. Is this even both of these? is this free speech for both
Absolutely.
of them?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free speech. I think that, we live in a society with free speech where you're going to agree with some things that people say and you're not going to agree with things that people say. And that's the beauty and the curse of free speech. Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it hurts you financially, but I think going back to it, when you get engaged with someone and you're going back and forth, then, I think there was a comment in here that said, Double D, you can't hit someone and then tell them how hard they can hit back. So I think we just have to remember that within the things that we promote and that we say out of our mouths and be responsible for it. My name is Vanessa Gopal. You can find me at VGopal. That's at VGOPAUL. I had a great sales class that I did this past weekend on the Fly Nubian Money Club. Listen, if you guys have not joined the club. It is really amazing. There are some dope queens on there, great information. I'm also having a sales training this Sunday, so you can hit Tierra up out of the Fly Nubian Money Club and get that information as well if you want a more in-depth training. I appreciate everybody in the comments, and I hope y'all have a blessed week.
Yo, thank you, Vanessa. She said, if you don't sell, your business gon' fail. If you don't sell, your business gon' fail. Hey, you don't. All right, Joe. What are your final thoughts, my brother?
I think everyone can see it's very clear that Constance don't have no friends whatsoever.
What?
Shots fired. Bang, bang.
I just want everybody to take heed of that and extend her grace too. She's doing the best she can with what she's got to deal with.
You're my friend, Joe.
I am your friend. Right. You're right. But yeah, no, mind your business, man. Extend people grace, and as we got to move forward together. That's all I got to say about that. I'm realuconsulting.com. You can see my website right there. Come book yourself a free consultation. See if it fits you. If I'm saying the things that you need to hear. I do not mix my words. I shoot at you straight, and it gets results. So come holler at me.
Thank you. Listen, we are all Black excellence on the stage, like Double A said. Deborah said she gonna help me sell my mistapes out the trunk, baby. I don't have a dog in a fight either way. I mean, it is what it is. All I'm trying to do is help Black people win, and I don't think either really contributes to the overall win of Black people. I love the fact that we're seeing some things on stage where people are finally, opening up. But I think at the end of the day, we got to get on our money, get on our business, get on our hustle, build wealth. This was a good conversation for entertainment purposes, but in terms of like our overall life, this doesn't, it ain't making or breaking us one way or the other. But I appreciate the conversation, the dialogue, and all the good things that y'all had to say. And what I did learn from Vanessa is that Kendrick is a very smart and amazing and brilliant brother, which is really good to know. And so, shout out to him. And he did his thing on the Super Bowl. But, I love us. We Black. Say Drake. I heard you like them young. All right. All right. So you listen, tomorrow, we're going to be back. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific, Eastern time, 10 a.m. Pacific. No, 11, no, 1. And make sure that you go to Fly Nubian Money. Make sure you subscribe to Fly Nubian Queen. And we are on Spotify. So if you cannot find us or watch us live, you can go and listen to us on Spotify. Also, every time we come live, we want you to get notified. So if you want to get notified, text word Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. We're going to see you tomorrow. Same bat time. And I think we got a little Black History Month video, do we, Gwen? Same bat. So y'all stay tuned, right?
The term Uncle Tom is often misunderstood, but the real Uncle Tom, Josiah Henson, was a remarkable hero. Born into slavery in Maryland in 1789, Henson endured severe abuse, but became a preacher, leader, and abolitionist. He worked tirelessly to help enslaved people escape to freedom. Henson's autobiography inspired Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin, but his legacy was distorted. Unlike the negative connotation of the term, Henson's life was marked by courage and resilience. After saving money to buy his freedom, he was betrayed by his master and nearly sold. In 1830, Henson escaped to Canada with his family, where he founded the Dawn Settlement, a safe community and school for freed slaves. Henson traveled internationally, raising funds and awareness for abolition, meeting Queen Victoria and President Lincoln. He died in 1883 at 93, leaving behind a legacy of faith, courage, and advocacy for freedom.
Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm here, and I wanted to share something with you about Kendrick Lamar. So Kendrick Lamar, apparently, if this video that I have has any merit, is a really interesting guy in terms of his financial decisions. And the reason I'm going to share the video is because even if it's not 100% factual, I just like it so much, and it provides such an interesting perspective on economics that I think it's worth sharing, because it even if it was fake, it makes the brother look good. And I think he deserves to look good because he gave a great performance. He's a great artist, and he seems like an asset to the community in most regards. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to share this video so you guys can watch it. And then what I'll do is just kind of give you my 2 cents on it in terms of what I'm seeing from an economic standpoint. So let me share this video with you right now. No negativity in the room, please. And also definitely no negativity, because we're not doing that here. We're going to respect this man. He did a great Grammy performance, and I'm actually quite impressed with him overall. All right, so here's the video. So I'm going to play it right now. Here it goes. Oh, wait, no audio. There.
5 Grammy winners. Even the suit he wore when accepting the award was rented. He is Kendrick Lamar. Despite being one of the winners at the 2025 Grammys, Kendrick Lamar is the poorest among the bunch. Even the suit he wore to the ceremony was rented. He lives in a modest townhouse in East Los Angeles with a rent of just $2,800 a month. The spoon he uses was left by the previous tenant, and he rides a mountain bike to the recording studio daily, with the bike lock costing more than the bike itself. He's turned down all luxury car endorsements and only drives a $13,000 Chevrolet Suburban, once owned by his cousin. After 6 months with a personal nutritionist provided by his agency, he asked them to leave, as he prefers to cook his own meals. So, where does Kendrick Lamar's money go? He invests 35% of his income into youth music programs, having built 8 underground recording studios. He is the poorest celebrity among...
Okay, so the video got cut off. Actually, I need to put the whole video up there because it was really impressive in terms of what I saw. I got to get the whole video and play the whole thing. I put it on my Instagram. I thought it would play the whole thing, but it didn't. But basically, they went on to say that he did a few things that were really interesting with his money, and I have no reason not to believe it to be true. But then again, you feel free to go verify it. He supports youth programs. He has invested in supporting families during the pandemic. He also, according to this video, worked to actually invest in Black-owned businesses, right? To actually help entrepreneurs get their brands off the ground and stuff like that. Maybe taking equity stakes on whatever it is, right? Now, I really like that. If that's the case, I think that Kendrick deserves a round of applause. And the reason that I want to bring that up as a financial person, you guys know my background, I'm a finance professor, is because this shows me that this man understands the value of money. This shows me that he understands what wealth actually looks like. And one thing that he even mentions is that something about even when his bank account is low, his ethnic bank account is always very, very big. So even when he doesn't have a lot of paper money, he's got something more valuable than money. And that's all the things related to culture and Blackness and stuff like that. So here's what I want you to kind of pick up from this. With Kendrick sort of choosing to use money in the way that he does, first off, that's just in deep contrast to a lot of rappers out here. The only other rappers I can think of who live that way, who do the similar things, are a couple of friends of mine. Killer Mike, who just swept the Grammys. He's an amazing artist. And another very good friend of mine, D1. D1 has a song called I Hate Money. And D1 raps about money, but he raps about money from a conscious perspective because he's very conscious of what money does and does not do for you. He's very conscious of how money can help you and how money can harm you. And in fact, actually, I'm going to bring D1 to class so you can really understand the nuance when it comes to money, that sometimes what happens is that when people see the damage that money can do, they see people selling out, they see people hurting each other over money, they see people making bad choices over money, they condemn money, they condemn wealth, they walk away from wealth. They just say anything related to money, wealth, owning businesses, owning assets, that's just bad, that's evil. And that's the wrong approach, because then what you're doing is you're condemning yourself to poverty. Some people they think that poverty comes with some type of natural righteousness, that there's a purity in poverty. Unfortunately, there's not a purity in poverty. Poverty does not make you pure. If anything, poverty would make me less pure. If anything, poverty would make me more willing to go out and rob somebody. Give me a yes if you understand what I'm saying. If anything, poverty will make me more willing to swindle or to make sure to not pay the landlord or whatever, right? Because I don't have the money, right? Or more likely to go into the grocery store and steal something because I need to get food for my kids. So there's no purity in poverty. And one of the things about the Black movement, about the movement among our people, is that I think for far too long we've been encouraged to embrace our poverty, to the point where even if you get money, you're supposed to engage in habits that lead to such an extravagant amount of waste that you end right back up where you started. You end up in poverty all over again. You see so many professional athletes that get a bunch of money. It's transformative money. This is corporate level money. This is the kind of money that could build entire industries. They could go back to their old neighborhood and literally create 50,000 jobs. But instead, they blow it in the strip club with the weed man. Got 10 cars in the front yard, whatever, right? So what I like about Kendrick's use of money is that it shows me that there's something that goes on with him that's deep, almost meditational, spiritual, such that he doesn't let the materialism disconnect him from the purity of his art, right? He's an artist to the core. And I think that there's something about maintaining a certain simple lifestyle without the distractions, without getting caught up in being a celebrity, that keeps you pure as an artist. And I think that's why his music is so amazing. The second thing I was picking up on that is that he's smart enough to understand. I mean, he's clearly a genius, right? Because you've heard his music and all that. He's smart enough to understand that while he doesn't want that money to sort of turn into a bunch of materialistic entanglements for himself, he does understand, like, hey, I come from a community that can really benefit from me being an active economic participant, that being Kendrick Lamar itself is a type of wealth, right? That being a cultural force is a type of wealth. The ability to be an influencer and a tastemaker is a kind of wealth. The fact that I can yell mustard and everybody's yelling mustard, and next thing you know, DJ Mustard becomes this $100 million asset. That is a type of wealth, right? He can breathe economic life into things. Donald Trump actually has the same power for white people. Kendrick has it for Black people, and he's using it in a very conscious and a very intelligent way. So with that said, because I can tell you, I know other people who have that same power who don't use it in the same way. For example, if you go look at Tyler Perry Studios, Tyler does a lot of great work for himself. I don't watch his movies, but he's able to make money with those movies. But you really haven't seen him breathe life into a lot of careers. You haven't seen him consciously say, I'm going to just grab this person here and make them super famous for doing exactly what I do. So I'm a famous director. Here's another famous male director that's working with me that you're going to know about as much as you know about me. That's not, or I'm going to go on a big stage and I'm going to make sure this person is seen on the stage as much as you see me. I haven't really seen much of that, right? So I like what I saw in the video. The other thing about the video that I'll mention as well is the investment in the music programs. That makes sense because he's an artist, he's a musical artist, so of course he'd want to invest in that. Second, there was the piece about helping families during the pandemic. When you have a tragedy, it's your wealthy people, your billionaires and millionaires that are supposed to step up and do things for the community. This is what the Rockefellers did for white people. This is what the Carnegies did. This is what every wealthy family in most communities, the wealthy families are expected to come together and provide resources for those that are struggling during difficult times, right? You're supposed to be an elevator for your community, right? For the people you care about. And so his understanding of that is I think, pretty impressive. The fact that he did that during the pandemic, because the government, all that government money was kind of missing the Black community. They were spitting out money like crazy. They put the government way deep in debt to allegedly get through the pandemic. They didn't need all that debt, but they took it on anyway because they were financially irresponsible. And a lot of that money missed the people that needed it the most. The small businesses, the African-American community, a lot of that money went right over our head. It went to somebody else. And so when you have the Kendricks that say, hey, you know what? it's also my job to do their job, right? Their job kind of is to take care of us, but really the job of taking care of us belongs to us. That's why they call us us. We're not called, and they not like us, right? Like there's the us and there's the them. And we're called us because I take care of us. I'm in Watkins because I take care of Watkins. So if the Watkins children are not eating good, then I can't look over at the Smith family across the street and say, why are you not taking care of my family? Even if they promised to, even if they said, hey, we're going to make sure your kids eat and my kids are not eating, it's still my job to step up and handle that. Give me a yes if you understand what I'm saying with this. So that was impressive. I love that. I just, you don't get a lot of that from hip hop artists. You don't get a lot of that from rappers. You get a lot of, it's not my responsibility. It's on the parents and it's just stupid stuff. No, you have power. Stop being a punk. Like, step up for your people, man. The third thing, and I'm gonna mention the third thing, but before I do that, I want to ask you, could you please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up Boyce Watkins on Spotify, you can find me there. I want to mention also that this weekend, my wife, who is a PhD level therapist and a relationship expert, is doing something called the Black Love Weekend. And she's basically bringing in African-American experts and relationship therapists, licensed therapists, to lay out blueprints for managing conflict, blueprints for intimacy, blueprints for how to have healthy relationships. So if you want to fix your relationships, find the right relationship, build relationships, whatever it is, the Black Love Weekend is for you. So you can go to theblackloveweekend.com. That's the URL. Or you can also text the word love to the phone number 87948. So text love to the number 87948, and Dr. Alicia will send you some free information as well as access to the Black Love Weekend. There is a small fee, but it's all the material is yours for life, and you can bring your whole family for the price of one admission. Now, the last thing I want to say about Kendrick's financial decisions, assuming this video has merit, nobody really knows exactly what's going on in a person's life, but they said some things like when they showed the truck. I recognized the truck that he drives. They talked about him investing in Black-owned businesses. They talked about him understanding the value of Black entrepreneurship, supporting Black-owned brands, helping those brands grow into something bigger than they were before. This, to me, is a great example of what happens when those among us who are doing well understand the importance of making those investments in other people and other in entities in our community. The Black community struggles largely because you don't have an institutional backbone. You don't have an institutional grounding. You don't have an institutional framework that is absolutely 100% yours. Most of the Black institutional, Black institutional connection in our community typically comes down to whatever white people leave for us. So it's like, instead of us having our own car, we're in a car that's being driven by the Donald Trumps of the world. And the Donald Trumps are deciding, if we say, hey, I'm hungry, they throw food in the back seat. If we get out of line, they put us out of the car. If we say, hey, I want to go north, they say we're going south, whether you like it or not. And we end up feeling stuck. A lot of people are feeling that way right now, for example, with the way they're cutting all the government jobs and everything. And so one of the things that has to occur is we've got to stop just raising a whole community full of employees, because what you're doing is you're not raising the kinds of people that know how to build a car and drive a car. You're actually raising the types of people who only know how to ride in a car that's being driven by somebody else. You need people that can develop businesses, build businesses, create jobs, create opportunities, not just people seeking opportunities. If everybody's looking to eat, but don't nobody know how to cook, then everybody is going to starve. Tell me if you understand what I'm saying. If everybody's looking to eat, nobody knows how to cook, then everyone is going to starve. So if everybody's looking for an opportunity, but nobody knows how to create an opportunity, then no one is ever going to have an opportunity. Do you understand what I'm saying with this? Okay, I hope that point comes across clear to you. So we need entrepreneurs. DEI needs to stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Development, developing young people who are going to build businesses, developing the community that you want, developing systems and institutions in your community. You must develop things. Entrepreneurship means entrepreneurial energy, not just the seek a job energy, but the create a job energy. Investment means you're pouring into yourself. You're pouring into yourself. See, Kendrick is not, don't get me wrong. Dr. Dre, I'm sure Kendrick would never say a negative thing about Dr. Dre because Dr. Dre has hooked him up and Dr. Dre respects Kendrick. But if y'all remember, Dr. Dre invested a massive amount of money into USC, and I still don't understand that investment. I didn't want to be critical. I heard Dre read my article about it, and he was very upset. One of his very close friends mentioned that to me when I spoke in South Central. And I feel bad. I didn't mean to be mean to the guy, but I didn't understand it. I just didn't get it. This is the kind of reason. This is why I don't have any friends, because I'm friends with Cube, but Cube is friends with Dre. And then if I say something about Snoop, that's why I don't like being friends with celebrities, because it just kind of makes things awkward. But I have to be honest. I have to say I did not understand $70 million going to USC when USC don't need the freaking money. USC does not need a nickel from the Black community. So what they got white people doing that. They got have y'all been? I don't know if anybody's ever been to USC. Oh my God. That campus. Lord Jesus. It's like a luxury mall. That's what it is. Anyway, so what I like about that Kendrick story, and I don't know about Kendrick's whole economic life, but when you're taking that kind of money and you say, let's pour that into the Black community, let's pour that into our business, let's invest in ourselves. That leads to my question that I ask every Black person. I say, what are you investing in? What are you investing in? If you wonder why the Black community is depleted, it's because of one simple rule. My mother explained this to me when I was young. Your mother might have said the same thing to you. Whatever you invest in is what's going to grow. That's it. End of lesson. Y'all can go home now. Whatever you invest in is what is going to grow. If your relationship's struggling, then ask yourself, are you investing in your relationship? Are you spending time reading books and taking the time to learn how to have a good relationship, seeing a therapist and all that? Or are you neglecting it? If your health is failing, are you investing in your health? Are you going to the gym? Are you eating right? Are you doing, because if you're doing those things, your health typically will not be failing. If your money ain't right, have you ever bought shares of stock? You ever take the time to buy real estate? If you get $10,000 in your pocket, what's the first thing you think to do with that money? Are you thinking, let me go invest and let me go, because people think that to be a business owner, everybody thinks I want everybody to be an entrepreneur. I don't want everybody to be an entrepreneur. Why the hell would I want everyone to be an entrepreneur? I never, or better yet, I don't need it. I'm not saying everyone needs to be a full-time business owner. I'm saying everybody should own something. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying that you want to have entrepreneurial ability in case that white man ain't giving you no job. What you gonna do? Beg on the street? What if all the Donald Trump start taking over like they are right now, and they just say we don't want to hire any Black people? What you gonna do? You just gonna tell your 4-year-old, hey son, you're gonna be hungry because Master Trump don't want you to eat, boy? Is that what you're gonna do? You gonna get like bug-eyed, become a bug-eyed slave, or you gonna solve a damn problem? So when I say that entrepreneurial skill is essential, I'm not saying everybody needs to quit their job and start a business. If you like your job, keep your job. But also you need to be a business owner. What does that mean? Let me explain. I'm not saying go out and buy your cousin's liquor store. I'm not saying go out and start a business. What I'm saying is get your ass on an app and buy you some shares of stock. You can be a business owner by getting on. I could get on. Look, it's what time? Oh, shoot. Okay, it's 3:48 Central, so which is 4:48 Eastern. So the market's closed, but there's some stocks that trade after hours. Let me show you how I can be a business owner in 30 seconds or less. There is a stock that I like called SMR. It's NuScale Power. They make small modular nuclear reactors, and I heard from Sam Altman that industry is going to do well. So I think I want to be a business owner in 30 seconds. So let me get in here. I'm gonna buy me some shares of SMR. Let me see. It's the shares are what $26 a share. So I'm gonna buy me about 20 or 30 extra shares. There we go. Boom, boom. Guess what? I just became a business owner. It's that easy. It's that easy. So don't ever think that owning assets is for white people. Don't ever think that wealth is for white people. The word wealth does not rhyme with white. I'm sure Kendrick could find a way to rhyme it because he's smart like that. But where I come from, you can't rhyme the words wealth and white. So stop doing that. Y'all be rhyming wealth with white, thinking that black rhymes with poor. No, black does not rhyme with poor, and wealth does not rhyme with white. Get your stuff together and go do something for your family, do something for your community, do something for your people. So I ask black people this question, basic question. What are you investing in? Are you investing in yourself? Or are you investing in other people? Are you investing in each other? Are you investing in your future? Because I can tell you what, when I saw the Super Bowl that Kendrick performed in, people say that was the blackest Super Bowl ever, right? Yeah, I mean, it was very black except for the owner's box. It was black on the stage, it was black on the field, but it wasn't black in the owner's box. People that got the money, that was the white people. They're not going to get CTE to make money. They're just going to sit back and watch us get CTE so they can make money. Okay. If you're talking about navigating this economic system, one of the things that you have to do is you have to know how to play chess and not checkers. And you have to understand the value of money, and you have to understand what it means to pour into yourself and not pour into other people. Because while we know that most of the money that's made from the NFL goes to white folks, we are among the biggest investors in the NFL. There's no team owner that's ever gotten CTE in order to own a football team. There's never been an NFL owner who's ever got paralyzed from the neck down to be an NFL owner. There's no NFL owner that's ever had to go to 2-a-day practices in 100-degree heat since they were 5 years old. That hasn't happened, right? Let me know if you get what I'm saying, right? So we are investors. We were doing a lot of the work, and others were getting the money. And this is the economic rope-a-dope that occurs if you don't understand how this stuff works. Also, when you talk about what are we investing in, when you go to work every day, when you get up and you go to the job every day, you are investing in someone else's company. And they're giving you a paycheck, but they're keeping the equity. So their wealth goes up. You get enough money to pay your rent just so you can keep coming back to work. That's why you have people that are retiring now that have a lower net worth than a newborn baby who's never worked a day in his life. That's not how it's supposed to work. Your wealth should be like a bucket. It should be a bucket where you pour water in and you have more water when you're done than you started with. For some people, it becomes a bucket where you pour in 80 gallons and you end up with negative 50 gallons. That's not a good bucket. So Robert, great question, Robert. How are we going to learn to invest in stocks? Well, I teach that stuff every day. I thought you knew that. drboystockmarket.com. I have a morning class. It's free. So you don't have to pay money. You just have to pay attention. So if you want to join us, just text the word morning on your phone to 87948. So text morning to 87948, and I will send you an invitation, but you got to pay attention. If you're not of the right mindset, if you're into negativity, it's not a good place for you, because we're going to drown you with positivity. You'll probably just get on your nerves. Kendrick has more money than all of us in this chat. Why count his pockets? Well, Brittany, I don't know how much money Kendrick has, but I can definitely say that I was very impressed when I found out that he does good things with his money, and I think that deserves to be applauded, because that's not really standard sort of hip hop culture, and I think Kendrick has done a great job of challenging that culture. D1 has challenged that culture. And I think Kendrick and D1, I'd love for them to do a song together. I think that would be epic, because both of these guys are an important and extremely important part of the community, a part of that of the hip hop community. I really do. I think they can help save us. So anyway, it's okay, Brittany. It's okay, Robert. I appreciate that. Thank you for apologizing. You know what? A lot of times people come in and they might troll and say something real nasty and negative, but they don't apologize. Well, okay. Well, and I apologize if I'm ever wrong, because sometimes I can be an asshole, and I don't mean to be. It's just Just comes out sometimes. And so, but I love you too. And so if you want to join us in class, feel free to go to text the word morning to 87948. And also, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com if you live in another country, and you can join us for free. So I got to get out of here, guys. My wife is waiting for me, but I wanted to take a moment to applaud Kendrick Lamar. And again, I don't know Kendrick. I know some of the rappers, Kanye and Ice Cube and guys like that. But if Kendrick sees this and Kendrick wants my 2 cents on great ways to have an economic impact on the community, and there's some resources available, I'd be happy to support and lend advice free of charge. That's sold the same thing to Kanye. I don't want their money. I said, look, I just would love for you to do something with your money that's structured. And I really think if you do that, you get you a little board of super smart people that can and have full transparency, so everyone knows where the money's going. I think we can build a damn community. We can build the infrastructure that we need. We can build exactly what we need. And I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't hate white people, but I'm sick and tired of sitting around with it. I think it's a myth. It's an embarrassment that everybody thinks black people can't do nothing without massa, without white folks taking care of us. I'm not anti-white at all. I just am anti-negativity. I'm anti-poverty. I'm anti-broke assedness, right? I'm anti-backwardness. That's what I'm anti. I'm anti whatever the hell it was that we've gone through the last 20 or 30 years. Like I want to see something good. I want to see our kids have a future. I want them to look back at our generation and say, I'm proud of them because they changed things. They pushed things to another level. Remember, they're going to look back at us and they're going to have a judgment on our generation. What do you want that judgment to be? And when they go back, when some kid in the year 2090 is watching this video, I want him to look back and say, okay, this guy understood it. This guy got us started. He sent us on the pathway to where we are right now. And that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be a winner. That's what your ancestors were. They were winners. Be a damn winner. That's it. I'm out of here. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. If you want a copy of my book, it's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can go to drboycebooks.com. We also have financial flashcards and workbooks for kids. So feel free to go take a look. All right. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much. And shout out to you, Kendrick. I appreciate everything you're doing. All right. Take care. Bye.
Woo! Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. It is Friday and it is all about love. I think one of the singers said, they're to be loved, to be loved. Oh, what a feeling to be loved. I am so excited to have one of my favorite people on today, the Dr. Alicia. I'm going to bring her on shortly. You already know what we do when we do this here on the Madam President Morning Show. You know what we do. We have got to start the show with our theme music. That song gets me excited every time I hear it. You guys know that. You know that we do this Monday through Friday, 9:30 Eastern, every chance we get. Now, do not forget, this is the FlyNubianMoney.com network. This is a place where Black women have big voices, okay? If you want to get your money up, go to FlyNubianMoney.com. If you want to get your mind up, text Queens to 87948. If you want to keep up with Madam President, text Madam to 87948. Also, here is what I would like to say. I almost forgot. Before I go any further, let me do our prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this Friday. We appreciate you. We value you. We just ask for your continuous grace and your mercy and your peace. Allow us to show up how you see us to show up the right way every day. In your name we pray. Amen. So now that I got that out the way, I would like to bring on the Dr. Alicia Watkins. Woo!
Play that intro song again. What? I feel like I was grooving to it.
I can do that.
Come on.
Oh my God, Dr. Alicia, do you know, I just think Black people are just so talented, because this woman did that song, picking up her friend, pulling up in the car. She just she did all types of, vocals that you just this is just your talent, just pure talent.
Let me tell you, Black people, my favorite people.
I'm glad to have you.
Oh my gosh.
Exactly. I'm so glad to have you this morning. I really do appreciate you so very, very much. I have a banner for you too.
Woo, look at that.
Yeah, coaching with Dr. Alicia. Well, I don't want to hold you long. This segment is strictly about the psychology of love, healing, heartbreak, and the science of healthy relationship. I just know that when I think about love, when I think about the mind, you being a doctor, a psychiatrist, psychologist, you know more about these things than just a person who talks about it from a place of feelings, So I was just like, well, I want to get a smart woman up in here to talk about the science of it all. So let me just ask you this. What is the psychology or the scientific background of the feeling of love?
Let me tell you. Okay, so we got to put it in a song.
Okay.
You know that song by Lauryn Hill where she says, it could all be so simple, but you'd rather make it hard. Come on. That song won a Grammy for a reason. It seems like it should be simple, but the psychology of love is super complex. It is not as everything that it seems to be on the surface is one thing, but there's a whole lot of feelings, emotions, past traumas, past triggers, past heartbreaks. All of these things are going on in the background, and how aware you are of how these things affect your life, how it affects how you love, how you find somebody that you love. That's part of the problem. The barriers. And then once you find somebody that you just could stomach sitting down and having a dinner with, having a meal with, then that's when the real work begins. And so people just need to be realistic about the intricacies of finding love, healthy love, in the way that is healthy and the way that it's supposed to be, to share someone with, and be able to keep it where you don't have all these toxic elements coming in. To do that takes transparency. It takes being vulnerable. Oh my God, that's scary. All of these things that many of us are not equipped dealing with it, but there is a science to being healthy that cuts across race, cuts across culture. I was just talking to a client this morning. I could be walking around in India and I can look at a couple. I don't know what they're saying. They're speaking their language. I don't know what they're saying, but I could be able to look at them and tell whether that relationship seems healthy or whether she don't really like him. He got problems with her. We can see by body language, by how people interact with each other, whether things are going on the way it should be. So it could all be so simple, but it's not.
Oh my God, you're singing the real song too. And I also was just thinking about, sometimes we talk about how sometimes Black girls grow up in our community with missing fathers. When we have, and I was doing some research on this myself, but when we don't have a relationship with our father, what does that do to our relationship with men in general? Like the trust element, the the interaction, because I believe that's one of the challenges that people are facing as we go into this era of the 50-50 podcast conversation that's always circulating online. The question really is, have we not even just witnessed healthy love, but when there are components of your identity that is completely missing, you don't have interaction. If my father was killed and I was 10, I grew up, there were men around, but do I miss that interaction where, I want to know the impact that it holds on women as they grow?
Okay, well, first thing I want to say is that your past does not dictate how your life operates currently.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that.
So
okay.
I am not getting into, if you want to talk about these movements, I'm not getting into these red pill movements that is nothing but hatred toward the genders. They promote divisiveness between genders. And oftentimes these individuals are so steeped in grappling with rejection and hurt themselves that they give these oversimplified answers that reinforce biases rather than promoting healing.
Ooh.
I want to get away from these conversations and these narratives that because you didn't have a father in the home, that you're no good and you need to be pushed to the side and that you need to be chewed away. When science tells us that how you are to react in a relationship currently depends on the quality of the relationship you have with your mother in teenage years. Look it up.
Woo! Come on, I got you dropping bombs.
Look it up.
Yo, Dr.
Because I'm cute. I didn't show up and say in my cute little outfit and say, give me a license, give me a PhD. No,
I think you're right, because I believe that I think that makes a lot of sense too, because we spend a lot of time with our mothers no matter what. So we spend a lot of times with our mothers and we are forced to reckon, we're forced to manage, we're forced to deal, we're forced to communicate, we're forced to, go through a lot of different channels as women with the mothers. And that's just the reality is not every woman has a healthy relationship with their mother. So it's like, I think sometimes some of the components, I love that you said and mentioned that your past does not dictate your current life, because sometimes I really feel like you said, Black women in general, and like you said, this cuts across any race, no matter what your race is. Having an absent father does not give, the world permission to be harsh or to invalidate, who you are and what you bring to this existence. So I agree with you.
That's a loving household.
Correct.
No matter what the family structure.
I love that, because I feel like I grew up in a very loving household with a lot of compassion and sensitivity. I tell people today that my grandmother was very sensitive. You can't say anything you want to her. And I think she passed that sensitivity to everybody. You should see us on a Thanksgiving Day. Everybody, you can't say nothing to nobody without somebody feeling like you hurt their feelings. So I always think about that.
But I'm gonna tell you, I come across men who say, I did not have a father in the home. And because of that, I want to come to you, Dr. Alicia, because I want to make sure that my family is healthy. I don't want to be absent. I want to make sure that I'm there for my family because I experienced it. I understand what that feels like. I understand the pain and hurt from that. And I want to make sure I do it right. And that I give an applaud to, because that is the type of attitude that you need to have. Because the gold standard is to have two parents in the home, okay? Is to have a loving family and a loving relationship. Because from 0 to 18, you want to keep your ACEs score, adverse childhood experiences, as low as possible. But there are people who believe they grab only onto one concept of family structure, and they think that everybody else that don't follow some prescriptive family structure is garbage.
Yes, you're right about that. That's not true. So let me ask you this.
Yes.
People always say, how does childhood trauma show up in our romantic relationships? And what are the first steps to breaking toxic patterns?
Okay, well, first of all, if you grew up traumatized as a child, your outlook on the world is that I live in a world that's dangerous. So when you start to feel like you live in a dangerous world, you need to start looking at some of scary instances that happened to you that made you form these perspectives. So if you feel like the world is not to be trusted, if you feel like there's nothing but betrayal and that everybody is out to get you because you never really had a calm, peaceful, wonderful childhood like this, where you've been able to see the world in its totality, but if not, it's distorted. It gives you cognitive distortions. And if you haven't had a chance to process it, because let's just face it, there's no such thing as a perfect childhood. You need to have a space to process all of these imperfections that happen to you. And when you can process it, that's when you can start seeing the world in its whole totality and be able to learn how to trust, because you have to be vulnerable. You can't get into a relationship with somebody if you're not willing to be vulnerable. How's that person supposed to know you? How are you supposed to get to know yourself? How are you supposed to get know another person when you have all of these trust issues because you have this belief that the world is dangerous?
Wow. Wow. And you know, speaking of this, first of all, let's give you some more hand claps because you're preaching. Dr. Alicia, a round of applause.
Dancing.
Yes, I really agree with you so just greatly because, you know, if you do grow up in an unsafe environment, you do feel like the world is a bad place and you always got to look over your shoulders. And if you have that personality and you are bringing that into your relationships, whether you know it or not, you're bringing that into the interaction. You're bringing that, if you don't feel like you can trust anyone, then you probably aren't easily being vulnerable. You're probably withholding. And that's a good point, that in order for a person to get to know you, there has to be some level of vulnerability there. I got another question for you. In the age of social media and instant gratification, what's the best way to build a truly deep and lasting connection?
Truly deep and lasting connection in the age of social media, you have to be deliberate. You have to really be deliberate in your interactions with people because social media is supposed to like make us have more free time because we're able to do things a lot faster. We're able to report things faster, but that's not what's happening, right? So you need to be more deliberate in your interactions with people, the amount of time that you have to really socialize and connect with individuals on a personal level. You got to be able to do that. And you have to be able to put the phones down. You have to be able to look somebody in the face, and you have to be able to have an interaction with that person. In, having the back and forth that's necessary in there to feel good about yourself and to connect with other people. So now is the time where we have to set up some boundaries, digital boundaries, and negotiate those things and get that going. And it's possible to have these conversations. And we all need to have human touch and physical touch, and we need these things. So it's becoming more deliberate in our conversations and in our interactions with each other.
Oh, I love that so much. We have to be deliberate on that. Yeah. You can't go around that. You can't fake the funk on that. Let me ask you, this is a really good question. I only have a couple more for you because I want to make sure that I know you got quite a busy day, but what is the biggest misconception women have about love that keeps them in a cycle of disappointment?
Cycle of disappointment. Well, you know what? A lot of women are in denial about the men that they're dating. I confront a lot of women, and I say, well, if he's shown you who he is and he's not taking accountability for it, things are happening that you know deep down inside that goes against you, and you feel the need to silence yourself. Why are you suppressing that? You know something's not right. You need to face things. A lot of women feel like their job is to keep everybody together, to keep everybody silent while toxic behaviors are happening. not calling it out, not addressing the real issues, but want to keep this kind of outside. Talk about social media. Everybody's interested in having this social media love affair, like they're putting everything is all perfect out there, but no, and I'm real. I keep it real.
Mhm.
I will disagree with my husband online. And you have to do it in a way that's respectful, of course, but I'm not going to silence myself. I'm not going to become something that I'm not. It's going to be healthy dialogue as much as possible and repair as much as possible. But I think the issue is not to be in denial, not to have these defenses come up that gets in the way with how you really feel about what's going on. So a lot of women need to step out of denial and start accepting the way things are, because that's the first step in changing things, is to accept it and make things healthier. There's a science to healthy relationships, and it can happen.
I love that. I believe it too. I think that you're speaking a lot of truth to power, for sure. One of the things that I personally felt that women have a little bit misconstrued romantically is a fairy tale. It's kind of like this person. I'll speak for myself. I remember feeling like a person didn't love me if they weren't, overly affectionate, or if they wasn't verbalizing that they love me. Those things mattered to me. But I had to learn, like, this is called reassurance. Why do you require so much reassurance? Okay, well, that is you're moving from an abandonment space. That's everybody is not thinking that. Some people are not giving you verbal reassurance if that's not understanding that they know that you require. That's number one. And number two, people love you and they don't always make you feel loved. And I'm not speaking from abuse, but I think that you, as a married woman with, children, you love everybody in the house, but there's some days you are not, telling folks, hey, pick that up out of love. People can easily misconstrue how you may feel in moments, or throughout the day when you're not really giving them that much attention, because, Dr. Alicia could be giving her clients attention. So it's like, knowing what you require as a grown woman is important. You can't put that off on many other people.
Right.
That's just something that I would like to add to, your sermon.
Yes, what? Abandonment is a childhood issue that you need to come to terms with. And as a result, you need to start parenting yourself through abandonment issues, because as an adult, no one can really abandon you as an adult. Okay. They can leave you. They can choose to do something different, but abandonment doesn't happen in adulthood. It happens in a childhood, because these are boundaries for relationship. You can't look for your partner to give you that level of validation. You need to come into the relationship filling yourself up. So when I do on Sunday nights, sometimes I'll do Healing Haven Book Club, and we're talking about that inner fountain. You got to keep that fountain going on inner side. And if you tune in, we talk all about how to deal with your own abandonment issues by loving yourself and parenting yourself and giving yourself the attention that you never got, the validation you can give yourself, so that you can have your internal fountain going on, because you can't look for a partner to fill up this fountain from within, because you're putting too much on that other person.
Correct.
There.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna ask you this one final question, Dr. Alicia. If you can give every woman one psychological truth about love that will change her life forever, what would it be?
You know what I would say? Self-care is self-love.
Okay.
I think getting into self-love is so important. What happens with a lot of Black women in particular? You alluded to this before, and you were spot on. That was the other part of your question that you asked me before, was as Black women, we carry the emotional load of everybody in the household. We are the center of everything, as it should be, because I think it's okay, because I have been to households where there have been Greek household culturally. I've been to Italian. One of my really good friends was Italian. And you go to her house and those women were running those houses. You know what I mean? So why is it derogatory when Black women do it, but not derogatory when you have Greek culture, Italian culture, oh, dare I say Hispanic culture? Hispanic women are running them households and everybody falls in line, right? So some of these things are cultural, but at the same time, carrying on as culturally as it is, it's not negative. It is positive because we need to have the nurturing there. But Black women really need to know about self-love. And it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. It could be a bath. It could be just spending time with yourself, giving back to yourself, filling yourself up, that fountain from within, so you're not depleted. And then, I know I can get tired. That's a signal to me when I'm tired, when I get annoyed with all the mess in the house. And I'm like, you know what? This is a signal that I'm tired and I'm not having a good day. I need to go take a bath and go to bed and worry about it in the morning. And guess what? In the morning, it's not so bad. So you have to have a way of a self-care plan and stick to that plan, because you got to put yourself first. Black women, let's put ourselves first, because we're socialized into putting everybody else first. And sometimes it goes without the level of appreciation and gratitude that we deserve.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Alicia, I would like to say that I just love you. I love who you are. I love what you represent. And I appreciate you so much for being here today. This wouldn't have happened without you. People know exactly where to find you. Dr. Alicia online is Coaching with Dr. Alicia on all social media platforms.
Follow me on Instagram, please. And come to the Black Love Weekend. We talk about this and then some this weekend. And you can get the recordings if you're busy. And you're trying to find somebody, come to the Black Love Weekend. It's this weekend.
Okay, absolutely. Make sure you all hit the Black Love Weekend this weekend. Log on with Coaching with Dr. Alicia on Instagram. Connect with her. Follow her. And remember, only love is light. Keep that in mind. Love is light. Love produces so many beautiful things. So when we lead with love, when we act out of love, there are so many good things that comes behind it. When we act out all of the other things, the insecurities, the uncertainty, the anger, that's when we are doing opposite of love. So remember, if you can be love, you can get love. All right, guys, I'm Madam President. You all have a good weekend. We out.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, we're talking about something that's hitting Black America pretty hard. A lot of us and a lot of our communities are struggling to find full-time jobs while being forced to take on side hustles just to survive. A new report from LinkedIn says that job seekers are applying for more jobs, but hearing back less, with 1 in 5 still searching for work a year later. At the same time, the cost of living keeps rising, forcing more people to take on second jobs, gig work, and side hustles just to make ends meet. Now, we're going to break all of this down and why Black Americans are struggling, and most of this in this economy that we have now, and how AI and automation are making job hunting a little harder, and whether side hustles are the new reality for financial stability. Now, is this just a temporary setback, or is the system built to keep us hustling forever? And all I keep hearing is that song, every day I'm hustling. We've got a great panel to talk this through with you today. We also would love to hear your comments. We love to see what you have to say. So please make sure that you put your comments in so that we can address them. And here's who I have on my royal court today. We have Joe Corley, licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and educator. We have Marlo Layson, TV and film producer. We have Erica Lewis, author of Faith in Transition, and Moya, our tax professionals. So we got a little bit of everybody on the panel, but let's start off with this video. It's a little heartbreaking to me because I've actually had a lot of friends kind of feel the same way. So let's check out this video before we get the conversation started.
I'm just gonna do this long form. And so I just met with a Black woman who gave me some really nice career advice. And it was a great conversation. As far as, you need to find your passion, you need to find this. I'm like, I know my passion. I just can't be paid from it, And the thing was, like, I came from fashion design. I did fashion design since 2012. And I'm still doing freelancing, right? But I'm like, at this point, I just need to pay my bills, right? I can't get hired in retail. I can't get hired in customer service. I can't get hired in, the most basic shit. Not with my resume. Not with my resume. And not even if I redo my resume. I'm like, I have a retail resume, but I haven't worked retail since 2015. I'm like, what am I supposed to do when I have bills to pay? This is so frustrating. And I get, like, her conversation was very helpful about, career and goals and reshaping your life, and I get that, but I am exhausted. I am exhausted with going on 2-round interviews at places. I am exhausted with trying to convince people that I can do whatever job they put in front of me. I am exhausted.
So that's heartbreaking, and I can relate to that because I do have a lot of friends that are doing that. I currently have 2 or 3 friends who have now said their job is job hunting, because about the time they fill out all the paperwork that they all want them to fill out over and over and over, and then they go back to 2 or 3 interviews and they still never get the job, they're exhausted. And that was what she said. They're exhausted. So I'm going to ask our viewership, does anybody just work side hustles right now? I would love to hear that. But as for our panels, have you experienced this recently, or someone that you know in your inner circle is struggling with this? And I'm going to start with you, Marlo.
I haven't personally, knock on wood. Typically, when I leave a situation, I have another situation prepared, or I have enough contacts where I can sustain myself doing freelance. But my daughter is definitely struggling to find work that is compatible with her skill set, find work that is sustainable for her life. She has a family. And I think that a lot of young people and probably older people in the job market that aren't as tech savvy are experiencing the same issues, right? The experienced who don't have the technical knowledge, and the inexperienced who may have the technical knowledge, but they just don't have the work experience. I think that they are seeing a hard time in this job market.
Agree. I see that with so many. How about you, Erica?
No, I actually, thank goodness, as Marlo said, knock wood, I'm not experiencing that. I actually was able to, I left my industry. I was a consultant for years for health and wellness and opening fitness studios, and moved into different genres of fitness. And I was just burnt out. And I actually transitioned into the beauty world, and I was able to take those skills in fitness, all of that I acquired, and apply it elsewhere. So as we, get deeper into the topic, I'd like to talk a little bit more about how you can, transfer skills, because people sometimes get pigeonholed within an industry. I loved the wellness industry, but I'm plagued with injuries. I just can't do it anymore. And I was just physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted. And I just, made a nice segue out. So I'll chip in a little bit with information later.
Great. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, man. When I was out, when I was under that indictment, I was actually trying to find work. And despite having all of this education, no doors were opening. It's really, really difficult, I believe, to find a position anywhere if you don't actually know somebody that is in charge of hiring. My son, who's 23, he has been looking for work or struggling to find work, and I know he's been applying heavily. He's 23, he's in college, He's working on his legacy, but in the meantime, what do you do to, he's got bills that he has to pay. So it's been very difficult. I've observed how difficult it is, and I've been participating in how difficult it is. In the process of even applying is like really complicated these days. Like you upload your resume and then you got to fill in everything that you did on top of them. Like, man, this is redundant. So the whole process of it is like, who's willing to, put up with all of this? How desperate are you to put up with this without getting irritated?
Well, that it's interesting that you said that, because one of my friends who said, now I'm a professional job seeker, and she has high criterias, is said the same thing. She's like, it'd be different if we could just cut and paste. She said, but not every one of them are different. So it's not like you could just cut and paste to put into all these. You have to write dissertations. She had me laughing, but she said, it's funny, but not funny. We have to pretty much write dissertations on each and every application, only to go to three interviews and still not get hired. So it's all different. It's not automated, simple that way. It's just, it takes up a lot of your time. How about you, Moya?
So my major, my undergrad, is in Pan-African studies. So sometimes I would feel like I have to remove the African part and just like put Pan studies or something, like so I could see if that would get me more callbacks. So I've done those things. Now, for the past several years, I've been a manager at a tax office. And one of the things, so we do a lot of hiring. Every tax season we have to hire. So we had super entry level positions, and we also had training positions. And I tell you, it is so hard to find people that can do basic things like answer the phone with a smile, like come to work on time, adhere to your schedules. So I see a different side of this whole I'm not able to find a job thing, because I know we hired.
I'm with you on that. Like, just today, I had to call an attorney's office, and the girl who answered the phone, I couldn't believe she was answering the phone for a law office. She was so good. Well, ma'am, we can't call everybody back. We got too many cases. You are talking to a family member who you are representing. And so this is what you get to. You have to take that into consideration. So I'm going to ask you this, Marlo. Do you think that companies are intentionally making it harder for people to get hired?
As a person that's in a position to hire people, I'm going to say no. I don't know at the corporate level, right? But I know I need what I need when I need it. I think that the applicant pool is far and wide, whittling down who is qualified for a job, right? Assessing people during an interview, you get people who don't know what to say. I've had people show up, their mom is in the background on the Zoom call. Like, it's a crazy world out here when it comes down to trying to hire people. So while I sympathize with people who can't, I'm also coaching my daughter, like, what you doing? What did you say? How was this going? Now, when she applies for a job, she does get them, right? She will land the job, but it's I don't know where the gap is, but there's certainly a gap that I see being in a position to hire people, where people are applying for jobs that a lot of times they aren't even qualified for. Like, I can teach you my SOPs. I can't teach you journalism. That is, you should come here already knowing that, right? And a lot of people apply for jobs that they are totally unqualified for. So that's a part that's also in the mix of all of it.
Well, like I said, this professional friend of mine who says she's a professional job seeker, she said at this point, she's just applying for everything and anything, because she's like, you know what? Somebody's going to have to land me. She said she used to be very targeted, but now she's like, look, even if it's something I don't think I qualify for, I'm still going for it because I am very desperate. And someone in the chat said, Tebow said, no industry is safe. Even us in tech industry are getting laid off. Now, with that being said, guys, today is supposed to be a big announcement from the Zuck that's not what I really wanted to call him. I wanted to use Zuck in a rhyming word, was going to come out and actually tell people that they were going to be let go. Like under everything now, I mean, he's like, if you're not performing, you've got to go. But their performance on some of these tech places are just so high that it's like they expect you to work 80 hours a week, and that's a standard. So if you're not living up to them, then can you keep the job once you get it? So this gives me a really good question, Erica. Do you think that AI and automation is making it harder for people to get jobs?
I really don't think so. From what I've seen on my end, I am in upper management, and I'm going to be honest with you. I have seen people come in for interviews and they treat it as if it's like coming to church, come as you are. No, you can't come as you are. Come, hallelujah and amen. People come as you are. I really don't want to know that you have recreational behavior that you like to do. I don't want to smell that. And people come in and they smell like that. And then, so yeah, it's going to be hard for you to get hired. And I don't think people are taking those itty bitty things into consideration. I think Deborah Woodwin posted a comment that, interview skills are not being taught in school, and they are not. And, I don't think we learned those in school either. It was just common practice. It was an understanding. You took a shower, you got dressed, you lotioned up, you put your, you brought an extra resume, you did this, you did that. Yeah. I mean, it was just common practice, and it is not. And then you have to also take into consideration so many people got used to working from home for so long, coming out into the workplace. A lot of those at-home positions were done away with. So now they have to come out of the house into the workplace, and a lot of people just don't know how. They don't have that social piece anymore. They're not used to having to, interact with anyone, or even at this point being held accountable and being, kept on target for deliverables. So yeah, I think that's the one thing that's really triggering people, is that they just can't meet the standard of coming in to office.
Yeah, a lot of them want to ask you, can we just do it online now? They have gotten very used to that. So they're used to doing the on-camera thing. But listen, we're going to dig into it. There is a lot of pieces of this that we're going to kind of touch on, but we would love to hear if you're struggling. Are you struggling with finding a position? What are some of the things that you're coming up against that, you need to share with us? Because, maybe someone else is facing the same thing. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back.
I know you're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us, so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
Listen, that's exactly. She got this right on point. Listen, this is exactly what we are talking about. The new skills that you need to level up, whether it is going to be a side hustle, or if you're going into these jobs now where they're expecting you to know these things, you truly need to get these skills up. And how are you going to do that? We got training, baby. We got training. We got training. All you have to do is come to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have Dr. Lene, who's coming up with her class. And, you know, she's our brilliance coach, so she's going to be bringing it. We've had Vanessa Gopal, who helped you level up your sales. We had Constance help you level up to 7 figures. We've had AI training with Athena. And I taught you how to buy a house domestically and internationally. So listen, it's worth you to give us a try, because I'm pretty sure you're going to stick around when you see just how much you're going to get in the flynubianmoneyclub.com. Please make sure that you sign up today. We do have a 30-day trial. Okay. And I have to give a shout out to our producer, because honey, that commercial was adorable. I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I thought it was a great commercial. Look, even somebody even said, "Ooh, new commercials." I love it. So I'm going to ask Joe this question, and then I want us to check some new things out. But Joe, do you think that having a side hustle now is a necessity or an option?
I don't think it's an option. I feel like you got to have multiple streams of income. I don't know if it's a side hustle or not, or is it just an extra job, but you have to be prepared to lose one of these things at all times, because if one of them goes dead, you know, it's a struggle out here. You know, I think a large majority of people, regardless of whatever income range you're in, are living from check to check. Even people that are making 6 figures are living from check to check. And, you know, it's because the cost of living is just outpacing, you know, our ability to create income for ourselves. And that's just going to continue to happen. You know, it's just going to be harder and harder and less affordable to live basic life with the way that's going on. I don't want to scare anybody with that, but I really want you to prepare yourself, because either you're going to have to, you know, cut back on things that you think are essential, or you're going to have to make more money. Like, one of those two things is going to have to happen. So it is not an option to have multiple streams of income unless you are in a different bracket. But I don't even think people that are making a lot of money right now have one stream of income. I think everybody that's doing well probably have multiple.
You know, I find it very interesting that, you know, I travel internationally, I sell overseas as well as in America. So I'm back and forth a lot. Multiple hustles in other countries, that's not common. In America, it's a must. If you want to live and pay your rent, and that's even sharing houses a lot of the times, and that's what I see in my real estate business. People have 4 and 5 different hustles. In Europe, especially Portugal, they dedicate it. They still old school. If you are the carpenter, you are the carpenter. You know, that is exactly what they do here. And they get paid according to their skills, rightfully so. If you're a day worker, you are to get paid a certain amount that day. And they look at it every time to see if it fits the cost of living. So I don't see a lot of this happening in Europe. And Portugal in particular. I don't see it in Spain. I don't see it in France. I see this as an American issue. But I want to check out some stats, because Joe definitely talked about some stats that we're going to hit. So let's pull up some things that we need to see, okay? The Black unemployment rate has consistently been twice that of a white American, even in strong job markets. Wow. 1 in 5 job seekers in 2024 are still looking for work in 2025, with 26% completely giving up due to the lack of opportunities. While wages have increased 5% in the past 5 years, inflation has risen over 14%, meaning real income, it's shrinking. And 75% of resumes never make it past AI screening systems, preventing qualified candidates from reaching human recruiters. Now, listen, guys, we talking about that AI thing. We are definitely, let me pull back to the AI before we move on with more stats. There are companies that are using AI with keywords. if you don't know how to put in your resumes with the right keywords, and that gets fed through the system, you have no choice in the matter, because a robot, Robot City is going to see if the keywords that they are looking for are in there. So it doesn't pay to be unique. It pays to understand what keywords are. So Moya, do you think that I'm off point with that? Or do you think people need to get their SEO skills up a little bit?
So that's a real thing. Like, I looked online, there's like a resume builder that specifically helps you get seen in certain positions. I think it's like $25. They'll review like 5 resumes for you, and they'll make sure that you hit the marks. You tell it the industry that you want to go into, and it'll make sure that your resume has the necessary words so that way you can go to the next round. So it's an extremely real thing. And I wouldn't have known that until I started just doing research on different ways to make your resume seen. Like, it was surprising to me.
It is pretty shocking. But then when you think about it, every time you turn on something with social media, it's like, use your keywords, search your keywords. YouTube, if you want more viewers, you need to know what your SEO is. So Marlo, do you think that automated hiring systems are weeding out qualified Black people?
Absolutely, because again, the AI learning comes from the people learning, right? So in addition to you understanding keywords, understanding SEO, understanding how that works, it also has to be applicable. The biggest thing that people miss in SEO is relevance, right? You think keyword stacking is your friend. It's not, friends. It's not your friend. You need relevant, that's the piece that people always miss, the companion piece, relevant keywords. Look at what the job description says and figure out how you can mirror that description back to the AI. It's not looking for individual flowers, right? I read some crazy thing. This girl was having an issue. She actually was employed, but she was making flowery out of office emails. It's like, girl, just tell the people when you're going to be gone, when you're coming back. I don't care about your squirrels, your chickens, your dogs. It's like everybody wants to be individual. That's not what this is. Be individual in your own space. But back to side hustles, you got to have them. You got to have a second stream of income. I only knew Black people to have side hustles, work full time, sell sandwiches, right? Sell cakes. My grandmother, cared for white children and was a domestic worker, but she also was the candy lady. She sold frozen cups. She sold praline candies. We ain't calling praline candies in New Orleans, but that's what she sold. Like, that's what she did to make money. So I think that we have always, I guess we probably got lured by jobs and salaries and stuff. But for the most part, Black people have always done multiple streams of income. We've always worked and had another thing on the side, whether it was sewing, whether it was cooking, whether it was whatever your skill set was, we've always bartered those skills. So I think it's time for us to lean back into who we are as us.
I agree. And speaking of that, guys, don't forget, I'm gonna give a little reminder. Maybe we have some new viewers that didn't hear this before. We have a list of 40 side hustles that you can use to get some side hustle business on your own. And all you have to do is just send us an email when the subject line, ask for the side hustle list. You can do that at info@realvirtual.net, info@REELVIRTUAL.net. Now, with the AI component, okay, you say you get through, right? You get through, hey, I got them keywords, I got an interview. So Erica, we had someone say something very, very relevant. And I want to hear your comments on this, because you were talking about how people just roll in and come in any way. So she says, on-camera interviews don't really work in favor of some who are dark-skinned. If you're not well-versed in lighting, makeup, and camera angles, you can appear angry or brusque compared to some other people. So do you even think that online interviews, you said you had some problems, when people coming in, well, if you got an online interview, do you see that as a hindrance as well?
Absolutely not. We go on YouTube for everything else. Go on YouTube if you know the lighting is an issue. Go on YouTube and fix that lighting. If you know that wearing certain colors doesn't work for you, then don't wear those certain colors. Unfortunately for me, I did television for quite a bit, so I know what colors work for me and what don't work, and what work for me and what don't work for me. However, if that's something you don't know, you on your phone, you posting on TikTok, you posting on Instagram, you know what's cute, you know what's not cute. It is time for us to stop making excuses. We make excuses. Oh, if you're dark, you're gonna look angry. Well, you're gonna look angry if you ain't smiling. Put a smile on your face. Say hello. When you're talking to people, even if you're on the phone, smile while you're speaking, because it's automatically going to brighten your voice if you're smiling while you're speaking. Actually look in the mirror when you're getting ready for an interview. Look in the mirror and see what you look like when you're talking, so that you can see so when the other person's on the camera, you can tell what they're looking at. So it's really important that we stop making excuses and start creating opportunities, because the things that we're saying are a hindrance can be a stepping stone to get us to the next level. Don't take yourself out of the game before you even start to actually audition.
That was a very powerful statement. Do not take yourself out of the game. If you come in with a negative thought, then you're going to make that in there. I am fully one of those people who believe in law of attraction, period. So, like if you go in with a crappy attitude, it's going to show in your body. It's going to show in your voice. It's going to show all the way around. But, if you got to have yourself a positive affirmation party right before you go into these interviews, then I suggest you start getting out that mirror right now and telling yourself you love yourself.
Can I add something to that about the online interviews? Be on time for those interviews. Just because the interview starts at 2:00, don't show up at 2:00. You might want to be there 10 or 15 minutes, because they are interviewing several, if not hundreds, of other candidates. And you may have to sit in a queue and you may have to wait, but that's okay, because they are alerted that, hey, so-and-so with the 2:00 appointment is actually sitting in the queue. That's a good point for the person that's actually interviewing you, that you took the time to be early and you're waiting. It's okay for you to wait for someone. They shouldn't have to wait for you. You want to make sure that you're early. Being early is on time, and be prepared.
Exactly. Great tips. Listen, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
I am absolutely loving these. They have such a powerful message behind them, because that is what we do here. We do want you to know and grow. And it's really easy to get in a dump sometimes when you feel like you don't know what to do. Well, this is what we're here for. This is what we do this for. So if you are very interested in and also growing your business, you need to just send us an email. We get this magical email, right? We get this beautiful magical email. Just send it in at info@realvirtual.net. If you need someone to help you with your business, you're too busy, maybe you've got too many different things on your plate, we are here for that. We can help you with that. Then, you're here every day at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But if you're too busy and you miss us, you can watch and listen on Spotify to all of our shows. Binge out, baby, binge out. Go to Spotify and binge out, because we got tips and tricks and egg nests and gems and everything that we do in every last show. So listen, I want to continue with this because it does seem, it doesn't seem, I know too many people who are struggling with finding a job. I've had many people ask me if they wanted to become a real estate agent, but if you ain't ready to hustle, baby, that ain't something you can jump into very quickly. So let's check out this other video and then we'll be right back.
Sometimes you can have the credentials, but you don't have the connections. Sometimes you can have the credentials, but you don't know the right person. But because of your reputation, it opens doors that no man could close because of your reputation. You may have the credentials on your resume, but you don't have the credentials in your reputation. So you're wondering why it's hard for you to get the job that you applied for because you don't know anybody. You don't have the reputation and nobody knows you. So you think, I have the credentials, but I'm having a hard time getting a job. But yet there's somebody who don't have the credentials and they're getting the job over you. It's because they have a reputation. And that's what your brand is. Your brand is being very intentional about how you present yourself and being intentional about your reputation.
Woo! You better. Right? Being a brand is not just being like an influencer or some hustler online. You are your brand. You are you. When you say Lala, you know who Lala is. Period. If you say Realty Goddess, you're gonna know me. I branded that early. If you put that in, that's it. Everywhere you go, there you are. So how do you get over when you're not exactly completely comfortable in that to get the job anyway? How can you present yourself as a brand and a very positive brand going into an interview so that you can get that job? Or is it always something that somebody you know? And I'm going to ask you that, Moya. Do you think that it's branding or is it somebody you know?
I mean, I feel like somebody you know definitely helps. I mean, they still get you in the door. I think you said something important, Lala, like wherever you go, that's where you are. That's where you go. So I think when you think of a brand, you have to think of yourself. But one thing I want to piggyback off of what Erica was saying is one thing I have so many women, especially when I'm talking to them, when I'm processing their taxes and we're talking about what happened that year, they'll always say the reason why they left that job is because they didn't accept me for who I am. They didn't accept me. And I think one of the things that we have to really know and understand is a job is not the same place as your home. Your coworkers are not your family members. They're not your friends. So you have to really conduct yourself in a way that allows you to go ahead and get the result. And the result is the paycheck. So we have to really have an understanding of what that is. And so that needs to be at the forefront, not them accepting us.
I think we've gotten into that bag now. Take me as I am. Well, it's not how you am. Like I'm telling you right now, like I told y'all when your girl answered the phone today, I wanted to just strangle her. You're working for an attorney's office, and that is how you're speaking to the people that you're representing. That needs to be addressed in that office. And they need to take her to the side and get her some training on that. Someone needs to be honest. But then again, if you're dealing with attorneys that think like that too, then I guess they see no problem. I do want to hit another concern. And Marlo, I'm going to ask you this. Are we seeing a shift where full-time jobs are no longer enough to survive?
Yeah, I think everybody knows the price of the things, right? We've watched the price of the things constantly creep up every single year, right? And I think Joe touched on something that's so important. People are going to have to make decisions, right? Maybe you haven't identified what your skill is to expand yourself into a side hustle, right? Maybe you don't have the time because of the demands of your full-time job to take on a part-time job. You're going to have to make serious considerations about how you're spending your money, how you're investing your money, how much of your money circulates back to you in some way. And that is going to be critically important because the price of anything is not going down at all. I don't know how many people, indulged in the President of the United States conversation yesterday before the Super Bowl, but he said, like, it is what it is for now. You just got to deal with it. And I mean, that's been the reality since the summer, that it was going to continue on this trajectory. I do want to touch on the branding thing, though. I don't want people to think of this branding as you need to brand yourself as a brand. This is who are you? The job that I have, the full-time job that I have, when my director called me back, she was like, I've never had anybody references so happy to give a reference. I don't burn bridges professionally, right? People that I worked with 10 years ago would be happy to have me on their production crew. People that I know from school would be happy to put in a recommendation for me because they understand how I work. My brand is what I bring to the table professionally. So when people, as we talk about branding, I don't want people to feel like you gotta make yourself the goddess of something. Just be who you are in your lane. Be an expert at what you do. Be on time. Be good to work with. We work in TV. TV is long hours. Nobody want to be on the set all day traveling from hither and yon with a person with a nasty disposition. Check yourself and understand who you are, what your limitations are, where you're limited. Bolster that up and make yourself better, right? It's only one you. It's only one you. You are the brand, but you have to identify what that brand is and where it fits. And the things about the brand that are out of pocket, you must correct, because then you're going to be sitting back blaming everybody else when really the issue is the brand.
There you go. I'm still happy to be the goddess, though.
And you are, but I'm just saying for everybody doesn't have to be.
Exactly. That's very, very
But
true.
I believe when you show up as yourself and you show up as your best, it will come across so effervescent, like comparing it to a goddess, like as you really step into yourself. Anybody.
Yes, exactly. And that's just your personality. Don't try to be something that you're not, because it shows through as well. But listen, we've talked about how we also have a list of 40 side hustles that you can do, and you can just email us at info@realvirtual.net. Listen, guys, I told you that's the magical email address. That's really easy, but I want to give a shout out to Veda, Sophia, and Eartha, who have already asked for the list. This is what it's all about. We are here to help you. Okay. So if you need a list of side hustles, then go ahead and email us there so that you can get that. Erica, I want to ask you, do you think that the traditional 9-to-5 jobs are becoming obsolete, and should we be adapting to a new work model?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just listen. I went from 8 hours to 10 hours to 11 hours. So yeah, that whole, Monday through Friday, I'm leaving at 5 o'clock. Yeah, that is obsolete, because you have, depending upon your industry, you may have 3 or 4 different roles that are piled onto your role that, with expectation of deliverables, and things need to be done. So with that being said, yeah, that traditional, I'm getting off here 5 o'clock, it's just not going to work. But on the flip side of that, you may have some flexibility with time off. You may have some flexibility of coming in later. You may have the flexibility if you have to work until 8 o'clock, you can come in at 10:30 or 11. So you have to find the good to balance out, some of the inconvenience. I don't ever like to say that something is like, oh, this is horrible. No, you have to look at everything as an opportunity. Everything is an opportunity. It is never an inconvenience, because the minute you start looking at it as an inconvenience, you're going to begin to struggle. Your work performance is going to decline, and you're going to kill your own brand. Your brand is your reputation, how you handle things, how you take on things, how you execute things. So yeah, I mean, so just that 9-to-5 thing, it's pretty much over and done with. I don't even think it really has been around since, gosh, the mid 2000s. I know I haven't worked a straight 9 to 5 in about 10, 15 years.
Yeah, in real estate, I kid you not, there were days that I was working 16 hours. People think that's an easy job, that this is an easy job, but it's not an easy job. It's long hours, it's understanding your contract, it's being on the road
Absolutely.
24/7. You know, nothing is easy, but if you want it and it's worth it, you'll go after it. So Joe, I do want to ask you a question because we did touch on this a little bit, and it deals with also part of our mental. So listen, everybody seems to be, except me, for me. And in some spots that's good, but when it comes to jobs, is that good? How do we deal with this and possibly rejection from many jobs with our mental health? What can we do to balance that?
Well, listen, let me touch on that, except me for me stuff. Okay. You do have the right to be authentic and to be yourself at all times. And those people around you have the right to say, you are getting on my damn nerves and I don't like you. Like, two things can be true. You know what I mean? Like, you have to curate your circles so that it fits you and you fit in that circle as well. So going back to some of the stuff that Moya and Marlo were talking about being authentic, like, those things are important. If you are at a stage in your life where you can make decisions and choices that allow you to be yourself. Like me personally, I run off some very, very simple principles, mainly starting with, I try to lead with just being a good human at all times. And listen, there's a shortage of that right now. There's a shortage of people just being willing to be good humans. So like when I interact with somebody like Lala, like, oh, this is a good human, I can spend time dealing with a good human at all times. I don't want to put anybody into my circle or my atmosphere that is like, I'm not talking about being perfect, but just being decent, you know what I mean? Like decent stuff. So when we're out here looking for jobs, you have to decide whether or not what side of the line you're on. Are you a person that has to put up with nonsense? So you might have to, you're going to have to shrink yourself or shapeshift to fit into a space that's not necessarily meant for you if you are desperate. But if you are somebody who has been working on your branding or, trying to adjust yourself to live a life that allows you to kind of ditch that regular 9 to 5 stuff like Erica was talking about, then concentrate on being who you are so the circle around you fills itself in. I'm not sure I'm answering your question, Lala, but you kind of took me on a tangent. But curate yourself with your values, right? You have to be led by your values. What makes you really sad? What makes you really angry? What makes you really passionate? Being led by those values and then never making a decision that goes against those values will land you in spaces that you're supposed to be in and protect you from situations that you're not supposed to be around. Okay?
I agree. I've worked with things before that I thought that I could handle and they went against my principles. Case in point, I worked for a live streaming company as a community manager because they found me because I do a lot of videos. And I thought, wow, this will be fun. This is after Periscope died. And when I got in there and saw all the things that they were doing, it became unpleasurable to me. It became salty. It became because they were saying one thing and doing another. Don't let people get on half naked. Punish them for that, but still yet get on half naked, and at the end of the day, I was mentally drained. So that wasn't for me, even though I was doing an excellent job. It wasn't for me. It wasn't my circle. It just wasn't. So you have to take that into account as well. But I was grateful for it at the time because I still learned skills. You see how I did that? I may not have been happy in that in the moment, but what happened is I did intake those skills, internalize them, and put them into my resume because now I have built myself up. Whether it was pleasurable or not at the time, I still know how to do more things that I didn't know before. But speaking of that, listen, this is why I went back to working for myself. All right. So if you are a business owner and you're looking to expand your reach, Fly Nubian Money is building a Black business directory and is going to connect you with the customers that you need to your services. And the best part, guys, it's free. The Black Business Directory is free. So you just need to email us at info@realvirtual.net. You know, that's the magic. Sprinkle, sprinkle, info@realvirtual.net. Get your business in there so that people will know how to find you. And also, if you're looking for somebody yourself, we got to get tighter with our money. You know, we always say our Black dollars don't stay in our community very long. We are trying to flip the script with that. Okay, so make sure that you send that email to us. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. But here's what we're going to need you to put in the email: your business name, what you do, your website, and your contact information. Don't just say, put my name in there, and then don't give us all that stuff. How we gonna reach you, baby? All right. So let's build this together and circulate the Black dollar even longer. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are looking for you. Looking for you, because we are. Because as we're boycotting, we're all like, now where we gonna go? I ain't gonna lie. I'm sad about Target, but I ain't going back in there. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do it. So if I need something, then I'm going to look in my directory first, because I want to work with people who understand me. Now, listen, we got one more video to watch, and this is also very interesting. So let's check this out. And then when we get back, I got some key questions for our panel. But if you are finding these tips valuable and you have one that you want to share to help people up their game, put it in the comments so that you can help uplift someone else. Hold on, we'll be right back.
Lowering your chances of getting a job if you're trying to apply to this many in a week. If you're new here, my name's Chelsea. I'm a 6 years experienced recruiter, resume writer, and career coach, and I help people land jobs in 90 days or less. Results may vary if you do not utilize the tools that I provide to you and the methods that are tedious yet work, then you will have a harder time finding a job with my assistant. At most, you need to be applying to 20 to 30 jobs a week. It's about quality over quantity, as well as your strategy. If you're applying to just apply and say, oh, well, I have experience with customer service, I have experience in IT type work, and your job titles and responsibilities do not match that, and you haven't changed them, you're not going to get that job. So you're applying just to apply, and you're wasting your own time. And then if you're not doing the research and making sure that these jobs are actually real jobs, you're probably going to run into a lot of scams. So have a strategy. Don't mass apply or panic apply. If you need more help, you know where to find me. My calendar is in my bio.
Very practical information that you can use toward getting that job. And I want you to understand that even if you don't get the job, every time you go into an interview, you have learned something new about that. When you finish that interview, I need you to go to your car, go get you a coffee, whatever, and sit down and go, could I have answered that better? How can I answer that next time a little better? You need to reevaluate yourself. A lot of people taught me when we first got into video, like watch your own videos so that you can see what you're doing. Maybe you're doing this and you shouldn't be doing that. Or maybe you keep saying, and then. But when you go back and you look at those, you get better by watching yourself and saying, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I can improve next time, and practicing. So that's my tip for everyone. But I want to start asking the panel. I'm going to start with you, Erica, because you do have a lot of experience in this. So what is one really good tip that you can give to people that are looking for a job in their interviewing skills?
Oh my God. So when you're interviewing and you're either you're interviewing online, or if you're going into the office, number one, you want to do a quick run through of the company. You want to find out when it was established. You want to find out if there were any acquisitions. You want to find out as much as possible about this business, about the brand. So when you come in, you can speak to it. Also, with the person that you're going to be sitting down with, you want to make sure that you make some kind of connection with them. If you walk into their office, or if you see trophies, you see that they like to golf. Oh my goodness, you golf. That's something I've always wanted to do. How long have you been golfing? You want to make a little bit of a connection, because that way you will always stick out in their mind. So it's really important that you do some research on that company, find out as much as possible, so that when it's your turn to ask questions, because you're interviewing them as well. They're not just interviewing you, You're interviewing that company. You want to find out as much about them as possible. Let them know that you've done your research. Let them know that you're still researching and you're really interested in the position. Find out about the position. How long has the position been available? Why is it available? Is it a new position? Is it a new role? So yeah, just ask a lot of questions and make a connection with the person that you're interviewing with.
Great. Don't go in there as Miss Mouse. Be personable, not overbearing, because I've had people come to me overbearing like they knew everything. I couldn't even get the interview questions in. So you have to learn to balance them. Big Mac said, I also don't wait for people to call me back. I call them and check on the status of my application. That shows that you're eager. And that shows that you're still interested in the position. You didn't just brush it off after you left and shut that office door. Marlo, what is one of your best tips for those who are watching?
Be ready to do a little humble brag, right? What is it that you have done that nobody else did that will be valuable in your next move? What is something that you took the initiative to do and did it well? Did you oversee something? Did you monitor some transfer of technology? What have you done that sets you apart from other candidates? Everybody got the keywords. Everybody read the description. If they really qualified candidates, everybody did the homework, right? Everybody peeked around the website to try and see what they could see and did a little back research. What did you do? What if we invest in you as an employee, right, and we hire you, what can I expect from you to bring to this company that the other 57 people that I've already talked to can't or won't bring? How are you going to set yourself apart? That's the most important thing, because it's getting back to the brand of you. Only you are the brand of you. So what is it that you bring to the table that everybody else doesn't? And if you can identify that, be truthful, be honest, and own it, you're going to get the call back.
Exactly. And then also, Golden says, keep your skills current, self-improvement, so you won't get left behind. And we've already told you that the Fly Nubian Money Club is helping you do that, baby. Listen, we had a whole AI class. Listen, we talked and touched about how this is in our lives now. And Athena has got you going on in that. So make sure that you do sign up for the Fly Nubian Money Club and you get those skills too. How about you, Moya? What is your tip for those who are watching?
So I would say do everything that Marlo and Erica just said, because I think it's super important. The only thing that I would add is when you're doing a follow-up, do a follow-up with an ad. Meaning, one, you could do the, thank you so much, I appreciate the interview, email, but also follow up with, hey, I see this happening in the industry, or I just recently received this certification and I just want to let you know how it could benefit the company once I become a part of it. Or just do an ad versus just, hey, I'm checking on my application.
Love it. Absolutely love it. See, it's about connection. Just like that gentleman was saying, branding. There's still a connection in your branding. It's still you, but you've got to learn how to hit that human need, because it's really important for people to click. There's too many people who are disconnected right now. So when you get that click, you're kind of locked in. How about you, Joe?
I'm just going to say, do everything that these ladies are saying, but also if you're not really good at pretending to be other people, really lean into like being yourself. I mean, there's people out there that can pretend and do whatever it is that you need to do in order to get that job. And if you're good at that and it helps you, then I'm not going to take that away from you. But if you're bad at it, like you just look uncomfortable trying to be somebody you're not, then just lean heavy into authenticity, because that picks up. And I think that that will attract the right kind of people. You just being yourself, and then you fit into spaces like I said before that are actually meant for you.
Exactly. And let me tell y'all something else. We got Deborah, our viewer. She's here all the time. Deborah, we love you so much. You are so excellent. You always come in and give great conversation. We love you. She said, we learned about having a script prepared on Saturday in Fly Nubian Money Club when you're presenting yourself and your business. Great job, Vanessa Gopal. Listen, we talking job skills, baby. All right. And Vanessa has got you covered there too. Another reason for you to go and sign up for the FlyNubianMoneyClub.com, right? Listen, we got a couple more stats I want to pull up before we start winding this down so everybody can take a really deep breath. 5.3% of the U.S. workforce now works multiple jobs, the highest level since 2019. In some states, over 10% of workers juggle 2 or more jobs. And that's just too much. You've got to have some time to yourself. You know what I mean? Like if you're juggling that, how are you also recharging you? But don't forget, you can also have side hustles. So growing your side hustle while maintaining your full-time job is a common thing right now. And we do have that 40 side hustle list for you. All you have to do is email us at info@realvirtual.net. But it is time, my babies. It is time. We lost Erica. For final thoughts. Okay, so let's start with our final thoughts and where we can find you. Let's start with you, Marlo.
So my final thought is whatever you're looking for is already in you. You already have it in you. You just have to be unafraid to share it. I am a terrible self-promoter. So in 2025, that's what I'm working on, promoting myself, promoting my skills, explaining to people how I can help them grow. So I understand where you are if you're a little bit uneasy about selling yourself to people. But this is the world that we live in. What are you good at? Find a way to make a side hustle because stuff is not going to get cheaper. We're about to get into summer. So that means that gas prices are going to go up. We're in this vicious cycle and have been in this country for many, many years. The only way to circumvent that is to be able to control your income because you can't control your employer. They could let you go. They could downsize you. They could say, hey, you could stay, but for less pay. There could be many, many scenarios that change your money when you have an employer. But when you are outside of that employment spectrum and you have other monies that are coming in, whether you like to play the stock market and invest, whether you sell tchotchkes, my homegirl made these earrings, like whatever you're doing, figure out what you're good at. Somebody wants to buy what you're selling. You just have to let them know that it's available. If you're looking for me, I am available all over the internet. My name is Marlo Layton. I write culture content, entertainment, and political news here in the state of Louisiana. And if you're looking for me on Instagram, that is my handle @Oram Marlo. That's it for me.
And have y'all noticed that she just sparkling extra bright? It's because she is on this awesome journey. And every time she comes on, we see differences in her body from day to day. Day to day. So make sure that you follow Marlo and you also give her cheerleading tips, throw her some flowers because sometimes it ain't easy to eat that oatmeal and that egg every single day, but it's showing, Marlo. We're so proud of you. We're so proud of you. Joe, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Yeah, I just want to focus on what I said about being decent. You know what I mean? Like, I understand that some of us are in situations that are very, very tense and frustrating, and we are we're struggling, what I mean? So, but those struggles are going to be there. They're going to be there today. They're going to be there tomorrow until they're not. So it's never a bad time to focus on yourself and the little poison pill inside of you that's coming out and spewing all that hatred and garbage. It's never a bad time to deal with that. Be decent. And if you have difficulties being decent, try to figure out why. Like, why am I so angry? Why am I so hateful? Why am I treating people like this? And then whatever it is that you deal with, once you deal with it, you'll find a lot of doors opening up for you. On top of being a good human, collect good humans. Don't throw away no good. Like, look, I met Lala. Lala is going to have to get rid of me because she's a good human and I'm not getting rid of any good humans in my life, period, unless they kick me out of it. So be a good human, collect good humans, watch your network be full of goodness and good humans, and then doors will open up. That sounds very, very unrealistic, but it is very realistic. So yeah, that's all I got to say about that. And you can find me at realuconsulting.com, where I help people all the time figure out what's wrong with them, figure out how to become better humans. I do this, You know, I really do this, and I've seen the changes in people, and that's one of my favorite things about what I do is when they recognize, you know, where the anger, where the hate, where it's coming from. But also watch me on Tuesday nights on the Boss Network. Vulnerability is the new sexy. We're on part 2 of a 4-part series on relationships. Part 1 was great. Part 2 is going to be talking about how conflict can show up in your relationship and how you can turn that into connection. So that's all I got, Lala.
Joe got a lot going on, but a lot of good things going on. You definitely do not want to miss his podcast. And you know, in this time, people do need a little mental break. Sometimes you hit a wall and you don't really know where to go. You just need to talk it out. Somebody else can like give you the skills to get over that hump. Maybe you are frustrated over not getting a job and you just need to talk to someone about it. You want to make sure that you hit up Joe because Joe is ready for you. And I'm afraid you're stuck with me too, Joe. Moya, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Yes. So when you show up for your interviews, show up as your best self. Show up as the self that you know that you want them to receive, and know that what your best self is good enough. There's nothing more that you have to give outside of your best. You can reach me at moya.business. It is tax season, so if you need somebody to help you review your taxes, let me know. You can send me a DM. You can also, the Department of Education is under flux right now, and that's what holds all of our grants that many students receive on top of disseminating our financial aid. So if you have questions about scholarships, definitely let me know as well. I can help you know what scholarships are you can apply for this month in February.
Because Moya cares, and she is very educated in the tax field. Y'all know, y'all all get excited every year in tax year. Oh, I can't wait to do what I'm going to. Man, why don't you do something that with that return that will help you build into the side hustle that we do have the list for? Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Put some of that money back toward yourself and building yourself. And especially when it comes to these babies trying to get into college and they need some money, Moya's got great strategies and a great resource for you. Please do not miss out on that. Now, we did lose Erica, but I wanted to make sure that I still shout her out because she gave some really excellent tips today about interviewing, and she is using her personal experience with that. She is also the author of In Transition, Life in Transition. You want to make sure that you want to go and check her out and read her book as well. But listen, before I even go into my final thoughts, we're talking about side hustles. We're talking about interviewing. Listen, if you can't get that job right now, you may have to go ahead and start looking at that side hustle. But Fly Nubian Money Club, with this next one that we have coming up, is Dr. Lene Javette, and she is Brand Your Brilliance. Okay, so you want to make sure that you come because she's partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to help you turn your natural gifts. We all have them. Marlo touched on it. We all do something. Maybe you know how to sew and somebody don't know how to sew. Listen, you do want to turn your natural gifts into a big business. You know that thing that comes to you pretty easy and you just don't even think of it as a skill? That's what you want to use. The one people always ask you for help with, yeah, that thing. So she's helped turn clients into their brilliance into 6- and 7-figure businesses. And now it's your turn. So join her on February 22nd. Sign up, flynubianmoneyclub.com. February 22nd, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so she can walk you through the strategies that can change your life. Now, listen, here's what I have to say. Never give up. Never, ever, ever. Because I don't care if you've put in 50 applications. Maybe that job just wasn't for you. Maybe, as I always like to say, God trying to tell you something. Okay, I know not everybody's a believer, but that just came to my head. God trying to tell you something. Sometimes you're protected from not getting the job that you necessarily want because it may not be the perfect fit for you and you just don't realize it. So never, ever give up. Continue to press forward. You know what you're worth and you know your skills. And if you can't do that, baby, take that side hustle that you're good at and turn it into gold. But never, ever, ever sell your soul for something that is not worth the price of aluminum. You can find me at www.laurakey.net. I have many free resources for you on my page, but the one thing that I do want to talk to you about is maybe you want to get out of America. I talked about there are many benefits to moving out of America. Well, are you ready? Maybe you don't know if you're ready. Maybe you don't even know where to start. I have a free quiz on my website, www.laurakey.net, that will give you the analysis to see where you are on that and possibly open up more thought processes into moving abroad. So please make sure that you go to my website and download that quiz. Okay, listen, guys, we've had an absolutely fabulous show. I mean, we really, really have. One thing is clear. Black Americans are working harder than ever, but the system isn't making it easy for us to always get ahead. But when has it? The job market is broken. AI is locking us out of opportunities. The side hustles are becoming a financial necessity instead of a choice. So how do we navigate this? How do we make sure that our hard work translates to real wealth and not just survival? Let's keep the conversation going. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Drop your tips in the comment. Hey, if you know of a job position, drop that in the comment. A huge thank you to our panel, Erica, Joe, Marlo, and Moya, for breaking this down with us today. And thank you for coming every single day and supporting us. We love you so much. Be sure to like and comment and share this episode. And as always, master your mindset, maximize your money, and we'll see you next time, which is tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But before we go, babies, we can't leave here without celebrating Black History Month. Stay tuned and dial in and be proud of our heritage, because baby, Black excellence will never go away. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Peace.
Blacks had the same dreams, the same aspirations, the same love of flight, but they were barred for social reasons and never cast a long shadow.
Out of the shadow stepped Bessie Coleman.
Bessie Coleman is a dreamer, and she's a risk taker.
She was born in 1892, before airplanes and long before equality.
Bessie Coleman was born in poverty to a large family in Texas.
As she was growing up, the dream of flight went from fantasy to reality. Despite her background, she was compelled to pursue it herself.
She was a manicurist, but she decided she loved the idea and the adventure of flying.
No one in the United States would train a young Black woman to fly. But France had a world-renowned flight school that was more welcoming, if she could get there.
So she would work during the day at a chili parlor just to raise enough money for her travels to France, and at night she would teach herself French.
She raised money she didn't have, learned a language she didn't know, and earned an international pilot's license in 1921.
Bessie Coleman is this amazing, strong individual who wouldn't take no for an answer.
With her pilot's license in hand, Coleman returned to an America fascinated with flight.
And for a blazingly short time, she was the most extraordinary woman in American culture, particularly for African Americans.
Let us march on till victory is won. Lift it.
morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. I'm so excited. We got the best guest in the world on with us this morning. I didn't even get a chance to bring him on. He's so clever. He's already on. So hey, thank you so much. Welcome. Good morning, Dr. Boyce Watkins. That's just first.
Oh, good morning. I'm sorry. I just hit the button.
I know you just hopped right on in. You didn't. Well, you have, since you are here, I have to go ahead and also I'm working with a new system this morning. I'm usually kind of like got my own thing going on, but I'm working with a new system. So I'm trying to make sure I can play my theme music. Okay, there we go. I got to play my theme music really quickly, Dr. Watkins. Okay, that's it. That starts the morning right there. And before we go any step further, I have to say a quick prayer because this is what we do at the Madam President Morning Show, which is also brought to you by FlyNubianMoney.com. Do not forget that. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for allowing us to see today. We thank you for your grace and your mercy and your love. We just ask for your protection and your peace. In your name we pray. Amen. All right, so we can get it going. Let's see. B1, Dennis is in the building. Good morning, Dennis. Thank you for being here with us. In the words of Jay-Z, you could be anywhere in the world, but you're right here with me. So I appreciate that. Dr. Watkins, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's great to join you today.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say that I know it's a little earlier where you are. You are Central, so it's 8:30.
Yeah, it's 8:30 in the morning here, and but I've been up for about 4 hours now. Ain't that crazy?
Oh yeah, that's crazy. But you know what they say, the early bird gets the worm, and the millionaires get the money early. So I know why you're up so early.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah. I was thinking about that today, and I was thinking about how a lot of times, like, I don't know if young people. I think I tweeted and I said, shout out to everybody under 30 who has a work ethic, because unfortunately, that work ethic that my generation, the successful people in my generation had, didn't get passed down to kids as much. And so it doesn't mean that they're lazy or that there's something wrong with them. It just means they're different. Just like I was different from my parents' generation. But I think we can learn from previous generations. And one thing that I think makes me sad is that, like, sometimes I'll see young people who aren't having success like they want, and I'll be like, yeah, well, because you slept till noon today. Like, what you think's gonna happen when So I think that basic stuff, sometimes people never learn those things when they're kids.
Absolutely, I agree. I think that I remember, people may not know this, but Dr. Watkins has been in my life for a very long time. I remember calling him. I was probably about a sophomore in college or going into a junior semester, and having one conversation with you changed how I began to be a college student. I remember talking to you, and I remember you saying to me, you asked me about my grades, and I said, well, I can just tell you that I don't have a 3.0, and I was not doing great. And you said, well, I'm just going to tell you just like this. And this is the power of, having Dr. Watkins as a voice in your ear in life. You said to me, I'm going to tell you just like this. Smart people do not have to explain why they don't have good grades. And moment, I began to realize that is absolutely true. You can't go around saying, I'm smart, I'm intelligent, I'm talented, while you produce nothing that. So if you're smart, you have to show that you're smart. If you're intelligent, it needs to show. You can't have all F's and then go around and say, well, I can pass. Well, pass. So thank you.
I could have passed. What had happened was,
right.
That's a good point. Potential don't mean nothing if you don't show it.
Absolutely. And I got a few things that I wanted to ask you too, in reference to just potential in the Black community, because I know you have a hard out. But I wanted to know, as you are the father of finance, what is the biggest financial lie Black people have been conditioned to believe, and how do we unlearn it?
Well, I'd say one of the biggest financial lies that we have is that we're poor.
Mm.
There's no group of people on the planet that has 1.6 trillion a year in income that gets to say that they're poor. You know, I know we want to carry the mantle of poverty, and and we have like we got the poverty trauma Olympics. Like, well, I was so poor, I had bologna sandwiches with no bologna, and my uncle shot my mama in front of me, and then they took all the money, and we were in the projects, and I get all that, I respect all that, but the reality is that if you go around the world, very few countries are wealthier than the Black community. If we were a country, we'd be in the top 11. I think we'd be right past Mexico and Russia. Russia has hypersonic missiles. So come on now, hypersonic missiles, by the way, those are the nuclear missiles that the United States cannot detect. They could take out Chicago, LA, or New York, and we wouldn't even be able to stop it. So that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's real stuff. It's serious. So my thing is, like, I'm trying to figure out when we're going to realize that poor really isn't just how much money you have. It's really a mindset, right? And if somebody gives you money and you have a poverty mindset, you're not going to have that money for very long. Money is something that has to be protected. And it's like me giving you a football, but you don't know what a football field looks like. You don't know what a touchdown is. You don't know the rules of the game. You don't have a strategy. Well, it doesn't matter if I hand you the ball. You're not going to know which way to run with it. So I think that's something that we have to accept.
Okay, I like that. Absolutely. And I definitely agree. I said a couple weeks ago that the biggest lie is that I'm broke. I don't have no money. We're not broke. That's why the Asians, when they build, the nail salons in the poor community, they know that this is a demographic that's going to have them wealthy. So if there was no money in the community, people would not have corner stores. People would not have all these other things in our community, eating very well off of it if we were broke, or if we didn't have what people say that, we don't have. So I'm going to drop some bombs on that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people, it is interesting too, like that. You're right. I mean, people think that we're poor, but it's like, if we're poor, then why is everybody coming to our neighborhood to get money? Don't nobody ask you for money if you ain't got none, right?
Absolutely.
But then again, you could become poor if you let everybody have your money, right? So if I say, well, look, I'm poor, but I make $1 million a year. And some people say, well, how can you be poor? You make $1 million a year. But what if, but then somebody might look and say, oh, I get it now. He makes $1 million a year, but all his friends come by his house, the poor house, and they take his $1 million and they're all, taking $100 here, $50 there. And next thing you know, he has no money left. So it's like, yeah, you're poor, but not for the reasons you think. You think you started poor and you were born poor and you're meant to be poor, where really there was a process that made you poor. So it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm really the man that makes $1 million a year who says I'm always broke, I'm always poor. But if I don't examine the choices and what I'm doing with the resources I have, then I'm never going to change that condition.
Yeah, I agree with you. I want to know something too. We talk a lot in our community about breaking generational curses, right? What is a financial or cultural curse you had to break within yourself that changed your life?
There's a lot. I think I know. I had to definitely make sure I wasn't like my father. Like I had two fathers. One father that wasn't in my life at all, and the other one that was there, but he was kind of a little bit rougher. He was very rough because he was a police captain and Vietnam veteran, and so he kind of had a firm, hard-handed way of handling stuff. And I don't really do that with my kids. I don't believe in being just dismissive and mean to other people. I think people should be heard and respected. And I try my best to do that. as a parent. I don't know if that's necessarily the perfect way to parent, though, right? Because I do believe that as parents, we want to be nicer to the kids. Like, we don't want them to go through what we went through.
Yeah.
But there's benefits that I got from what I went through. You know, like, yeah, life was hard, but I became a hard, tough person because I went through hard, tough stuff. You know, I had to
Mhm.
learn how to get out and make my own money when I was 14 years old, and that's because I knew wasn't nobody gonna give me nothing. You know, and so I kind of feel bad for people that don't go through anything, though. I feel like, as much as we want to talk about our generational curses as being complete curses, I don't think a curse has to be a curse. A curse can be a blessing if you turn it into what it's supposed to be. You know,
Mhm.
if you process the curse in the right way, I think it can be turned into a blessing. But that requires work. It requires reflection, perspective, attitude, therapy. Therapy's big. You know, you get therapy and you're like, okay, let me think about the horrible crap I went through and see if I can make some sense of it so it can maybe reshape my purpose in life, right? Like, I went through abuse as a kid and that was terrible. It shouldn't have happened to me. But now that I'm an abuse survivor, I can empathize heavily with abuse victims, which means I'm gonna dedicate my life to defending them and protecting them and supporting them. That to
Mhm.
me is a net win for society. It's a painful price you had to pay personally, but maybe sometimes I think God puts us through things so that we can become better people for other people, not just for ourselves.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, I think so too. I definitely can see that. But I was also kind of wondering about, we talk about, you mentioned fathers, and and you've been a father to me in my life as I've grown and I have gotten older. But I want to know this: what advice will you give to women and men, or women who are raising sons, or a young boy who's raising himself to overcome? Like, what is the essential thing that they should know about?
What advice would I give? What advice would I give to mothers raising sons?
Yeah, a
You
young
know,
boy raising himself.
there's a few things. One thing I would say is, I'm gonna say this, and I don't know how people feel about this, but I think it's very rare, if not impossible, that a woman can really show a boy how to be a man in today's society. It's
Mhm.
like, I wouldn't dare begin to think I could teach our girls how to be a woman without their mother.
Mm.
It would sound crazy for me to say, well, I can show them how to be a woman. I can show them how to put on a tampon and how to do all the things women do. Like, I don't know nothing about that. And even if I did, I could go read a book about it and take classes on it and talk to people about it. But I'm not necessarily as wired for it as their mother is. Their mother's been doing this stuff her whole life. She understands certain things. And I know that there's certain conversations that they have. Like this week, there's a conversation our 14-year-old had with her mother that I was not invited to, you know,
Mhm.
and I uninvited myself. I wanted to jump in and give my 2 cents, but I knew it was time for me to do my part, which was to shut up and listen, or just be on standby in case I was needed. And I don't think men are allowed to say that, right?
Mhm.
People get offended, and there are so many people who feel that they can, tell men what to do and all this other stuff. Let me tell you how to be a man. You can't tell me how to be no man. And I'm not going to ask your permission on what manhood looks like. I decide what it means to be a man. And just like I'm gonna let you decide what it means to be a woman. And this shows up politically. It showed up definitely during the election.
Mhm.
You don't got no business telling men who to vote for and women who to vote for. You have no right to do that.
Mhm.
And so with that being said, I would say to mothers raising sons, I commend you for doing your best. Without mothers, being a mother, that's the most important job in the world. So without mothers, the world would just fall apart, because if mothers stop doing their jobs, like, the whole society would fall apart. We have a whole world of serial killers, because a mother's love is very important. I just lost my mother Christmas Eve, so that, so I was thinking about that this morning, looking at a picture of my mother right now. Mothers are just everything. Um, and the other thing I would say is that we have to really come to terms with, like, what the role of the father is and how important that father is, and what sacrifices do we make, are we willing to make to make sure that that father is heavily involved in the life of the child, to make it as easy as possible, to not set terms and conditions and, and restrictions and give orders and commands. Just like, okay, that's my son's with his father and that's what he's going to do. I think that's because the breakdown of the Black family is the worst thing that's happening to us. We cannot build wealth without family. There's no community on the planet that can build wealth that has broken families and all that. No, none, never in the history. So if you don't get the Black family thing correct on some level, we keep having babies and then breaking up before the baby's born. you're gonna have a lot of chaos. And actually I'm talking too much, but I got to tell you this story, Chanel, Madam President. Sorry. I watched a documentary about King Von. It wasn't a documentary, just a little bio clip on King Von. It's out of Chicago. You and I both, you a real Chicagoite. I've been here 10 years. Right. And I just saw this poor guy. He's super talented. He was born in 1994. Got in trouble a lot when he was a kid. Got into drill music, joined record labels with Lil Durk. Next thing you know, he's dead. Lil Durk's in prison. And it's unfortunate because statistically speaking, a lot of that was very predictable based on where they were born, the experience they had, what they affiliated with, and the path they end up being, sort of choosing because of where they lived and how, the situation, right? Yes, and I imagine in my head, I imagine King Von and Durk as being born in completely different neighborhoods, completely different experiences, different situations. I don't know the situation of their father, but I think Von's daddy was in prison or something like that, right? We know the statistics; they're very predictable, unfortunately. And I just imagine like this talented young man and all these other things he could have been, and what those two together as friends would have been in a whole different reality, So in Chicago, I think we're kind of like ground zero in terms of seeing the effects of not having those fathers involved, not having that male leadership. You need that masculine leadership in a community when you're managing young boys, because when you don't, you have gang affiliation, you have violence, you have chaos. And until we get that straight, we're going to have chaos in our community.
I totally agree with you. My father was killed when I was 10. So my father at the time, I was born at 18, so he was 28. So when I think about, me, 39 this year, I have outlived my father, and sometimes when I'm in the world and I see people, they remind me the statue, it'd be like this dark man, tall, low fade. I'd be like, oh my God, he looks like what my father could have looked like. And then sometimes I think about would he have ever defeated white supremacy in that context of, would you stay away from drugs? Would you stay away from, all the poison that's presented to you? I had a friend who, when we was in high school, she got pregnant. And after she got pregnant, her mother was like just this big old support to her, to the point where she joined the Air Force. She goes to Howard. She's in the Air Force. She's an attorney for the Air Force. And when we talk about this, she talks about how she would have never accomplished any of that without the community support. I despise how the Black community handle children. If we was to handle the children like we handled the paycheck, well, better than that, because we can, throw money down the drain too. But if we understood that the wealth is in the youth, so it's like you get to a certain age and it's in your mind, you have to understand, okay, I have to do this for this person. This person is coming behind me. And I think about, Dr. King or some of the other leaders, Malcolm X, they don't get a chance to see the what they have produced, what they have fought for, because they're gone. So it's like, this new youth, this current youth, they have a lot, they have a lot at their fingertips, especially in the digital age of, from social media, AI, all these different things. And it's like, why do our children have to be subjected to the violence, this kind of violence, or the esteem issues, etc. It bothers me.
I think it's because we just expect that. Like there's a, you teach the world how to treat you. Like you look at the Super Bowl, right? Everybody thinks it was like the blackest Super Bowl ever. And I mean, the Super Bowl, I mean, it was very black everywhere except for the owner's box, except for the people that are going to get the money. It was black on stage. It was all black on the football field, mostly black. But then when you get to the place where people start actually benefiting from that big event, there ain't too many black people in that space. Definitely not in terms of majority owners. And we like that. Like we're okay with that. Like we celebrate that. Like we're like, oh yeah, big touchdown, big win for black people. I'm not saying it wasn't a win. I'm not saying people didn't do a great job. Kendrick is amazing. The athletes were amazing. But you could go back 300 years to any plantation in the South, and on some day where there's like a festival or something, maybe the Negro Festival, where they would have them out there playing, the black people playing sports, bashing each other's heads in, and then in between doing entertainment, doing some kind of buck dance or something, and the white folks sitting on their porch with mint juleps, talking about that boy show is strong. That girl show can sing. Like ain't nothing changed. Ain't a damn thing changed. So what happens is that we get subjugated to certain lifestyles in America because that is what people feed us and that is what we accept. That is what they offer us and that's what we feel like we deserve. That like that is our black job and we accept that black job. We go out looking for the black job, right? We don't go out looking for the white job. We go out looking for the black job. Wait, what's the black job? I need the black jobs, right? And it becomes a thing where it's like I mean, it's some of it's very basic, and it's very hard to say these things without getting just so many people that just want to resist it just by instinct. But I just thought about it. I said, how you really gonna get mad when white people call you niggas when your favorite rappers all call you niggas? That's got to be the most confusing shit in the history of all mankind. Like if I hear all your friends calling you a name and you calling yourself a name and you calling all your friends the same name, if I want to fit in with you, I'm gonna call you what you call yourself. I think that you teach people how to treat you. So until we kind of confront that, then, like for example, another thing, we know, for example, that there are, I think it's only 15% of all Black high school seniors can like read or do math at grade level. And how many Black people are out in the streets protesting this right now? How much outrage is there out there anywhere? Is there a national movement like where Black folks are just going crazy, not refusing to go to work, blocking traffic? Think about it. I mean, they got immigrants. Mexicans are blocking traffic in LA right now over immigration. Right? Where are we blocking traffic saying, no, you get my child out of these inferior schools or else we need to fix this by any means necessary. No, but let something happen, I don't know, put a police shooting on CNN, a George Floyd incident. And they say, okay, Black people, we're going to turn on the outrage button now. Here's the outrage button. We want y'all to be outraged because we got an election coming and we'll be going crazy. So we don't even know who we are. We don't even know how we're supposed to feel. We don't allow ourselves to explore the ideas that are correct ideas. Instead, we sort of look for cues. We're looking to mass and say, okay, should I be mad about this? Okay, I'm mad. Okay, I'm gonna get angry right now. Right. So I personally think, or even if I talk, I could probably get more attention talking about Kendrick versus Drake than I could get talking about what's happening in the investing world or what's happening in the public schools or what's happening to Black families. So I think that the bigger question to ask ourselves is, what are we spending our time on? What are we investing in? That's what it's really about investing, except it's not about money though. Like it's like, well, what are you investing in? Right. Because whatever you invest in, my mother said, whatever you put energy into, that's what's going to grow in your life. What are you putting in? So when you wake up in the morning, what are you thinking about? Well, whatever you're thinking about, that's what's going to grow in your life because you're putting energy into it. Who are you spending time? Are you working on your goals? Or are you spending time on the phone arguing with your ex? well, then that situation is going to grow because that's what you're putting energy into. Are you putting energy into raising your kids to be successful, or are you putting your energy into social media? Wherever you're investing, that is what's going to grow. So I ask all Black people, like, what are you investing in? Like today, when you get up, when you go, or better yet, here's another good example. When we get up and we go to work every day for that white man, for Mr. Charlie, we're investing in his company. We are the biggest investors. We're going to invest about 100,000 hours of labor, which has a multi-million-dollar value. The problem is that wealth is going to go to him. It's not going to go to you. If you look at the NFL, we are among the biggest investors in the NFL. There's not a single owner in the NFL who ever got CTE from being an NFL owner. There's not a single owner in the NFL whoever shot jumpers in the gym, or so to speak, whoever got tackled, whoever learned how to play football, whoever went to a football practice, whoever got their body destroyed to play the sport. So we're the biggest investors in the NFL, but we don't get the result of that investment. So long story short, the question is you shouldn't just ask like, well, why are we struggling? Why are we broke? You should ask, well, how do we get here, and what are we putting our energy into? Because we know that what we put our energy into will grow. So clearly, the things that aren't working are things we have not put energy into. It's it's like if you get your report card and you get bad grades, well, somebody's gonna be like, "Well, did you study?" Now, if you study 5 hours a day and you got bad grades, that's a problem. But you're gonna look back and be like, "Damn, well, I guess I shouldn't expect a good grade because I didn't study." Well, there you go. That solves your problem.
Exactly.
So we get bad grades in certain areas of our lives because we did not study. We did not invest in making the good grade. So why do you expect the good grade when you only invested at a level that's going to lead to the bad?
Absolutely. And I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. This is flynubianmoney.com. This is where you want to get your money up, get your mind up as well. Okay. So we have all the best resources at flynubianmoney.com. And if you want to keep up with all of my sisters, Constance Carter, Miss Black Hollywood, The Daily Show, you should text Queens to 879-48. Text Queens to 879-48. Also, if you want to keep up with Madam President, text Madam to 879-48. Dr. Watkins, I believe you had a hard out at 10. It's currently 9:58. I do not want you to leave without saying what you want to say, a final word. Or I was going to ask you another question, but if you got a hard out, I'm going to let you go.
Yeah, it unfortunately is a hard out. We got to do our Money in the Morning class, which starts at 10. But last quick point I'll just make on this is first of all, I love everything you're doing. I love what you represent. I respect anybody in our community that wants to do better, because I know that it's not always easy. People that want to stay mediocre and stay at the status quo, that's the majority. That's what's popular. I don't want to do what's popular. I want to do what's unpopular, because those who do what's unpopular today are basically doing what's going to be popular tomorrow. Black excellence will one day be popular. Black success will one day be popular. Black wealth will one day be popular. So if you think I'm an outcast, it's okay. I just know I'm ahead of the curve. So that's what it is.
Absolutely. I agree with you on that. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. I think all of you all are following Dr. Boyce Watkins, but if you are not, you know where to follow him at Dr. Boyce Finance on Twitter, as well as Instagram and YouTube. Thank you, Dr. Watkins. I won't, you can leave. I'm going to stay on just to give some final thoughts to my friends on the morning show. I just want to say that, this is the morning show. We do this every Monday through Friday. We do this every Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, every Monday through Friday. I'm very grateful for Dr. Watkins. He has been a force in my life, for many years now, over 2 decades. He's been a force in my life. He's been a guiding light in my life, showing me the ropes. I call him Dad. My father was killed when I was a little girl, so it was very easy to respect his wisdom, to respect, what he offers the world, and know that, this is what it is. This is what father figures are like. They are people who give you wisdom, who give you advice, who give you love, who also give you scolding. Dr. Boyce will be the first one to tell me, you didn't do what you said you were going to do, and I would have to straighten up or correct, etc. So all that to say that if you tune to the Madam President Morning Show, we do this every morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We do a show that is geared toward different topics. Today we had Dr. Boyce Watkins on, but that is not every day. Don't come on the show thinking you're going to see Dr. Boyce Watkins every single day, because it's not going to happen. You're going to see me and somebody else or me talking about certain things. But other than that, that's it. All right, guys, I'm going to let you all enjoy the rest of your day. I'm wishing you a day of love, peace, and happiness. All right, I'm out. See you tomorrow.